Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning.
Hello. Good morning,
Hi,
everyone. Good.
good morning.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Am I visible?
Yes,
Yes, sir. Hi, sir. So, hello, everyone. This is Megha here. I'm from USFN. So, I'm here, connecting as a moderator. So, let's wait for a couple of minutes for everyone to join so we can start the session. Okay. A mesmerizing morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the second day of 7th International Conference on Food and Nutrition, organized by Universal Society of Food and Nutrition (USFN) and associated with BioLeaks. I'm glad to start with an introduction of Universal Society of Food and Nutrition, which is one of the non-profitable organization which meant for research and development in the field of food and nutrition. USFN is a paramount body which has brought technical revolution and, and sustainable development in the field of food and nutrition. USFN is a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forums and associates constitutes of professional leaders, universities, organization, and association connecting each other with a mission to work as wizards of science for defending our Mother Earth. And the BioLeaks. It is a non-profitable as professional association. Apologies for the interruption, people. So yeah, let me continue with that. So, when it comes to BioLeaks, it is a non-profitable organization, and we work with our motto of creating a better tomorrow by organizing conferences and creating network which will help to grow with the help of advanced technology and achievement. Yeah, let's move on to our main event and here for our big day. This seventh international conference on food and nutrition is an international event that brings together experts and professionals from the field of nutrition, dietetics, food science, and technology. We extend our warm welcome to the specialists and researchers interested in presenting their research and take part in the remarkable conference. This conference will provide an opportunity to share extensive research, best practices, to discuss emerging trends and form collaborations in the areas of food and nutrition. It also serves as a platform for networking with the fellow professionals and experts in the field. This conference will feature experienced keynote speakers and panel discussion on the topics which are related to food and nutrition, food chemistry, food processing technology, industrial microbiology, food quality, and security. The goal of the conference is to promote health and well being through the dissemination of knowledge and research related to this field. This conference not only shares the knowledge but also provides a platform that helps in building prophylactic networking and professional opportunities which will boost one's career. Okay. Now, I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries and eminent keynote speakers. Yeah, Dr. Dilip Ghosh, NutriConnect, Sydney, Australia. Professor Mrs. B. Andalu, Honorary Professor, Department of Food and Nutritional Sciences, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Education and Learning, India. Dr. IR. Joni Kusnandi, Director of Halal Inspection Institute, Food Science and Technology, Indonesia. Dr. Archana Ainapure, Vice President, Texas School of Mental Health, India. Mr. Vidyaputra, Chief Executive Officer, Mitlas Kingdom, Indonesia. Dr. Abhishek Mathur, Senior Scientist, Jivaji University, Gwalior, India. And let's welcome our beloved session chairs. Dr. Manur Ismail Sheikh, Lecturer, Faculty of Fisheries and Food Science, University Malaysia, Terengganu, Malaysia. Dr. Archana Ainapura, Vice President, Texas School of Mental Health, India. Professor Ruchu Kutyala, HOD, School of Science, Nutrition and Psychology, Pimpari Chinchwad University, India. And Dr. Murugesan Sannasi, Associate Professor, Nanjamaruthwam, which is called Siddha Toxicology in India. Dr. Netu Yadav, Assistant Professor, Department of Food and Nutrition, Swami Vivekanand Subhasri University, India. Dr. Milal Chauhan, Assistant Professor, Foods and Nutrition, SM Patel College of Home Science, India. Dr. Jinu Gupta, Assistant Professor, Food and Nutritional Sciences, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, India. Yeah. And now, I thank all the keynote speakers and session chairs taking out their valuable time and joining us. Now, I take a moment to welcome all our attendees who are attending this conference across the globe. Last but not least, I would like also to welcome all the attendees joining us today. Yes. Now, I welcome all the participants for the technical session. So yeah, let's start with our very first keynote speaker, Dr. Dilip Ghosh, Director, NutriConnect, Sydney, Australia. Sir, please, the session is on you.
Good morning, everyone. So, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Very good morning to you, sir.
Okay. So, I am trying to share my.
Sir, your slide is not visible.
Yeah, that's why.
Let me make you a co-host so you can present your slide.
Yeah, relax. 1 minute. Oramake.
Wait a second, sir. Let me. Sir, you can check now, please.
No, it's
Or else, please share me your PPT so I could present for you. Will it
no,
work?
it's a big one. Can you co-host me?
Yeah, I have co-hosted you right now.
Yeah, but I can't share.
Couldn't share. Yeah, it is visible, sir. Yeah, please go ahead with the session.
Okay. Okay. So today I am going to discuss one very interesting topic, and that is very timely also. How the entire pharmaceutical industry moving to the nutraceutical domain. So that means the illness to wellness. So this is a new model, and that has been visible for last maybe 7 8 years. But I will show you many example with products also. So first disclaimer: if uh, I show any product, any company name, so there is no financial connection. These are only for the sake of the science. And I have tried my best to gather and summarize the authentic information in this presentation. Just a few books, because most of the people here, you are either from food, nutrition, nutraceutical domain. So these are the books I have published last 7 8 years. You can go through quickly, and you can see this is on natural medicine, brain health and beyond. This is on fenugreek. This is a very recent last year book. This one published just 6 months before. So entire nutrition domain: science, marketing, health claims, public policy. This one in the press now: a traditional and complementary and integrative medicine for neurocognition. So, and this is the age of integrative medicine. So how can you integrate traditional knowledge with the modern medicine? This one, I am in the middle: ashwagandha, the potential drug candidate from ancient Ayurvedic remedy. And these are also with CRC Press. So, health. What is the definition of health? After this pandemic, uh, our concept about health that changed. But as per WHO, health, according to WHO, a state of complete physical, mental, social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease and infirmity. So there are many definition of health, but this is the very standard from WHO. So from a traditional medicine perspective, I think I see a lot of people from India also. So from Ayurvedic perspective also, is it health is a absence of disease, normal vitals, well-built body frame, capability to work hard, good appetite and good sleep? Uh, I can say no. So healthy person is he or she whose dosha and agni are in the balanced state, and whose function activities of the dhatu and mala are balanced in soul, atma, senses, indriya, and mana, mind, in a complete balanced state. This is the definition of health in Ayurveda. So we are all discussing wellness, holistic health. So holistic health includes balanced approach of healthy mind, body, and spirit. That means it's a physical health, emotional well-being, and also the spiritual renewal also. So this is a nice uh, uh, slide. If you see the red colored area, that is 5% of the total area, that is the unhealthy people. And that 5% population, that is the target population for pharma industries. But the blue area, that is 95% area, that is uh, in between unhealthy, healthy to very healthy. These are the target population for food industries. So that's a big area. And that's why when you compare the pharmaceutical annual growth with the nutraceutical growth, it is a huge difference. So average pharmaceutical growth is around 2%. Some country it is zero, but the average nutraceutical dietary supplement, that growth rate is nearly 16 to 20%. It's a huge growth. So wellness is a buzzword. uh, it is, we are talking about every forum, every day. So wellness is a modern word with ancient roots. The key tenets of the wellness: preventive and holistic, and you can trace back from east, that is India, China, to the west, Greece and Rome. So the pillars are physical, mental, spiritual, emotional, social, and environmental. If you can combine all these 6 elements, then you can achieve wellness. But in the Western world, uh, few are missing, especially the spiritual part is missing. So that's why, uh, yoga, you can see every street in Western world, but they are pursuing the active yoga. So that means this spiritualism not present in that form. So wellness is about more than just a physical health. If you are more interested, you can listen my podcast also. There is a 20-minute postcard. It's a very nicely. I will try to. So today's presentation is based on this book. It is a authored book, not edited book. Me and Dr. Smartha, he died 2-3 years before, based in Mumbai. So how the pharmaceutical industry moving to the nutraceutical industry. So this is the big shift in disease prevention area. So the chronic disease is rising globally. If you see that 208 on the top and the bottom one is 2030. The extreme left is the high income countries and extreme right low income countries, and middle one is the middle income countries. If you see, uh, there is a huge change in low income country in 2008, that practically there is no change, 208 and 230, high, that in high income countries. But in low income countries, if you see the non communicable disease, that increased hugely. So this is a really a bad trend. And if you see the world top 5 or 6 killing, that is the heart disease, cancer, stroke, diabetes, and Alzheimer. So this is a very unique slide. If you see 1800 to 1900, that is the 100 years, you can see most of the discoveries happened. So vaccines from infectious disease, vitamin C for scurvy, drugs for non-communicable disease, all these things, aspirin for pain, insulin for diabetes, all these things are discovered in 1800 to 1900. But in 1990 onwards, you see
ಇವತ್ತು ತುಂಬಾ
there
ಜನ
is
ಇದ್ದಾರೆ
Please
ಹೌದು
mute your
ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇನ್ನೂ
mic.
ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ
Hello, can you mute your mic?
Excuse me. Sorry for the interruption. Can you please mute your mic? Please wait for a second, sir. I'll do it.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಚಂದು
So please continue.
So, but if you see the 1990 onwards, these are all wellness, promoting health, active lifestyle, managing stress. So there is a complete shift from disease treatment, disease prevention to promoting health. So this is a very unique trend. You all know there are four definitions: food, functional food, nutraceutical, and medical food. I am not going to discuss detail. I have only 30 minutes time. So food, protein, carbohydrate, fat for sustained growth, repair, vital process. Functional food, when you are adding something to your normal food, that is, you are adding ingredients like a yogurt. You are adding something to the yogurt to be a functional. Nutraceutical, when you are adding something in a dosage form like a capsule, tablet, or sachet. So first time that can prevent and treatment of the disease. So this is nutraceutical. And medical food, it is purely to treat the disease, but it is a food but specially formulated to treat the disease. And you need doctor's help to use this food. I will discuss all these things briefly. Market is growing. If you see, the global nutraceutical market is 382 billion US dollar. It's a very, very strong market. When you compare the Indian nutraceutical market, this is very small, 2.8 in 2015 and 8.5 that is 2022. Still, it is only 1.5% of the global market. China, the traditional Chinese medicine market is 48 billion, but where the Ayurvedic market is only 4.5 billion. But it is growing exponentially. So it is expecting 2026, it will be $14.9 billion. Australia is very well placed. In 2020, the market value of the complementary, we called complementary medicine in Australia, 5.6 billion. Pharmacies are the major 90% channel to selling the product, and 7 out of 10 Australian, that means nearly 75% or 78% Australian, they use complementary medicine. So that means awareness, knowledge, per capita use is very, very high in Australia, although population is 29 million. But during COVID or after COVID, you can see people are more looking for the wellness. That means the if you see the Dabur Himalayas, they have a huge sale. Chyawanprash sales across the 283% increase. Branded honey 39%, especially the Dabur Chyawanprash 700%. And all the immunity linked product, vitamin D 160%. Vitamin C 590%, elderberry 650%, and zinc, that is 1100% increase during or after COVID. You can see in the nutraceutical market growth, China is always leader, but the Canada, Australia, Brazil, so those countries, they have old people. India is a country of very young population. Average Indian population age is 20 to 25 years. That is a very young. But all these old age country, that aging country, cognitive health, digestive health, heart health, joint health, these are very high. That's why these are the country, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, very high sales. So both countries are challenging. Both pharmaceutical country, they are challenging a different challenge, and the nutraceutical industry or dietary supplement industry, they are also facing a lot of challenges. So how they come together? So I will discuss next phase. So what are the challenges pharma companies are facing? Declining return on R&D investment. You know that for one blockbuster molecule, the pharma company need 6 to 10 billion dollar investment, and it will take nearly 10 years. And after 10 years you are not getting much return. So that means a declining return. Patent cliff. Many blockbuster molecule, from cholesterol to lot of molecule, uh, they are 20 years patent already gone. So that means it's a generic. Now every pharmaceutical company, they can manufacture this product. Pressure on the health budget and regulatory stringency. The global market still, USA individual country, that is the highest market, 30%, 22% Japan, 14% Europe, and rest of the world, including the Asia Pacific. So where you belong, India, Malaysia, these are 34%. You see, when you see in the market, who are in the industry, you know better, the merger and acquisition. When one company buy another company acquire another company, that means market is very strong. So you can see that market acquisition is continuously growing in nutraceutical area. I can give you a few examples. In 2008, 2009, Pfizer, the hardcore pharma company, they acquired White Nutrition. It's a nutrition company. Merck, another German hardcore pharma company, they acquired Schering Plough. That is the OTC company. Recently, Soho Group, Indonesian group, they bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 companies around the world, and they are now one of the leader in nutraceutical industry. As you know, the Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline, two big pharma company, they form a joint venture to sell their OTC product, the nutraceutical product. Now they are again dissociate, but that means that market is very strong. Two example, one is Acera, that is a company now acquired by Nestle. The product is Axona. You can see in the bottom, it's the medical food. It is for mild to mid Alzheimer disease. So that means it is not only food, it's more about disease focus. Yakult, it is present both in Malaysia and India also. There is a Japanese probiotic drinks. So it is a drink, food drink, but they have doing lot of research every year from their microbiology research center, and they are adding more and more health benefit. So that means food and disease, they are coming closer. So pharma to nutra, new interest from the pharma industries who know this market. Each and every pharma company, each and every, they have nutraceutical division, and their most revenue coming from nutraceutical division. New investment, huge money are coming through merger and acquisition. New level of quality, safety, efficacy. You cannot believe, even the Ayurvedic company also in India, they are doing double-blinded placebo-controlled trial. That is the gold standard in pharma. So that means new level of quality, safety, and efficacy. Marketing and product positioning. So Ayurvedic product not only selling through the Ayurvedic shop, they are selling through the pharmacy also. So that means they are making some sort of pharmaceutical. Regulatory evolution, underpinning science. As I said, a lot of clinical trial companies are using this trial, and new category also. You can see 3 example: arthritis, cholesterol, and diabetes. You can control all these 3 with the medicine. That is the sick care, pharmaceutical. But at the same time, these 3 cholesterol, arthritis, and diabetes, you can control with the nutraceutical also. So we call the evidence-based nutraceutical. So these are the peripheral opportunity for nutraceutical. Food, if you see the journey, food, health food, functional food, supplement, then at the top, medical food. If you see this is a very nice slide also. Food at the left hand side, drug at the right hand side, in between functional food, supplement, medical food. Purpose of therapy: reduction of disease, treatment of disease. Health professional, doctor involvement very low, very high. Individual participation very high in food. You can eat anything, but you cannot eat any drug also. Treatment cost is low here, high here. So I will give you some example of last 10 years Ayurveda success globally also. If you see, Ayurveda recognized as a system of medicine. Ayurvedic product, Indian herbal product, you can see around the world. But as a system of medicine, outside India, you can see 16 countries they recognized. You can see the Hungary, Switzerland, Cuba, some very advanced country, and most of the countries in Asia Pacific. 5 countries or 4 countries, European country, that is partially recognized: Romania, Latvia, Serbia, Slovenia. So that means Ayurveda is shining globally. If you see this slide, there are few things. Ayush startup in India, 40,000 active MSME, growth 20,000 crore rupees to 1.5 lakhs crore rupees in 7 years. That means 7 times sales increase in 7 years. Can you believe that is happening? Global market is, they are expecting $120 billion also. So you know this WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine that established in Jamnagar in Gujarat. That means 170 countries coming to India to develop evidence-based traditional medicine. And One Earth, One Health also. You see, this is the slogan for G20 countries also. So 72 countries, they are joining in the GCTM. So market dynamics, I already discussed. I am now going to discuss. So what are the possible growth drivers? Pharmaceutical touch in dosage formation. You can see most of the Ayurvedic product or traditional medicine product, whether it is a traditional Chinese medicine or Kempo medicine, they are selling through a dosage form, either a capsule, tablet, or sachet. That means the pharmaceutical touch. Evidence-based approach. Most of the product, they have some evidence, either a low-level clinical trial or high-level clinical trial. Attitude difference also. So after COVID, people are thinking about the wellness. So if you have good health, you won't fall in trap on the disease. So that means there is a huge attitude change also. And there is a huge initiative from the Indian government and Ministry of Ayush also. In Australia, we have done a very good job so far. We have signed many MOUs. A few months back, we have a Ayurvedic chair, Professor Rajagopala. He joined at our university, Western Sydney University. So we have started some high-level Ayurvedic research in Australia also. So what is medical food? Just a quick review. You know this: traditional diet, functional food, dietary supplement, then pharmaceutical. Then if you see the medical food in between nutraceutical and pharmaceutical, this is the medical food. So what is a medical food? It is only recognized in USA, but different country has different name also. So must be used under the supervision of physician. So doctor should be involved in the treatment, and it should be a pharma GMP level manufacturing facility, and also that normal nutrition cannot meet the requirement. So that's why you need a metabolic medical food. This is very nice. One slide you can understand everything: prescription drug, medical food, and the nutraceutical or dietary supplement. Doctor supervision required, required, not required. Pre-market approval, yes, no, no. Target population, sick population. So medical food also sick population, but dietary supplement targeting healthy population. Sorry, I have some flu type of uh, things. Claims as per approved dietary management nutritional claims: safety, high safety, crash ingredients, high level of clinical trials required. Phase 2. Medical food also you need a very good level of clinical trial. Nutraceutical you can do, but it is not necessary. There are many examples. I am not going to discuss everything. This is one nice article I wrote a few years before. If you are interested, you can go through. The market is growing, medical food. 18.4 billion 1990 to 31 billion in 2027. It's a huge 10% growth. And you can see the many application areas there are medical food are very, very good effect. I will give you this one just a few words. Two big group in the world. One is the Nestle, another is the Danone or Nutricia. They acquired many, many small to medium size medical food company around the world. So now the Nestle and Danone, they acquire almost 75 to 80% of the global medical food market. Just two example. Neuropa, it is a Prismic Pharmaceutical Incorporation, a prescription medical food intended for the clinical dietary management of depression, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia. As you know, these three are the very high level disease. So, so you can treat these three with this medical food. What is Neuropa? So Neuropa is simply a very, very high concentration of special omega-3 that is called EPA. That is 92% purified EPA in 1 gram of capsule. You cannot get that high concentration of EPA in normal omega-3. And they have done fantastic clinical trial, and that's why they got a medical food approval in USA and around the world also. The second is Subinit, that is the Danone Nutricia. This is a drink, short drink, 80 ml drink, a new innovative drink for the dietary management of early Alzheimer disease. So what is Subinit? It is a DHA EPA, uridine monophosphate, choline and phospholipid, and B vitamins and other cofactors. All these three, they put in a special platform they call the formazine, fortacin, and they can deliver better thing. And they have done 4 big clinical trials, you can see, and very good number also. Some clinical trial, 500 patients also, and they have a very, very successful results. And Subinit is present almost every country in the world. Phytopharmaceutical, this is a new category in India. Different country has different similar platform. So phytopharmaceutical is a pharmaceutical. Purified and standardized fraction with defined minimum for bioactives or phytochemical compound. So that means it is a drug. It is not a dietary supplement or nutraceutical, but that has purified from the plant source, and it should have 4 active molecule minimum. So, and it should be done through the human clinical trial, and does not include administration by the parenteral route. This is the first product in India that approved as that phytopharmaceutical product, Picrolip, a plant extract from Katuki. For the they have completed a phase 3 clinical trial also for the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. This is another drug. It actually designed initially for the dengue fever, AQCH, by the Sun Pharmaceutical, but in COVID trial, they have a fantastic result. They have done open label multicenter randomized control trial. Now they got the phytopharmaceutical category also. There is a few cannabis-based product. They already approved in many countries, including USA, Australia, UK, and other countries also. And for the neuropathic pain, spasticity, overactive bladder, multiple sclerosis, and I hope within 2 to 3 years it will approved in the India also. There are a few other countries like Australia. They have a OST-R, although it is a complementary medicine, but it is a registered complementary medicine. So that means it is equivalent to the prescription medicine. In Sri Lanka also, they have a category borderline products. It is in between nutraceutical and the pharmaceutical product. And you need a very high level dossier for this borderline product. So just a few slides, give me 2 or 3 minutes. I will give you one example of ashwagandha. Because ashwagandha's market is growing globally hugely, although there is a lot of concern also, safety concern. So roots and leaves are used. 10 to 15% roots you can get from the roots, and 50 to 60% active you can get from the leaves. So this is the book. I am in the middle of the. So not all ashwagandha are same. As you know, there are hundreds, thousands of ashwagandha in the market. So you need to prove through the extraction technology, through a toxicology study, to clinical trial also. So Shoden is one of the product that stand out most unique with a minimum 35% ethanolite glycoside. This is the highest in the world. Shoden utilizes the modern extraction technology, leverage the unique ethanolite glycoside present. If you see the stress and feeling down, testosterone-free testosterone increase, sleep, better sleep, and immune health also, that is much, much better. If you see 35% ethanolite glycoside, 10 international clinical trials done on the one product, 10 plus. Very low dose, you need 60 milligram dose, 100% natural. So this is one of the example how the research is moving to the
Okay, it happened
pharmaceutical
on my
end.
laptop. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So take home message. So
Sorry for the
treatment
interruption.
prevention.
Let's go ahead.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Sir, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So it is an interruption. Sorry, you can finish it, sir. So.
No. I think that's fine. I have 2 or 3 slides. I think prevention is better than treatment. This is the how the industry is moving from illness to wellness, and it is not industry also. Research is going that direction also. How you can improve your health, and that you can prevent the disease. So this is my take-home message for today.
Thank you, sir. That is a wonderful talk. So thanks for your time. And let's welcome our another keynote speaker, Professor Mrs. B. Andalu, Honorary Professor, Department of Food and Nutrition Sciences, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, India. Ma'am, please take over the session. Ma'am, you there? Dr. Andalu? Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. Please switch on your video so we can connect it virtually also.
Yes, yes. I'm ready.
Please start your presentation, ma'am.
Can you see? Can you see my screen?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Oh, wait. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. Please put it on the presentation mode.
Yes. Humble pranams to Sri Satya Sai Baba, founder chancellor of Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to speak on herbs and spices in the prevention and treatment of stress-induced diseases. Please,
Ma'am, your video is not visible.
yes,
Please
yes,
switch it on.
yes. But PPT is seen?
Yes, ma'am, it is seen, and please put it on the presentation mode.
Yes, yes. Please, I will do it.
Yes, ma'am.
It is mentioning you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Can you open for me?
Yes, ma'am, sure. Please share your PPT so I could open it right away here. I'll be sharing the screen.
One second, please. You have
Sure,
to.
ma'am, sure. Please take your time. Sure.
Can you see now? Can you
Ma'am,
see my PPT?
your desktop is only showing.
Not seen?
No, ma'am.
Now? No, camera you have to switch on, my dear. Camera, it is indicating video is
Yes,
not.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So your video, like your presentation is not visible for me, and your camera is also not visible for me. So that is it.
Camera problem is from your side. Excuse me.
Oh, let me see.
It's indicating you have to open.
Oh,
Please.
let me check now. Let me check it. Please present it now, ma'am.
I think Gopika, you have a control of her camera. So as
No,
mine
ma'am.
as well.
Not.
So mine also is showing that you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Same must be the case with her. So you
Yes, ma'am.
open
So I'm
now.
also trying to rectify the issue. Please, participants, please have. Sorry for the interruption. Participants, please wait here. So I could. Yes, it is presentable. Ma'am, the technical glitch is over. Can you please switch on your video and audio? Can you please try it now?
इस पर कोई काम नहीं है। इस वाली तो कोई काम नहीं। इस वाली तो कोई काम नहीं है।
Hello, ma'am.
नहीं, इस पर कोई काम चल रहा है।
Some
चलो आप कर दो
it is indicating some issue from your side. I will
Wait
join
a
it.
second. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, your video is on right now.
Can you see me?
I couldn't see your face, but still it is indicating your video is on.
What's wrong?
Might be the technical issue. Can you please try again, rejoining?
It is getting off. My video icon is getting off.
It is presenting here only, ma'am. So there might be the technical issue. Please try rejoining, ma'am.
Unknown caller.
Okay, ma'am. Please do rejoin. And
Please.
okay, ma'am. Let's fix your technical issue. No problem. And currently, we can move on to next speaker. So after finishing your technical issue, we can go forward with your session.
No. I'll try once again. Again.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
You just see. Can you see me now?
Yes, ma'am. I can see your desktop.
Not myself.
No, ma'am.
Oh. It is indicating my camera is on actually. It is
Okay,
indicating organizer has to allow.
Yes, ma'am. I have allowed right now. So that might be the technical issue. It can be only resolved once you rejoin.
I'll try once again. If not doesn't work out, you can resolve it.
Okay, ma'am.
Am I visible now?
Oh, not yet, ma'am.
Oh my God. What's wrong? Hello.
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Good morning.
And your video is on here, ma'am. And it is not visible.
Join one day. I have some problem here. What to do? This see, it is not at all. My camera is on. My camera.
Okay, ma'am. So no problem. Please go ahead with the
People may not
presentation.
be able to see me. Or you want me to proceed or what I'll do? This
Yes,
see,
ma'am. Please proceed
icon
with
is
it.
not
So,
getting on only.
yes, ma'am. It is a technical issue. We can't.
From my side.
No, ma'am. It is a general technical issue. I have given you the access since we couldn't resolve it. So it can only be done only if you rejoin.
Try once again.
So,
if not,
yes, ma'am.
you can try with another.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
You think she should leave and join back again?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
I had tried 2 times.
Oh, okay.
I have also given you the access, ma'am. So
The organizer it is indicating.
Yeah, there is some problem with you, Gopika, because even I can see that my video cannot be switched on.
Okay, ma'am.
It
So
says that, yeah. So
I think you have to resolve.
wait a second, ma'am. Let me switch.
The organizer has to resolve.
Yes, ma'am. Now you can try, ma'am.
Just
Try
see
again.
now.
So I have also recommended.
Just see.
No, ma'am.
Can I be seen?
No, ma'am. Your video is only presenting. Can you please try rejoining?
I'm trying my best 2-3 times. I've done.
Yes, ma'am. So no problem, ma'am. You can go ahead with the presentation also. So meanwhile, our technical team will be resolving it. Can you please do that?
No problem. Subject is important. Then that I should be seen. Okay. In between, if results, maybe.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, we are working on it. Please go ahead.
Shall I go to presentation?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Go for the presentation mode, please.
PPT is clear, na? There is no problem.
Yes, ma'am. There is no problem in the presentation. And meanwhile, we can look into the technical issues. Please go
Try
ahead.
to resolve so that
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sure.
at the end people see me also, no problem. They must see
ma'am.
my content. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Sairam, my humble pranams to Sri Satya Sai Baba, founder chancellor of Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share the findings of our research and our views on herbs and spices in the prevention and treatment of stress-induced diseases like diabetes, cancer, and inflammatory diseases. These are all the burning issues now. Our founder chancellor says, I quote, "Keep your home and its environment clean. It will ensure health and happiness for you and for the society," unquote. Healthy body will have healthy mind and healthy spirit exists. Father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi stated, I quote, "It is health that is real wealth and not pieces of gold and silver," unquote. It is stated in Ayurveda that a healthy body and a sound mind is necessary to achieve success in life.
Madam, your slides are not moving.
Not moving.
No, the first
Ma'am, it is
slide is
not
only
moving.
shown.
Yes, ma'am. So please put it on the presentation mode also. So it is not working.
I don't know what is the technical problem arising.
Yes, ma'am. Now it is moving, and put it on the presentation mode. The last icon in the right side.
I'm closing and joining again.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm feeling sad
ma'am.
about.
Sorry for that, ma'am, because of the technical issues. Please do rejoin, and let's fix your technical issue. And for now, we can move on to next speaker. And after finishing your technical issue resolved, we can do, ma'am. So yeah, we can move on to the next speaker, Dr. I.R. Joni Kusnandi, Director of Halal Inspection Institute, Food Science and Technology, Indonesia. Sir, are you online? Hello? Dr. Joni?
I'm Joni Kusnadi, but I cannot start my video because host has stopped it.
Sorry, sir, I couldn't understand.
I cannot start my video because the host has stopped it. Could you please do?
Oh, let me. Okay, sorry. I'll do it right away. Can you please try now, sir?
Okay.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. And the session is on you. And please go ahead with your presentation, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me share my screen.
Sure, sir. Yes, it is visible, sir. Please put it on the presentation mode.
Excuse me, the problem is with me.
My
yes, sir.
PPT already can be seen. Is it okay?
I'm facing the
Yes,
problem.
PPT can be seen.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me start my presentation. Okay. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone, because in Indonesia we still have we still in the morning. Yeah. And thank you very much for the organizer giving me an opportunity to give presentation with the title Molecular Approach Based on PCR Technique for Food Authentication and Traceability. I'm Johnny Kosnadi from Halal Inspection Agency and Department of Food Science and Biotechnology, Universitas Brawijaya, Malang, Indonesia. Here is my outline presentation. What is food authentication and traceability? Why are food authentication and traceability important? And then food authentication and traceability method. Next, I'm talking about food authentication based on the nucleic acid or DNA. And next, food authentication and traceability based on PCR. And then conclusion. Let me start my presentation. What is food authentication and traceability? Maybe we are already familiar with the two terms authentication and traceability. Okay. Food authentication is the analytical process to verify that a food product is in compliance with its label description. Food products that are high value and undergo a number of processing steps are often target of fraudulent label. How about the food traceability? Almost similar with the food authentication, food traceability is the ability to follow the movement of a food product and its ingredient through all steps in the supply chain, both backward and forward. Traceability involves documenting and linking the production, processing, and distribution chain of food product and ingredient. Why authentication and traceability of food is important? Look at this. The importance of food authentication. First, because food authentication has become a key element for both manufacturers and consumer over time. And the second, authentication playing a pivotal role in upholding consumer trust. And also, authentication ensuring the integrity of product by reducing the risk of food fraud. And of course, enable secure online transaction. How about the importance of food traceability? Food traceability actually is very important in protecting public health. Second one, ensuring compliance with regulation. Next, improving supply chain efficiency and enhancing consumer trust. So the two terminology actually almost have a similar meaning. Yeah, protecting public health, ensuring compliance with regulation, and of course, improving supply chain efficiency. There are many methods for authentication and traceability. There are many techniques used for food authentication and traceability. For example, ELISA method, PCR method, DNA barcoding, and then chromatography, whether this is LCM SMS, and any of or many of chromatography methods. Also isotope analysis and NMR. Actually, there are so many a technique used for food identification and traceability based on different test target, whether this is protein, DNA, peptide, isotope, and molecular structure. This morning, I want to talk more about the authentication based on nucleic acid or DNA. There are many methods, many techniques. The first, maybe we are familiar with DNA barcode. This is a molecular phylogenetic method that uses short DNA marker present in organism as a proxy for the identification of their offspring. The principal DNA barcode rely on sequence variation within a short and standardized region of the genome designated as a barcode to provide accurate specified species identification. And next, maybe you are familiar with the PCR technique. We call it polymerase chain reaction. This is a molecular biology technique for amplification of specific DNA fragment and performed in vitro. The principle is in every n PCR cycles, 2n times the amount of target DNA will be obtained, and usually will amplify a target DNA fragment to 10 to the power of 6 to 10 to the power of 10 times the amount of initial target DNA. Another PCR method, we call it PCR RFLP. This is a technique by which closely related species can be distinguished by using pattern analysis generated from exclusion restriction of their DNA. Based on the digestion of PCR amplicon with appropriate restriction enzyme to produce distinct polymorphic fragment used as a marker for specific species identification. This is about the technique of PCR FLP. First of all, we have to extract the DNA from the sample, and then we are doing a PCR reaction inside the thermocycler, and we get the PCR product and cleave out with one or more extraction enzyme, and we got the restriction fragment and then separate it using electrophoresis. And then the profile compared to various animal species. This also can be used for authentication and traceability. Another method is, we call it conventional PCR. This is a molecular biology technique for amplification of specific DNA fragment and performed in vitro. This method requires a long time because the PCR reaction needs to be finished first before separation of product by electrophoresis. So there is a look like a two-step. Yeah, the first step is separation. The second step is electrophoresis. The principle of this method is species-specific PCR utilize primer pairs for amplification of specific DNA sequences for selected targeting species. This is what happened in a conventional PCR. Look like RFLP. First of all, we have to extract the DNA and then doing the PCR reaction, and then we got the PCR product and separation of product by electrophoresis. Relatively took a long time. And then next, advanced PCR, we call it real-time PCR. Sometimes we call it quantitative PCR. It's a laboratory technique based on molecular biology. The amplification of target DNA can be monitored during the PCR process. It can be used to determine DNA amplicon quantitatively and semi-quantitatively. So that's why this method is better compared to other PCR technique. The principal PCR process can be assisted by the use of fluorescent dye or probe. Yeah, introduce into the reaction. The fluorescent intensity of this probe will be proportional to the amount of the DNA product formed. This is look like this. The diagram of real-time PCR. It can use fluorescent or probe, and the result can be look like this. Another technique is what we call it CRISPR, clustered regularly interspersed short palindromic repeat. This is a method of genome editing that edit internal DNA or RNA in reprogrammable and sequence-specific way in a process known as gene editing. Yeah? The principle of this method is detection of target gene that are amplification-free and mixed to it, thereby enabling fast detection and of porcine, for example, in a complex sample and presenting excellent selectivity in authenticating food, yeah, or product, processed product, especially processed meat product. Other technique is DNA isothermal amplification. Yeah, maybe we go to the next step. Actually, there are so many method or technique for authentication and traceability based on DNA, protein, and many kind of molecule. In my experience, real-time PCR is the most widely recommended and use standard method for food authentication and traceability since it proved to be reliable, fast, sensitive, and extremely specific technique for the detection of fraud. But for the future, new miniaturized and automated technology that offer new strategies for a better food authenticity and traceability assessment should continue to be developed. We don't know which one, which technique will be developed more compared to other technique. Actually, the food identification and traceability assessment based on PCR, yeah, can be used for authentication of food and animal origin, food of animal origin. For example, meat product, seafood, fish, and fish product, mollusks, dairy product. Yeah. Usually, since I'm working in halal, yeah, a frequent adulteration of meat product is the addition of pork, Shaskrova, to beef Bos Taurus product for economic gain. Yeah. The real-time PCR also can be used to for authentication and traceability of food of plant origin. Yeah, many related to olive oil, cereal, allergen, and many kind is already published. So you can see in many kind of journal. The PCR-based method have important application in species identification of food, such as legume, cereal, and many kind of allergen, with emphasis to nut. And of course, this is another product, yeah, should be authenticate, and we call it genetically modified organism, or we call it GMO. Many countries have special attention, but in Europe, European Union has dedicated special attention by requiring the compulsory labeling for food product containing more than 0.9% authorized GMO. So the GMO actually can be detected. So this is GMO detection. The main strategies for GMO detection rely on two types of molecule, the protein and nucleic acid. And the DNA-based PCR are method of choice. That's why real-time PCR is one of a very good method for authentication and traceability. The GMO also can be quantified. Yeah? At present, real-time PCR is the most commonly used technology for quantification of GMO. Let me share some finding from our research team. We have succeeded in making a qPCR kit for species detection. For example, for detection of porcine, bovine, dog, mouse, and chicken. Also, many other animals. We hope that the qPCR kit for species detection that we have developed can help halal authentication in particular and food authentication in general. Here is some of our team finding. This is, for example, food authentication for porcine traceability. Yeah. We already published our research work with the title Application Direct PCR Technique using specified mitochondrial DNA. Yeah. Encoded ND4 and D-loop gene on detecting pork DNA in processed meat. This is using a direct PCR method. And also, this is still on pork or porcine detection. Yeah. Not only pork, but also chicken. Food authentication for chicken DNA traceability. Yeah, we use multiplex PCR in this case. And also, next, we detecting bovine species or bovine using multiplex PCR method. Yeah, this is already published also. And also, we use a real-time PCR also. Yeah, for detecting dog, because dog and there are many non-halal food usually can be traced, can be authenticated using real-time PCR. So we have the experience in detecting dog DNA, yeah, using real-time PCR. Also, we use to detect mouse DNA, mouse species. Yeah. So we in halal laboratory usually conducting research work in detecting non-halal species. Sometimes we call it haram species. So detection, authentication, and also traceability also can be used in many kinds of food. But due to my work is in halal, halal field, so many of our research work related to authentication for some species which is non-halal. And let's go to the conclusion. There are many laboratory test methods for food authentication and traceability. But the real-time PCR is the most widely recommended and used standard method for food authentication and traceability, since it proved to be reliable, fast, sensitive, and extremely specific technique for detection of fraud. And the last one is new miniaturized and automated technology should be developed, because we need not only the method precise, good, but also simple. And we hope that the technique also not only simple, but also cheaper. So we can apply the method for authentication and traceability. Okay, that's all of my presentation. Thank you very much for. Okay, back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, sir. That was a wonderful session. Thanks for your presentation, sir. So, Dr. Nandalu, are you online? Ma'am? Ma'am, your mic is on mute. Please switch it on.
Is it fine now? Hope so.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, it is. So I'll share from my side. So please tell me which slide I should be hanging on and all. So I'll start your presentation. Wait a second. Please give me a second.
Can you see changing the slides?
Yes, ma'am. So it is fine only. So you itself can
No,
share
please.
it. So no problem.
Can you see?
Yes, yes, ma'am. I can see it.
Are the slides changing?
No, ma'am, it is not changing. Please put it on the presentation mode. It is on the lower corner of the right. Like after that, the 4 icon is there, right? The 4th icon.
Presentation.
The lower right corner. There, the notes and
So
the icons are there, right?
I'm
The
putting
last
in a
one.
slideshow.
Yes, ma'am.
Then why it is not are not changing now also?
Yes, ma'am. There might be the issue from the network and also that is right. So I can also share. No problem.
No, but every time, no, I have to mention to change the slides and all.
Yes, ma'am.
Time will be wasted.
Yes, ma'am. Please try again.
Sorry to all of you.
Please try again.
More options. Which icon you are suggesting to do?
Yeah, the same icon which is in the 4th after the book icon.
Not changing, right? Now also.
Yes, ma'am. It is also not changing. So that is why I have mentioned like I can present. So no problem. Select the slides accordingly, ma'am. So you can like change it to the other side. So no problem. Please do it.
Excuse me, can I help?
Yeah, please.
Saira, ma'am.
Saira.
Ma'am, Shreya here, ma'am. Ma'am, when ma'am is clicking share screen, ma'am has to click an option of share entire screen. Then
yesterday I was told to open Windows through enter.
The Windows only, it will be presentation,
actually,
but it is not
there is a technical glitch with that. So entire screen will show ma'am's whole screen during slideshow mode.
Entire screen you want me to do?
Yes, ma'am. Then ma'am, if ma'am shares, then it will come, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for the timely help. I'm just trying once again.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see my screen? No.
We can see your desktop, ma'am.
Some problem arose. I'm really feeling sad about.
Okay, ma'am. Change the slides accordingly, like clicking on one-to-one. So that will be helping you, ma'am. So there is no need for the presentation mode. So please go ahead with the slides itself. No problem.
Just see.
Or else I can share for you.
See now.
Your desktop only visible, ma'am. There is no slideshow. So yes, ma'am.
Now we are able to see you, Andalu. Now.
Yeah.
Now I am able to see you.
I will close and.
If the other that lady comes, then you are disappearing.
No, ma'am. I'll pin it right away. Pin ma'am's profile. No problem.
Shall I keep my PPT open or in the icon?
Yes, ma'am. Please keep it open. So you can there is no need to put it on a presentation mode. You can scroll it there itself. Please do. I'll pin your profile.
Wait. No, I'm trying again. Yes. I'm very, very sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Something not able to understand. Is it okay now?
No, ma'am, it is not opening. Present the window, so that is only fine, ma'am. That is when the PPT is visible. Please present it there itself. No problem, ma'am. 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 Okay, ma'am. So yeah, ma'am might have been facing technical issue. So we can move forward with the next speaker. So yes, ma'am. So let's welcome.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, I think I can. We can. I mean, change. So I can be the first one. Since the ma'am still working for that. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And before you, Dr. Archana Ainapura is there.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes, yeah, let's welcome Dr. Archana Ainapura, Vice President, Wellness and Nutritional Sciences, Texas School of Mental Health, India. Ma'am, the session is on you. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, I will share my slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible?
It is visible, ma'am. It is visible.
Yeah, okay. So, today we have listened to nutraceuticals as well as, other speakers speaking on various topics. But I'm going to stick to the core topic, that is culinary diversity and health. So, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and fellow enthusiasts, welcome to 7th International Conference on Food and Nutrition. It is a privilege to gather here under the theme Culinary Diversity and Health, a Global Perspective. This theme resonates deeply and it acknowledges the rich tapestry of culinary tradition woven across the globe and their profound impact on our well-being. Food is more than mere sustenance. It is a cultural cornerstone, a social cornerstone, and a canvas for creativity. The flavors, aromas, and rituals surrounding the food tell stories of heritage, geography, and community. From the vibrant spices of South Asia to the healthy stews of Europe, from the delicate sushi of Japan to the jerky chicken from the Caribbean, each culinary tradition offers a unique perspective on health and nourishment. Yet, in our interconnected world, a paradox exists. The ease of access to diverse cuisines has never been greater. However, globalized food systems often prioritize uniformity and convenience over local knowledge and traditional practices. This can lead to homogenization of diets, a decline in nutritional quality, and an increase in diet-related chronic diseases. Therefore, embracing culinary uh, diversity for health requires a multifaceted approach. So we must recognize the wisdom embedded in tradition foodways. Indigenous communities have honed their diets over generations, adopting to local resources and promoting sustainable practices. So let us learn today from their experience and integrate these valuable insights into modern nutrition recommendations. So first we will talk about nutritional wisdom. Traditional diets often emphasize locally sourced seasonal ingredients such as essential nutrients. We will explore diets of specific region like Mediterranean diet emphasizing olive oil, vegetables and legumes, or the Japanese focus on fermented foods rich in probiotics. So about the Mediterranean diet, it originates in the Mediterranean Sea, near the bordering countries of the Mediterranean Sea, such as Greece, Italy, Spain. The key features of this diet focuses on fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes, nuts, seeds, and olive oil. Moderate consumption of fish, poultry, and dairy products, limited intake of red meat, in processed foods, and added sugar. Health benefits of this diet are associated with lower risk of heart disease, stroke, type 2 diabetes, and some cancer. May also promote cognitive health and longevity. So we can say that the traditional knowledge emphasizes on seasonal and local ingredients, cooking with olive oil, and sharing meals as social experience. We will talk about Japanese food. They are originated in Japan. Regular consumption of fermented foods like kimchi, that is pickled vegetable, miso, that is soybean paste, natto, that is fermented soybean, and sake, that is red wine. Health benefits are fermented foods are rich in probiotics, which contribute to gut health, digestion, and immune function. They also may offer anti-inflammatory properties. Fermentation is a traditional method of preserving food while enhancing its flavor and nutritional value. It plays a significant role in Japanese cuisine and dietary practices. Now I'm going to tell you about Maasai diet, which is of East Africa, such as Kenya and Tanzania. It provides essential proteins, vitamins, and minerals. The Maasai people are known for their exceptional eyesight and physical powers. How they provide proteins, vitamins, and minerals? Because they are traditionally nomadic diet, high in milk, meat, and blood from their livestock, supplemented with wild fruits, vegetables, and honey if it is available. The Maasai have adapted their diet to their environment using available resources to meet their nutritional needs, and they have a deep understanding of animal husbandry and seasonal changes. Now, Andean diet of South America, that is Peru and Bolivia. These staples include quinoa, potatoes, corn, and various tubers. Other components include legumes, vegetables, fruits, and lean protein sources like fish and llama meat. They are high in fiber, vitamin, and minerals. This diet is considered as a complete and balanced source of nutrition. The Indian people have developed agricultural techniques to cultivate crops in harsh conditions, such as using raised beds, that is Baru technique they call it as, to improve soil fertility. These are just a few examples of rich tapestry of traditional foodways around the world. Each region offers unique insights into how cultures have utilized their resources to create healthy and sustainable diets. By learning from these traditions, we can gain valuable knowledge to promote a healthier future for all. Now I'm going to talk about adaptability and resilience. Indigenous communities have developed food systems that thrive in diverse environments. So let us discuss how traditional practices like crop rotation, water conservation techniques, and fermentation can contribute to food security and climate change adaptations. Crop rotation, which is seen in Mediterranean region, and the benefits are it improves soil fertility by preventing depletion of specific nutrients in the soil, ensuring long-term productivity. It reduces pest and diseases outbreak by different crops as different crops attract different pests. Rotating crops disrupts pest cycle, that is life cycle of the pest, minimizing crop damage. It improves water retention. Crop diversity promotes a healthy soil microbiome, leading to better water filtration and retention. And examples of this are they rotate legumes, that is lentil, chickpeas, with cereals such as wheat, barley, and vegetables. Legumes fix nitrogen in the soil and benefits the subsequent crop. Now about the water conservation technique. Traditional societies have developed indigenous methods to conserve water in arid environments. Bloodletting is one of the systems where Maasai people withdraw a small amount of blood from their livestock instead of slaughtering them. This reduces water need for the raising animal. Varu Varu, which is an Indian people technique, they use raised bed agriculture to improve water retention and drainage in high altitude and rain-fed environments. Fermentation is the technique which not only enhances the flavor but also contributes to the food security. It extends shelf life. It allows safe storage of food for extended periods, reducing food waste and ensuring food availability during lean season. It enhances nutritional value. It can increase the bioavailability of certain nutrients and creates beneficial probiotics as seen in Japanese fermented foods like kimchi and miso. These traditional practices are not relics of the past. They offer valuable lessons for adapting to a changing climate and ensuring food security. By integrating these practices with modern technologies and scientific knowledge, we can build more resilient food systems. Now we will move on to focus on whole food. Traditional diets often prioritize on unprocessed foods over refined options. Let us discuss the cultural significance of preparing meals from scratch and the potential health benefits of consuming food in its natural state. Cultural significance to it is also there. It connects with the heritage. Cooking from scratch is often a way of connecting with one's cultural heritage. Traditional recipes passed down through generations hold stories, memories, and sense of identity. It enhances social bonding. Preparing meals can be a social experience. Families and communities gather around the kitchen, fostering communication and strengthening the bonds. It creates a sense of accomplishment. The act of creating a meal from scratch provides a sense of accomplishment and pride. It allows individuals to express creativity and control over the dietary choices. Examples of these are Japanese tea ceremony, Indian thalis, and Mexican tamales. Japanese tea ceremony, this is a meticulous preparation and presentation of matcha tea and is a highly ritualized practice with deep cultural significance. Similarly, Indian thalis, preparing a platter with variety of dishes, is an art that reflects regional flavors and cultural diversity. Same with Mexican tamales, grinding corn to wrapping them in corn husk is a social and cultural tradition for many families. Health benefits of natural foods are too many. It, it, it creates a greater control over ingredients. Cooking from scratch allows you to choose healthy, whole ingredients and limit added sugars, unhealthy fats, and sodium often found in processed food. Whole foods are generally richer in essential vitamins, minerals, and dietary fiber compared to processed options. And the process of selecting, preparing, and cooking food can lead to greater understanding of your dietary choices and their impact on your health. And these examples are swapping processed meats, replacing processed lunch meats with a grilled chicken breast seasoned with herbs, provide a source of lean protein with fewer unhealthy additives. Similarly, building your own salad. It also gives you a chance to uh, control the ingredients and incorporate a variety of fresh vegetables and fruits for added vitamins and fiber. Cooking brown rice or quinoa instead of white rice provides more complex carbohydrate, fibers, and essential nutrients. So the modern applications can be used to embrace traditional for healthier future. In our exploration of culinary diversity, let us shine a light on the exciting ways uh, chefs and food scientists are incorporating traditional ingredients and techniques into innovative dishes that are both delicious and health promoting. So modernizing traditional, that is fusion cuisine. Chefs are drawing inspiration from diverse culinary tradition to create unique flavor combinations. For example, a restaurant might feature a dish combining the vibrant spices of Indian cuisine with the delicate texture of Japanese cooking. Reinterpreting classics, traditional recipes are being reimagined using healthier ingredients and cooking methods. Think cauliflower steak seasoned with Moroccan spices or a vegan shepherd's pie made with lentil and quinoa. Preserving techniques, that is adapting ingredients. Fermentation technique like pickling and kimchi making are being used with locally sourced vegetables to create exciting new new flavor profiles and probiotic benefits. Now there are some examples which I will give you for this food movement. Noma, which is a restaurant in Copenhagen, where chef René Redzepi is renowned for his innovative take on Nordic cuisine using pork ingredients and traditional preservation techniques in a fine dining setting. Alma, which is in Mexico City, the chef Enrique Olvera celebrates the rich culinary heritage of Mexico with a focus on indigenous ingredients and sustainable practices. There is a slow food movement. This is a global movement which promotes local food system, traditional food preparation methods, and biodiversity. They advocate for food that is good, clean, and fair. Now, some benefits of these culinary innovations that first is increase awareness of traditional foods. By incorporating this tradition into modern cuisine, chefs can spark interest in the appreciation for diverse culinary heritage. It promotes healthy choices. Innovative dishes can make healthy eating more appealing and accessible to a wider audience. It encourages sustainable practices. Modern chefs are often mindful of resourcing local and seasonal ingredients, contributing to a more sustainable food system. As we explore the importance of culinary diversity for health, let us look into initiatives that bridge the gap between traditional food waves and modern programs like school lunches and community health initiatives. There are certain challenges in these initiatives. School lunch programs often operate with standardized menus and might not reflect the cultural diversity of the student body. This can lead to low student participation and missed opportunity to promote healthy eating or eating habits. Many communities particularly those facing food insecurity, may lack access to fresh, culturally relevant ingredients. This makes it difficult to integrate traditional foodways into community health programs. But there could be some innovative solutions to it. Cultural sensitive menus can be produced. School programs can collaborate with nutritionists and community members to develop menus that incorporate traditional ingredients and dishes while adhering to nutritional guidelines. School gardens and cooking classes. By integrating school gardens and cooking classes, can expose children to the original origins of food, connect them with traditional food practices, and empower them to make healthy choices. The examples are set by some schools. The Boston Public School partnered with chefs and community membership to develop a global Food Fridays program featuring dishes from diverse culture alongside nutritional education. In San Francisco, the United School District um, established school gardens and cooking classes, teaching students about local agriculture, healthy eating, and traditional recipes from various cultures. Community health programs, collaboration between food pantries and local farms can ensure access to culturally relevant fresh produce, promoting healthy eating habits and supporting local agriculture. Nutritional education with a cultural focus can be done. Community health programs can incorporate culturally sensitive cooking demonstrations, workshops, and recipes to empower individuals to prepare healthy meals based on their tradition. So some benefits of integrating traditional foodways are increased engagement. Programs that integrate familiar ingredients and dishes can improve participation and interest in both school lunches and community health. Promoting cultural identity, acknowledging that and celebrating traditional foodways fosters cultural awareness and respect within communities, and supporting nutritional needs. That is, traditional diet often focus on whole, unprocessed foods, providing a foundation for healthy eating habits. Now I will conclude by incorporating some strategies for action or stating some strategies for action. Support research, advocate for more research funding to study the health benefits of traditional diets and identify best practices for integrating them into modern nutritional guidelines. Promote cultural exchange, encourage cultural exchange programs and workshops that allow people to learn about and experience diverse food traditions. Empower home cooks, promote resources and educational programs that guides home cooks on incorporating traditional ingredients and techniques into their own kitchens. Advocate policy changes, encourage support for policies that provide funding for school gardens, cooking classes, and culturally sensitive menu development in schools. Protect biodiversity. Highlight the connection between culinary diversity and biodiversity conservation. Discuss the importance of supporting sustainable agricultural practices that preserve heirloom varieties and local food systems. Promote food literacy, empowering individuals with knowledge about healthy choices, regardless of their cultural background, is crucial. We need educational programs that celebrate culinary diversity while fostering informed dietary decisions. Fostering sustainable practices. A healthy food system is one that respects the environment. So let us reduce food waste and ensure sustainable access to nutritious food across the population. Embarrassing culinary innovations. Culinary diversity thrives on creativity and exploration. We can encourage chefs and food scientists to develop innovative dishes that are both delicious and health promoting and drawing information from diverse traditions. So with this, I will conclude today's keynote address and thank you for patient listening. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. That is a very nice presentation we have seen. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. And if you can ask questions, you can ask, ma'am. No problem.
Yeah. If there are any questions.
Participants, please, if you have any kind of questions, you can raise now.
I guess there are no questions.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes.
There is no such question, but ma'am, I really appreciate you've tried to put everything very holistically into the presentation. It was also some traditional knowledge system from various part of the world, and you gave us some insight on how that can be addressed to the restaurants also, and how can we make a use of sustainable practices. So thank you very much for the presentation, ma'am, and your insights. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
You talked about the school lunches, like how we
Yeah.
can incorporate. So,
Yeah.
is there any such thing which is being done in India right now for a school lunch program?
In our country, there are certain private schools who are trying to do this, but I couldn't find any kind of example who is trying to do, imbibe the cultural diversity. The only reason is our schools do not have uh, people coming from all over the world, but we are trying to incorporate various menus which are regional specific.
Yes.
For example, idlis from South India or parathas from North India. And the combinations are being made very good. Like idli has got pulses and rice along with the sambar and chutney, or parathas, they are removing aloo paratha, which is carbohydrate and carbohydrate, but putting leafy vegetable paratha, etc., along with the curd. So such examples I have personally went and seen in some of the private schools in Pune. But I'm sure such thing must be there all over India because of they are hiring nutritionists on their panel.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. It was excellent session. We really enjoyed listening to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Shraddha.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I have a small doubt.
Yeah.
Can I express?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, you have really covered quite a lot regarding these food and nutrition issues. The doubt I have is, of course, fermented food.
Yes.
You made it very clear that it is very good in all aspects. But my doubt is, in the process of fermentation, you yourself also said that the bioavailability of nutrients will be high, will become high in the fermentation process.
Yeah.
In that context, the starch, especially our idlis and doshas being fermented, the starch will be split into its components already in the fermentation process.
Yes.
That means nutrient availability will be more.
Yes.
So idli and dosha, can a diabetic can take a diabetic person, because glucose may be readily available when we take idli or dosa like that. So is it advisable for a diabetic person?
Glucose, fermentation, starch can make glucose available to our body, but we are adding dal to it, so that, and the fiber content of dal would be there, which can lower the glycemic load, although the index will be high.
But still, what I feel may be limited. Maybe
limited, and that's why I gave the examples of kimchi and all those things which are to be eaten, which are to be taken in the limited amount, like pickles and yogurts and
though dal is added, major quantity is rice. So maybe instead of 4 rice, like that, maybe they have to.
Could be. Further studies are required for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, that was a wonderful session. And thanks for joining us in the first place. And thanks for your insights in this particular conference. So let's move on to the next speaker. Mr. Vidyaputra. Chief
I'm
Executive
an
Officer.
ex-colleague of Andalu. I'm an ex-colleague of, I'm retired person. B.
Yes, ma'am.
Andalu is the participant now, isn't it? She's,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
technological issues, she may come next.
Yes, ma'am.
So I am a colleague. I was a colleague of B.
Yes,
Andalu.
ma'am. The thing is like, because of the technical issues, we have informed ma'am that we will be having her session in the last also. So we have informed ma'am also. Rest assured.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's move on to the next speaker, Mr. Vidyaputra, Chief Executive Officer, Meatless Kingdom, Indonesia. Sir, please come to the, please switch on your video.
Hello. Yes. So can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. And can you please start your presentation?
Okay.
Welcome, sir. The presentation session.
Yeah.
Please.
Can you see that right now?
Yes, sir. I can see your presentation.
Okay. So I will start and make it quick. So yeah, thank you again for the committee of the conference. It is an honor that I can share with you today. So my topic is the trend of alternative protein in Indonesia. So let me start with alternative protein. Maybe most of you already know about this thing, but I just want to remind us that in alternative protein industry, they separate it in three industry. The first thing is plant-based, which is based on usually from grains like soya and also some other grains and also mushroom and other plants, right? And the second one is precision fermentation. As you can see, or you update about it, like right now, some company make like milk, but then without using animal or cow milk, but they use certain fermentation process and produce like milk with certain function, right? And the third one is cell-based. So they collect or they isolate certain cells and then they grow in the lab with certain technology. That's why they call it cell-based. Even the cell-based itself, it is in some region like US, Singapore, they already approved by the government and then already in the market. But mostly, as far as I know, this cell-based still combined with, let's say, plant-based to make like the price is affordable. And in Indonesia itself, this alternative protein, I would say mostly the plant-based is already in the market, but then the precision fermentation and cell-based still in the research base. And so what I find here in Indonesia, based on some data that we get from the government and also based on our own survey, this is what we find related about plant-based. Yeah. So the unique information is, I would say, based on the data 2020. So from PwC, Rabobank, and Temasek, Indonesia, one of the highest people that who want embrace vegan or vegetarian lifestyle. I think like compared to other Asia country. But of course, I think India also already very advanced or become lifestyle for vegan or vegetarian lifestyle. But I think from this point of view is the new customer or new people that want to become vegetarian or vegan lifestyle. And also based on our how to say, like our survey, the unique one of the character of Indonesian want to become vegetarian food is like they just started like 1 or 5 until 5 years, and this is the majority. We can see more than 50%. With the sampling is 700 people, and it means like we are in very growing phase right now. And another thing is when they want to become vegan or vegetarian consumer, the problem in Indonesia is they are hard to find the food when they arrive on new place. And also the second reason is the price of vegan food still relatively more expensive than non-vegetarian food. And the third reason is it is still difficult to get a vegetarian menu for daily consumption. So this is 3 challenges that people face when they want to become vegan or vegetarian in Indonesia. And another fact that we find is the most reason or the main reason that Indonesian people choosing plant-based food is actually because they believe plant-based products are healthier. So compared to Western country or some other country that mostly because of let's say like environmental conscious, or because of global warming, or even like because of religion reason. But in Indonesia it's different case. So we believe because plant-based products are healthier, that's why people want to try to become vegan or vegetarian. So in reality also, I think even we see the trend is growing in Indonesia, but honestly speaking, it is also still a lot of challenge for this market. Especially the first thing is mostly people, especially Indonesian people, they still compare between real meat and also plant-based meat. And the second one, even based on our experience when we have like exhibition, when we give plant-based meat, they even don't believe it, like is it true that this is made from mushroom and soy, something like that. So mostly they never try this plant-based meat, so actually that's why they never also consider in their daily basis consumption. That's why we need like to educate, like to give the to explain about the beneficial and etc. Right? So but of course it's by time it is also growing. And how is actually our solution in Meatless Kingdom? So just to give you an idea, this is all our products. We have 5 types, and mostly they are Indonesian taste, but I think 1 or 2 type of these products you are maybe familiar, especially in Malaysia, like rendang. You also have this kind of thing. And also this dendeng manis asap, like if you are familiar, like bakwa in Singapore, we just try to make quite similar with the real meat, and the rest is mostly typical Indonesian taste. So the advantage of this kind of products is we make it ready to eat, so it is easy to distribute, especially because in Indonesia we are archipelago country, and the cold chain is also quite challenging so far. That's why we make it like self-stable, and also the expired date can be like 1 to 1.5 years. So it is easy to distribute. Besides that, we also introduce like the snacks based on seaweed, based on mushroom. The mushroom is local mushroom, oyster mushroom we use to introduce like actually we can start to educate the market from the snacks, because Indonesian people also love snacks. It is already daily consumption, but then we just try to make it easy to consumption. Sorry. And also about the meatless kingdom. Meatless kingdom compared to real meat, it is like you can see it is sorry for that, because I'm in my home. So
Yes, sir, please go. Please.
The advantage of meatless kingdom compared to animal meat, as based on our research, is it contains 42% lower calories than regular beef, and also 39% lower fat compared to regular beef. And of course, it is also source of fiber. This is what we cannot find in real meat. And another thing is source of carbohydrate. So I think not only meatless kingdom, but mostly if you can see in plant-based meat products out there, they contain at least like source of fiber compared to real meat. And okay, so just to give you an idea, because we are a company, to give you an idea how we penetrate our market, we exist in e-commerce, like this is in Shopee, and also we are exist in Instagram, TikTok, because nowadays TikTok become very popular in Indonesia, not only in Indonesia, I think some part of the world also. So we follow the trend to bring the awareness of alternative protein. In this case is plant-based. And we also have a website. This give trust to our customers, and also not only in digital, but we also try to access in offline channel like exhibition, and also in television, Indonesian television, or even newspaper coverage. Like we have been covered by the Straits Times last year, Singapore, because of we have event in Singapore. And also besides that, what I want to share is the campaign. So how we can bring the awareness to our audience, to our potential customers in Indonesia is we make a kind of like one example is the campaign of healthy pleasure. So what we find in Indonesia itself is people feel like they want to be healthy, they want to eat like delicious food, but sometimes they feel guilty. So what we bring here is a marketing campaign that healthy pleasure. So even you eat healthy products, but then you can get pleasure of it. So this is our main purpose. And here is we drive the campaign for targeting some audience like career woman, traveler, housewife, and also sportsman. I'm not sure if it can hear the video or not.
No, sir, it is not audible.
No, but maybe just to look at the video. This is just some type of our potential audience that we try to make to describe, and then from there we just give the solution of how their needs. So because this kind of products is ready to eat, so they easy to prepare when even they are traveler, they are career woman and housewife, they can prepare for their family easily. Because nowadays, yeah, people getting very busy, especially in urban cities, right? So they can prepare easily with their family. Yeah, so this is the campaign of Healthy Pleasure. And combined with the campaign, we give the promotion. We also collaborate with some influencer to bring this awareness. And yeah, our partners also not only in Indonesia but also in Malaysia. Our products are distributed by Simply Food Company. If you can see here, they are also exist in Shopee. So if you want to try how is Indonesian plant-based meat, you can go to Shopee of Simply Food Company. And I think this is my last slide, just to show you how this alternative protein becomes so popular in food industry. We also get some international achievement like Scale It Up Challenge sponsored by Buehler, Cargill, and Givaudan last year, and they are also in Food Tech 500 startup. That I think here in audience, if you want to make food startup, food innovation, or food technology startup, you can also join this list, and hopefully, yeah, one day you also can be in this list. And the others is our national achievement. So yeah, that's all from my side. Hopefully you can get some information about alternative protein and how actually it happens in Indonesia right now. So yeah, that's all. I bring back to the committee.
Yeah, that is a wonderful session, sir. So please ask audience for their questions now. Participants, please feel
This is
free
not
to.
a question, actually, something I wanted to share. In this meatless kingdom, I think full makana also takes its place. Full makana, which is prepared from the lotus stem. Various recipes are made from full makana.
Okay. So is it question or just statement?
No, it is just, I said it is not a question. I wanted to share that sort.
Okay.
It is not a question. It is available now in India also.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I just stop share, yeah. So
full makan.
Okay. Thank you, madam. I think you still mute, Miss Committee. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the session, sir. And yeah, let's welcome our next keynote speaker, Dr. Abhishek Mathur, Senior Scientist, Jivaji University, Gwalior, India. Sir, please come online.
Yeah, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah. Yeah. I am sharing my slides. Are these slides visible?
Yes, sir. Your slides are visible. Let me check for your video connection, please. Wait a second. Yes, sir. Your video is visible. Now it is not visible.
Thank you so much, organizers, for inviting me for the deliberation on such a valuable theme regarding the food and nutrition. and I'm thankful to the organizing committee for the same. And so I was getting connected from last few minutes, and I was listening all the deliberations by eminent speakers like Dr. Vidya Putra and Madam Dr. Aina Puraman, and definitely excellent talks by them regarding the different types of fermented foods, the plant-based proteins, and so my deliberation will be directly, indirectly related to the food practices, but from the respect of this agriculture point of view, because this agriculture only is giving us the organic food concept, and so my deliberation will be concise on the organic concepts and the kind of organic practices we are performing and the product formulations we do and developing the agriculture products, so that this agriculture fertility can be useful, and we can be able to have the good growth of the crops for the proper so that they will provide nutrition, proper vegetation, and good fruit development like that. So I will be speaking on the study of the nanoparticle formulations of metabolites extracted from the microbes having the PGPR activities, plant growth promoting and pesticidal activities, traits in lieu of sustainable agriculture practices for agriculture. So, so sustainable agriculture practices, as we know that in India and throughout the world, there are different conventional fertilizers being used, which have reduced the soil fertility, increased the toxic conditions in the soil, leading to different toxic residues accumulation, causing different environmental pollution, and leading to upgradation in the upgradation of toxic elements in the food chain, leading to toxicity in the body and of the animals and human beings, and leading to death like that. So and different kinds of diseases and clinical conditions. So my talk will be precise on this organic farming using the nanotechnology formulations. So nanotechnology formulations by using the PGPR, plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, which are meant for the agriculture growth development, the agriculture productivity, as well as the biocontrol concept, having the pesticidal trait, insecticidal trait, as well as this kind of fungicidal traits. So developing, using and exploring these microorganisms for developing the nanoformulations by the use of nanotechnology. So nanotechnology is now not a new term, and we know that nanotechnology is very common nowadays in different kinds of sectors, different kinds of verticals of the industries like cosmetic industry, agriculture industry, pharmaceutical industry, medicine and medical industry, waste treatment industries, and all. So nanotechnology, what does this nanotechnology meant for? This is for manipulating the materials and generating this kind of small kind of molecules, a small kind of items, so that they can be utilized for formulations, basically up to 100 nanometer. And since these nanoparticles are very small size, they have broad action, broad functioning, and that means a lot, because the application wise, that will be more meaningful and that will be very fruitful. So yeah, the nature has also given some nanoparticles, and the human beings, as per the utilities, as per the convenience, are into the production of different kinds of nanoparticles, and different kinds of nanoparticles are getting produced by us, so that we can develop different kinds of practices, and we can do desired functions, applications. So application of nanotechnology, as I said, different kinds of sectors, different kinds of verticals: agriculture, bioremediation, medicine, innovative nanomaterials preparation, waste removal, cosmetics, and we are giving the inputs from the contaminated soil, water, air, or byproducts of food industry, waste biomass, natural nanoparticles, and different kinds of water and different molecules from nature. So coming to this nanoparticle applications and formulations in agriculture point of view, there are different kinds of processes which are meant for preparation nanoparticles, which are physical, chemical, biological, and different kinds of hybrid methods are also available to synthesize them. But as a person of natural science, like I must go on the biological methods because these are more reliable, non-toxic, eco-friendly methods are there, and which are meant for synthesis of nanoparticles, leaving no toxic residues in the environment. And the best options are for preparation of biological nanoparticles are basically using the plant extracts of microorganisms or the metabolites to develop these nanoformulations. So now how we are getting these microorganisms from the nature? There is basically a rhizosphere region in the soil, the region which is near the root cap of the crops, and that is having different microbial communities which is providing the nutrition as well as provide the defense against the different kinds of stresses to the crops. And there is a teamwork of different kind of microorganisms which are staying there, and they work at suitable temperature regions and favorable regions because there is a specific pH available there. So these microorganisms work together and promote the sustainable agriculture productivity. So that is a beautiful action of this PGPRs, plant growth promoter rhizobacteria. And what we do as a scientist, because we are the researchers, so we have to explore them. We have to collect these soil samples, and then we have to isolate all these microorganisms. They may be nitrogen fixers, they may be phosphate solubilizing, potash mobilizing, and zinc solubilizing, etc., etc. And also they have good promotion traits as well as they have antagonistic properties, which can also eradicate the pathogens. Okay, and different kinds of pathogens invading the crops also they are deteriorated by these kinds of microbes. So these microbes have a beneficial action, a positive nature, which controls not only the growth promotion but also they are favorable for antagonistic behavior against the predators and the pathogens, attack of pathogenic microbes on the crops. So these are basically nitrogen fixers. They produce the hormones. They produce and develop the nodules of the crops as rhizobium bacteria and the leguminous crops. They are able to uptake the nutrition. They are producing a siderophores, and they are meant for the biocontrol actions. So what is going in the nature? Basically, this crop is having the roots. These roots are also producing some molecules. Okay, these molecules are basically the signal molecules for the bacteria, these PGPRs, and these PGPRs basically uptake these signals, and they releases their hormones and they releases their metabolites, so that will be beneficial for the crops for their particular defense and growth promotion. So what we do basically, we explore these, isolate these microorganisms and explore their properties. And what we do, we basically utilize their metabolites in a meaningful way to develop some kinds of natural molecule-based formulations. Okay, so there is a basically beautiful connection of the microbes to microbes and to the plant interaction, and that favors the growth of the plants and the crops for sustainable agriculture productivity. So as I said, that PGPRs are not meant only for growth regulatory activity, but also for different kinds of antagonistic behavior, releasing their and metabolites like citrophores, bacteriocins, antibiotics for making a defense to the crops against the predators and the pathogenic microbes invading the crops. So they are developing, these PGPRs are developing a kind of systemic induced resistance and a kind of systemic acquired resistance behavior, a kind of resistance mechanism they're generating in the crop, so that no pathogens or no predators attack directly to the crops. So if this kind of activity gets maintained in the crops, that the crops will be more sustainable for agriculture productivity for a longer time. Either there may be any stress conditions, there may be any salinity or in drought-like conditions, etc., etc. So if the crop is basically immunologically active, it has a strong mechanism. By these PGPRs, definitely no predators or no influence of biotic stress will occur on these crops, and that crop will have growth promoting traits in and develop a sustainable agriculture productivity. Okay, so different kinds of these PGPRs also basically induces different kinds of genes. We know the central dogma, this DNA to RNA to protein. Any gene that is basically activated gets converted into protein, and that protein is basically meant for producing different kinds of molecules. So basically, PGPRs are activating the crop genes, so that different kinds of molecules or signaling molecules are basically released, so that the crop also have a defense by a mutually relationship between the PGPRs, and also PGPRs also gains a nutrition by the crop. So there is a kind of win-win situation for both of them for the sustainable agriculture productivity because of the induction of these genes into different proteins and like that. So there is a beautiful mechanism over there. So this is a biotechnological approach which we basically use to explore and which we are used to identify, and we collect all these signaling molecules and we develop a suitable metabolite and kind of product formulation like that. Okay, so last but not the least, these interact and coordinates with some natural molecules mediated nanoparticles for showing a proper umbrella coating to the crop by own means. So these PGPRs are having a wonderful action. So definitely they are giving a suitable umbrella coating to the crop so that the crop can attain sustainable productivity. Okay, so there are different kinds of molecules, and these are basis of different kinds of activities. As I mentioned, that the PGPRs are having different kinds of actions. On the basis of actions, they can be utilized to develop different kinds of fertilizers, different kinds of phytostimulators, or isoremediators, or biopesticides, etc. So, as I mentioning about the PGPRs, so the greatest PGPR which we use to work upon is vesicular arbuscular mycorrhiza. That is a great PGPR which is basically not only solubilizing the complex phosphate deposits in the soil, but also helps in the root colonization and enables the crop for sustainable productivity. So this kind of mechanism it is doing because the crop roots are also releasing some molecules, and that is taken up by this end of this mycorrhiza, and this mycorrhiza in that particular signal releases some metabolites, some hormones, so that the crop favors it and the crop gains a suitable productivity like that. So these are kind of beautiful spores of mycorrhiza, and these glomus species, Gygospora, Aculospora, this chain of mycorrhiza are there, which basically converts the different forests, different trees from very long distances, and it helps in the root colonization. You can see here, you can see that the roots are getting colonized, the multiple branching of the roots happens. It is said that if you have a solid platform of the roots, then definitely you can go for longer ahead. So definitely, if crops are attaining such kind of roots by these mycorrhiza, you can then these crops will enable to withstand against any kind of stress conditions. So besides mycorrhiza, there are different wonderful beneficial bacteria which are having antagonistic action, and they control the different pathogens. So all these PGPRs are there. You can see here that roots are getting fibrous, multiple branching pattern is there, which is favoring the growth and like that. Here I am showing the photographs of different fungus which are in the form of PGPRs, which are having fungicidal antagonistic property. So they are releasing different kinds of molecules which control different kinds of pathogens, phytopathogens invading the crops. So you can see this kind of bacteria is basically in controlling the growth of Sclerotium, and this kind of bacteria is inhibiting the growth of this fungus. So, so this is a dominance because these molecules are beautiful in such a way that they can be utilized for the antagonistic behavior. So there are some other fungus as well which grows on the insects. Okay, so they destroy the insects. So when these kind of fungus are being explored and they are able to produce the metabolites, so what we can do, we can develop some products which can be a biopesticide or bioinsecticide. So these are Bacillomyces, Lichenium, Verticillium, Metarrhizum, and these are basically entomopathogenic fungus. You can see here that in this fungus is growing on the body of the insect. Okay, destroy the complete body of the insect, and this destroys the insect attack. Okay, so when this kind of fungus grows on this insect, so it will not be able to invade the crop, and definitely will not be able to grow its colonies for a longer time. These entomopathogenic fungi can also be explored to develop the different metabolites. and now how to propagate. So suitable technology for propagation of these microbes is basically fermentation. So fermentation using different PGPRs and using the suitable metabolites and identifying their promising traits, whether the growth promoting activity or root colonization activity or insecticidal pesticidal traits, and with the help of the laboratory staff setup, basically a microbiological laboratory taken carried by the pilot plant facility, and then to the scale up, you can develop this microorganism, and also at each and every parameter you can also check out the quality, so that there should not be any contamination in your material, so the shit should not be scaled up. So this kind of facility of fermentation you can use for propagation of the biofertilizers, for propagation of this antagonistic fungi and pathogenic fungi, etc. This is a fermentation facility starting from the shake flask culture to the pilot plant fermenters and to the big scale commercial fermenters. So this is a suitable facility for growing the funguses on the solid state platform, solid state fermentation, and developing and growing these organisms in a beautiful way, so that you can utilize these organisms for commercial setup. Okay, so like that. And now this is about the formulations. So I believe in 4N strategy, which means nanoparticles, natural molecules, new combination, next gen strategies, through which the molecules secreted by these organisms can be utilized for a an effective agent, and then you can develop a nanoparticle nano formulations, and then on the basis of their properties you can develop suitable products. Like you can see here, the trichoderma fused silver nanoparticle. So trichoderma is one biocontrol agent which is releasing some metabolites. Okay, then what we have done, we have basically utilized this nanoparticle metabolites with the silver ions. Silver is a meant for antimicrobial action, and that when it's fused, it forms a silver trichoderma fused silver nanoparticle. It is basically trichoderma metabolite fused silver nanoparticle, and these formulations can be taken up further for as a product to develop a strong biocontrol agent. Similarly, you can see that these nanoparticles are at optimum sizes, so that can be checked out by the scanning electron microscopy, and also X-ray diffraction, and different kinds of techniques are there which can determine the sizes of particles, and like you can check out the anti-fungicidal activities, okay, with different concentrations, so you can understand that your formulation what is developed, that is technically meant for that commercial property or not. Similarly, this is an example of Beauveria bassiana, that is an entomopathogenic fungus growing on the insects. So again, what we have done, we have produced the metabolites out of it, and then we have used the silver ions to develop a biocontrol agent which controls the maggots, larvas, caterpillars, everything. And this kind of change in the color reveals the preparation nanoparticles. So what we have done, we have isolated this, and then we have produced the metabolites out of it, and then we have fused with the silver ions to develop a formulation, and then we have spread on the crops, on these maggots and larvas which are invading the crops. And this, you can see the images that these larvas and maggots are basically getting controlled by the this biocontrol formulation. Similarly, as I told, the biological nanoparticles, you can utilize the plant extract, microbial extract, anything. So in terms of this microbial extract and plant extract curcumin is from haldi. Yeah, okay. So this is a latest molecule which is already meant for this antimicrobial properties, fungicidal properties, and insecticidal properties as well. So what we can do, we can extract out this, and then we have done also the natural molecule from this crabs and prawns. We have extracted the chitosan and developed a suitable nanoparticle, and we have developed chitosan curcumin fused nanoparticles, right? So change in color and this formation, this nanoparticle prepared is basically an effective agent for the fungicidal controlling the fungus attacking the crops, as well as this insecticide and pesticide properties. So we have seen different these activities on different kinds of pathogens on fungus, controlling all these fungus basically, and this is about the different kind of nanoparticle which we have prepared as silica nanocomposite. Silica is again a natural molecule which is abundant in nature. So a lot of plants are already having the inbuilt silica, and the silica is abundant in nature, so we can take out from the earth. And also we there are several plants like rice, wheat, their husk and the straw is having the accumulation of silica, so we can extract all the silica from it, and then this silica can be utilized for developing nanoparticle. So we have refined a process through operation of silica from rice husk and wheat straw. And with this complete process, we have extracted out the pure silica, and then we have done the nano composites of it. And we have spread on the brinjal crop. Brinjal crop is attacked by the different kinds of pathogens and different kinds of insects. So we found the different activities on it. A strong activity of by controlling different kinds of pests invading the brinjal crop. Okay, and we have also seen the growth promotion activities as well. So we found that the particles, the nanoparticles which we are getting, which we are preparing, that were not toxic, environment friendly, by utilizing the natural resources only, and no chemicals were embedded in it, and they were not only controlling the different kinds of pathogens and insects and pests, but also they are having the strong growth promotion traits. So that multiple traits were present in those formulations. So this can be utilized for a commercial point of view, and this is a photograph where we have seen that dose dependent mechanism of these nanoparticles, silica based nanoparticles of the whitefly population, Bamesia tabigi. So this is a predominant pathogen that I must say that the pest which are attacking the crop, brinjal and different kinds of crops are attacked by this whitefly. And this because of this whitefly, when it gets damage the crop, this viral infection also comes in the crop because of this. So the formulation was able to control this fly. And we have seen again the fungicidal activities against different kinds of plant pathogens. Here I have not mentioned the names, but because of my IPR point of view, but it was meant for making this all phytopathogens get controlled. Okay, so this kind of traits I found. And we are also working on the detoxification of the chemicals or pesticides from the soil, as different fields and different soils sites are having accumulated with different kinds of chemicals. So there we have developed a beautiful microbial consortia which is meant for degradation of these toxic chemicals and pesticides. So what happens when we used to give the biofertilizers or different kinds of biocontrolling agents in such fields which are already filled of these chemicals, which were getting used by long time ago. So what happens is these microbial fertilizers do not work there. So these natural molecules do not work there. So first of all, what we have to do, we have to bioremediate these toxic sites in that fashion, so that there will be a great use of these natural molecules and natural fertilizers. So we have developed a consortia. We have developed a microbial agent for detoxifying the ground sites, the soil sites, from where the chemical pesticides have been sprayed for longer time. And this technology is in use now and in trials. So soon we will be launching some products actually. And these are the associations from which I have been associated. I have a FAPSR fellowship, FASSBR, and I'm a life member of PGPR US, and associated with the European Federation of Biotechnology, Austria, and also associated with different journal editorial boards. I am recently I've been nominated as a top 2% scientist among the world in agriculture biotechnology. All these award nominations are there. So to all the young researchers, I just want to say that this is the high time where you can learn and you can extract something from this particular knowledge. Be practical, and whatever you are learning and understanding in your theory, just try to do it practically also. And we as the scientists are always there for you to grow you as youngsters, so that you can grow up ahead in the next generation, and you can give some fruitful results. Faculties and we all people are with you always. Thank you so much. thank you once again, the organizers, for inviting me for such a celebration. And once again, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. That was a good presentation. So, participants, if you have any questions, please raise it right now. Anyone have any questions?
It was nice and informative presentation. Thank you very much, sir.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, please tell me. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, am I audible? Tell me, please.
When the nanoparticles, whatever you have prepared, curcumin and the chitosan, when they have an effect on the flies, is there any effect on the crop?
No, we don't found any adverse effect on the crop.
Okay. Because your chitosan is a good material and curcumin also is a good material. There should not be much effect on the fly also, isn't it?
As a biocontrol, as a biocontrol agent, we have found good effects on the crop, like as for controlling the different kinds of insects and pests, as well as different phytopathogens in the soil.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, I guess that is it. That's the question, and it is a wonderful session, sir. Thanks for joining me today. And yeah, we can move back to. We can move back to Dr. Andalu. Dr. Andalu, are you here? Ma'am, are you here? Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes, yes.
I am.
Great, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Let me try once again.
Yes,
For
ma'am.
every
Sure.
work, no, God's time will be there. I believe
Yes,
in
ma'am.
that. We proposed, but somehow it is postponed. Okay. Let me try my best.
Yes, ma'am.
Once again, I apologize all the people for making them wait for a long time. Can it be seen?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible. Please put it on the presentation mode.
Are the slides
Yes, ma'am.
changing?
It is changing. Please go ahead.
Slides are changing, right?
Yes, ma'am. It is changing.
Okay.
Please, the session is yours now. Thank you. Please.
Pranams at the lotus feet of Sri Satya Sai Baba, founder chancellor of Satya Sai Institute of High Learning. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share with you all our findings on herbs and spices in the prevention and treatment of stress-induced diseases like diabetes, cancer, and inflammatory diseases, which are the problems across the globe, health issues across the globe. And I apologize the people waiting for my presentation. In fact, for the first time, I informed a number of people to join because it is of general interest. Somehow it got delayed. Delay doesn't mean denial. Okay, I thank the organizers for considering me. Though not
It
in
is our
the
pleasure having you here, ma'am. We are waiting for you. Please go ahead.
Founder Chancellor says, I quote, keep your home and its environment clean. It will ensure health and happiness for you and for the society, unquote. Healthy body will have healthy mind, wherein healthy spirit will be there. Father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi stated, I quote, it is health that is real wealth and not pieces of gold and silver, unquote. It is stated in Yajurveda, a healthy body and a sound mind is necessary to achieve success in life. Mahatma Buddha stated, I quote, to keep the body in good health is a duty, otherwise we shall not be able to keep our mind strong and clear, unquote. So health is very important, as we all know, and but a number of diseases are affecting human beings. And what are the causes? The causes are from external as well as from internal source. Toxins in the air, food, water, healthcare interventions, pathogens like virus, bacteria, fungi, workplace hazards like people working in the mines and all, noise pollution, ultraviolet rays, urban designing, interaction with humans, or sometimes lack of interaction with humans, trauma and accidents. These are external causes. Internal causes, genetic makeup, immune response, lifestyle, psychological factors. Nowadays, we are all under stress from external as well as from internal factors. Major life changes, work pressure, relationship difficulties, financial problems, being too busy, children and family issues, and internal stress causes are inability to accept uncertainty, pessimism, negative self-talk, unrealistic expectations, and perfectionism. One wants to be very perfect and sometimes fail to do so, undergoes stress. Another type of stress is oxidative stress, which is related to the biochemical compounds in the body. When there is an imbalance between pro-oxidants and antioxidants, this oxidative stress arises, leading to a number of degenerative diseases. What is oxidative stress? How it is caused? Oxidative stress is caused because of radicals which have a free electron, highly reactive, tend to catch up another molecule to grab the electron, thereby they attain stability. The radicals and non-radical reactive oxygen species are superoxides, hydroxyl, peroxyl, alkoxyl, hydroperoxyl, and non-radicals are hydrogen peroxide, hypochlorous acid, ozone, singlet oxygen, peroxynitrite, etc. And these can be from external as well as internal sources again. Ionizing radiation, ultraviolet radiation, ultrasound, chemicals, tobacco smoke, etc. from external sources. Internal sources, our biochemical reactions, oxidative pathways, and mitochondrial electron transport I'll talk about, and number of inflammatory reactions in the body. Electron transport chain, we all know, cell respiration, we consider this as. Finally, molecular oxygen is reduced to water after a process of a lot of reactions, of course. And this oxygen is incompletely reduced. Superoxide radicals are formed. They are highly reactive and harmful. They are generated in our own body. Then body always tries to defend. Whatever happens, it will try to protect the life. So superoxide dismutase enzyme comes to our rescue. This will reduce superoxide radicals to hydrogen peroxide. Another enzyme, catalase, decomposes hydrogen peroxide, also is not good, less toxic than superoxide. So catalase decomposes hydrogen peroxide to water. Thereby we are safe. These are from internal enzymatic antioxidants or antioxidant enzymes. And free radicals, whatever way, whether they are from external source or internal source, they attack biomacromolecules like lipids, proteins, and carbohydrates, not living DNA also. And when they act on the lipids, because so much people talk about PUFA, polyunsaturated fatty acids, and we have to consume in limits only, because they have many double bonds. This oxygen will be added and peroxidation occurs. Worst affected is low density lipoprotein, which when oxidized is very harmful. It will lead to cardiovascular, coronary artery diseases, heart diseases. The list is very long. And these lipid peroxidation products will act on DNA, mainly deoxyguanosine, little bit chemistry, biochemistry, I cannot avoid. Then strand breakage occurs, leading to carcinogenesis. Proteins are affected. Many proteins are oxidized. Advanced glycation end products will be formed. Certain enzymes unwanted will be activated. Wanted enzymes will be inactivated. Modification occurs in the amino acids also, because proteins are made up of amino acids. DNA undergoes damage, already mentioned. And there is no organ that is left untouched with free radicals when we are not controlling. So these free radicals, skin, kidney, joints, lung, brain, our immune system, blood vessels, eyes, heart, the diseases concerning to these organs are listed in the slide. And multi-organ diseases like diabetes, aging, chronic fatigue, we come across. And brain diseases nowadays, they've spoken a lot. Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, many are suffering with this, and children with autism. Okay, these are all the problems. When problem is there, nature will definitely give the solution. Only we have to research. What is the solution? Herbs. Herbs act in almost magical and astonishing ways. Spasms may relax, pains vanish, colds be banished, allergies counteracted, fevers controlled, blood flow arrested. The magic is endless, by Bakru, 1997. And what way herbs are better? Many of my previous speakers emphasized on such points. I don't want to spend much time on this, but still, they have lesser side effects. Very simple, easily we can grow in our gardens, or we can procure easily, need not spend much. And multimodal therapeutic approach, they show, because they have number of compounds, not a single compound that acts on a target, which our chemical drugs will do. And among the natural compounds, antioxidants play a very important role. Already enzymatic antioxidants I have mentioned, 2 enzymes, and glutathione peroxidase, glutathione reductase, and all these enzymes will be at our rescue. Non-enzymatic antioxidant, minerals, vitamins, which we consume through our diet, carotenoids, also we consume through our diet, and lot of such molecules. Among them, polyphenols play a very important role. Nowadays, they gained lot of importance. Flavonoids, 6 classes are there, and how they work we will see. Phenolic acids also help us. And what do they do fundamentally? The free radical has free electron, I already mentioned, and these will donate an electron, thereby the free radical is neutralized, so that its reactivity, it will come down, and it will not affect our biomacromolecules. And the flavonoids coming to, they can act as preventive antioxidants, they can act as radical scavengers, they can repair also once damage takes place. Carotenoids, beta carotene, which is abundant in our orange fruits, green leafy vegetables. Carotenoids, lycopene from tomatoes and watermelon, they will receive the radical, they react with the radical, get energized, radical gets loses energy, so becomes inactive, and this carotenoid radical loses energy as heat and gets stabilized. Because they are natural, they are always better. Vitamin C, the wonderful water-soluble vitamin, easily available, inexpensive, available in all our fruits, some vegetables also. It will reduce the radical. Itself gets oxidized to dehydroascorbic acid, but harmless. And vitamin E, tocopherol, when reacts with these radicals, gets oxidized to tocopheroxyl, which is again harmful. Vitamin C comes to our rescue. It will reduce tocopheroxyl to tocopherol, itself gets oxidized to DHA, which is not harmful, already mentioned just now. And GSH, glutathione, reduced form, available in our RBC. It is at our protection by means of antioxidant property. It will help in the regeneration of vitamin E oxidized form and radicals. It will react hydrogen peroxide. It will become. It will help in detoxification. Otherwise, RBC membrane ruptures and we get hemolytic anemia. So okay, fine. With all this pro-oxidant, antioxidant, the balance is maintained. That is the key to our health. Or we can have better antioxidant profile also. It will be better. And these are all the various herbs. The health benefits are mentioned as per our traditional information. Most of you know these at household level also. Indian context, India is known as a spice bowl of the world. So spices are used, but of course, limited. Judiciously we have to use. Oxidative stress worsens the condition of diabetes. Many pathways are affected. Unwanted pathways are triggered. I'm not going to the depth of that. And these are the various compounds, various plants which have different effects to bring down blood sugar level. That is, glucose production from the liver by glucogenolysis will be controlled by fenugreek seeds and leaves. Intestinal glucose absorption will be slowed down by the plants who have alpha amylase, alpha glycosidase inhibitors. And pancreas beta cells are activated to secrete more insulin. Insulinogenic effect it is called. Adipose tissue and muscle glucose utilization will be improved. So different herbs act in different ways. Some herbs will have many compounds which show multimodal therapeutic approach against multipathogenic disease, diabetes. These are also various herbs and their bioactive compounds. To save time, I am proceeding faster. Kindly excuse me for that. And when hyperglycemia is there, hyperlipidemia also will be seen. And tripathies, diabetic nephropathy, diabetic neuropathy, diabetic retinopathy, these are all common. When we treat with normal and herbal materials, these will be addressed. And inflammation is worse because caused due to inflammatory reactions, inflammatory enzymes like lipoxygenase, cyclooxygenase, and inflammatory reactions lead to number of disorders. These are all anti-inflammatory agents. Their chemical structure present in various spices. By pictures you can identify. Fast I'm moving. These are also now tea, green tea. So much encouragement because of polyphenols present. And curcumin, the wonderful compound present in our turmeric, which will, just now I mentioned, lipoxygenase, cyclooxygenase activities are inhibited by curcumin. Thereby inflammatory metabolites, leukotrienes and thromboxanes are not formed, and we get protection from inflammatory reactions and their adverse effects. Anti-carcinogenic agents, the number of plants have compounds that can control carcinogenesis. How? Different compounds act in different directions. Their molecular targets are different, and angiogenesis is controlled. And mainly carcinogenic agents from environment, from any foods, they will, we all have proto-oncogenes. They are activated to oncogenes. Then cell proliferation will occur. And there are many compounds which act in this position. They prevent proto-oncogene conversion to activated oncogenes. So we get protection from carcinogenesis. And now we come to our studies and their results. Mulberry, we all know it is a feed for silkworm. But I had done a lot of work and published a lot of papers. Mulberry as anti-diabetic plant and many other compounds also. It has quickly I cover. And our findings, STZ diabetes, generally in vivo studies we have to do in the animals, and the extent, if successful with ethical clearance, we can go to human subjects. Animal studies, we proved that mulberry leaves are wonderful by means of controlling hyperglycemia, hyperlipidemia, cataract retardation, and antioxidant property. Many parameters I had studied. It's my own work. And because mulberry has MORAN-A, insulin mimic compound, deoxynitrosamine, glucose analogous compound, they will give protection against diabetes related reactions. Insulinogenic, anti-hyperglycemic. We have to be very careful in this. Drugs are hypoglycemic. Without eating proper food, without stomach full, we have the drug or insulin, blood sugar is brought down. Hypoglycemia is very dangerous than hyperglycemia. Many deaths in diabetes occur because of hypo, not because of hyper. Hyper long-term process, hypo is very dangerous. The supply of glucose to the brain stops and person collapses. But natural things will never bring down glucose below normal. They have that discrimination power capacity. And this is the very good finding of our study. Estrogen diabetic rats, beta cell degeneration took place, whereas mulberry treated beta cells in islets or Langerhans in pancreas are protected. Thereby, I estimated insulin also by radioimmunoassay. Then insulin levels are more in these diabetic rats treated with mulberry. Normal rats also I have done, because to show that it is not causing any adverse effect in normal rats. This is cataract retardation that is shown by mulberry leaf treatment. Because of number of polyol pathway it is controlling, thereby sorbitol formation, opacity formation in the eye is controlled by mulberry leaf treatment. And for this work, I got a Chalaram Diabetes Research Award last year. And I'm happy to mention that, not in terms of monetary benefit, but 1 lakh rupees cash prize was given to me for this work. And later we extended to human subjects. I'm going to other spices as anti-diabetic agents, antioxidants. We had done in vitro studies also, because to know the compounds what are present. For all the plants we have done, but I have limited my presentation to certain only. Methanolic extract, methanol will take almost all types of compounds. Then subsequently fractional solvent fractionation we have done in using the solvents in increasing order of polarity. Different types of compound get extracted. We had done qualitative testing, which compounds are present in what type of extract, and then quantitative ethyl acetate fraction is found to be abundant in phytochemicals like polyphenols, flavonoids, etc. And then we had done in vitro studies like bioactive assays, scavenging activities, reducing potential, anti-peroxidative effect, anti-hemolytic, anti-diabetic, anti-inflammatory, because animal studies and human studies are very cumbersome, lot of ethical issues. Before going to that, we can confirm with in vitro methods. If it is proved to be effective, then we can apply to animals or human studies. In our own laboratory, we have done all this. These are all the methods, standard methods which we had used. And anti-diabetic, I told, alpha amylase inhibitors, alpha glycosidase inhibitors like flavonoids and polyphenols, they are stopping their action or slowing down. Thereby, blood sugar levels will not rise. Cell proliferation, that is anti-carcinogenic assay, that coriander seed powder by MTT assay we had done. Cell growth, that is proliferation, was controlled as dose was increased in cell line, hepatoma cell lines. These are all the active compounds which we had done by HPLC and HPTLC. Ethyl acetate, you can witness many compounds are present. Others also have methanol, because multi-component extract anyway they are there. Terpenoids, saponins and all will be there in hexane fraction. But with respect to bioactivity, ethyl acetate is the best. And these are in vivo studies. In human subjects, we have subjected ethical clearance after attaining questionnaire we adopted and selected the people who are moderately diabetic and controls who are willing to participate in the study. We have taken their written consent. This is essential, that they are willing to participate in the study. And we have prepared, because dhania, that is coriander seeds, cannot be consumed as such. We had prepared powder hygienically, and by trials we had confirmed 5 grams is the optimal dose, because it has fiber and other compounds. Diarrhea may be caused, so 5 grams per day in 2 equal doses with a measuring spoon we gave to the subjects. And 60 days we requested them to consume. Every week we had done their blood profile under the supervision of a local diabetologist, physician. These are the biochemical parameters. Some are related to oxidative stress, some are related to diabetes, hyperlipidemia, and so on. Protein oxidation, lipid peroxidation, the markers of oxidative stress we had measured, because oxidative stress is controlled, other complications of diabetes can be controlled. These are our findings. Coriander seeds significantly decreased fasting glucose, cholesterol, triglycerides, LDL, VLDL, but improved HDL. Why is it so? Because when blood sugar is elevated, lipoproteins are glycated. Glycated VLDL, LDL are more prone to accumulate. Glycated HDL will decompose. So when blood sugar is controlled, the situation will be reversed. Antioxidant enzymes, antioxidant vitamins like beta-carotene, vitamin A, vitamin C, vitamin E, we had estimated in the blood initially and at the end of 60 days of experimental period, and we found them to be protected in the blood. Otherwise, they would have been oxidized. Already I told vitamin C, vitamin E, or beta-carotene, they are protected, and the vitamins present in the seed powder, because powder we are giving, not the any simple extract. So holistic effect can be seen. Many more to say. Hematological parameters, iron present in them, calcium present in them, improved their hematological parameters, mineral profile. Any treatment like this we give from external sources, it is customary to do. We have to prove the safety. So liver and kidney, renal function tests. Liver function test, LFT, RFT we have to do. LFT, GOT, GPT levels are normal, and creatinine, urea, RFT, renal function tests are also found to be normal to confirm absolute safety, because we all consume, we know it, but experimentally we have to prove. Arthritis is also a degenerative disorder. So we have done studies in arthritis patients also. We cannot totally control, but we can prevent the degenerative processes in the body, improving calcium levels, controlling alkaline phosphatase activity, erythrocyte sedimentation rate, and so on by our treatment. This is overall gist of what I have spoken till now. This slide talks about. I don't want to repeat. And we have taken cancer patients to measure oxidative stress, but feeding trial we could not do because of ethical problems. We have taken controls. NIMS Hyderabad helped us in collection of the samples. Myeloid, acute chronic myeloid leukemia, cancer, liver, and breast cancer. And the oxidative stress we found is triggered in all these subjects, because we could not treat. In vitro studies, we have proved with the cell line that those are working, though not equal to the drug, because drugs will have, chemotherapy will have a lot of side effects. So these compounds will help to prevent carcinogenesis. These are our findings. And aniseeds, SOMF, which we use mouth freshener, and complete study we have done in vitro, in vivo, and similar effects of coriander seeds we could find, because this can be edible easily. We gave them with a spoon, not powder and all. They can just chew after their food. And anti-inflammatory, anti-diabetic, antimicrobial, anti-hyperlipidemic, anti-hyperglycemic, all these effects we have studied. And in vitro, if we want to do also, we can induce, for the benefit of young researchers, we can induce RBC or leukocytes or lymphocytes, we can extract from our, separate from our blood, induce oxidative stress by H2O2 induction, then treat with our samples, comparing with the controls. This is our study, the results, with other commonly used spices like ajwain, vamam. Wonderful effects we had seen with vamam also. More or less they have similar effects, but different types of compounds, but having similar effects. And cumin, jeera, which we use day in and day out. Too much frying and all we do, the effects will be minimized. That also we had done. Effect of processing on these principles of these spices. Everything cannot be covered, so I have not included. And cumin, jeera, VLDL, LDL decrease, HDL improve, and cholesterol decrease. HDL improvement, niacin will help a lot, which is present in our spices and vegetables. Curry leaves, which they are very good for vision because of olive resins, lot of other compounds, anti-carcinogenic in vitro study. antioxidant, anti-aging. Aging also, aged human volunteers from old age home we have taken and studied. Because these are all edible, nobody will have an objection to consume. Ginger, our findings. Mint, pudina. These are our findings. Similar findings already mentioned. Degree difference will be there depending on its absorbability and the compound's efficiency. That's all to limit myself, my talk. These are all our, we published our work with Lab Germany, Lambert Academic Publishers, Germany, free of charge, absolutely. Our work we publish in the form of books. Of course, book we have to purchase if we want, soft copies only we are supplying. And contributory chapters in Oxford Press, elsewhere, we have published our work. Mulberry is absolutely my work, and other spices are along with my MPhil and PhD students. Any work is there, I will be 100% involved along with them, because students are students. We should be associated to get good data. These are all our publications. Book chapters. These are our publications like Clinica Chimica Acta, elsewhere. Herbal Medicine, elsewhere. Then Journal of Medicinal Food, Springer. International Journal of Diabetes, Springer. Then Spatula, Turkish Journal. Biomedicine, Preventive Nutrition, elsewhere publication. Pharmacological, Biological, Pharmaceutical, Biological, Chemical Sciences, another journal. That list goes on. Because this is of common interest with scientific background. Chinese Journal of Integrative Medicine, International Journal of Life Sciences, International Journal of Basic and Applied Sciences, Journal of Herbal Medicine, elsewhere, Annals of Phytomedicine. I have been working for the journal subsequently. They invited me after seeing my work as editorial board member. Then I served for some time. So these are all the international publications. I have some national also. I'm limiting. So finally, what I want to take home message. Phytochemicals in herbs and spices work both individually and in concert to enhance health, slow the degenerative processes associated with aging, early aging, and protect us against multitude of serious chronic diseases. When consumed regularly, spices provide the richest and most diverse array of bioactive phytochemicals, thus provide an ideal means to obtain maximum benefits from these remarkable substances. God has given us, nature has given us a lot of compounds. We have to make use, but most of them work. Prevention is better than cure. My previous speakers also spoke about. Spices possessing phytochemicals should, like macronutrients, like our carbohydrates, lipids, proteins, vitamins, minerals, be treated as essential dietary constituents and to be consumed on a daily basis judiciously, not in excess to consume, because they have a lot of fiber. So we can have a limit on the consumption, observe what is acceptable to our body, and we can. Wellness is combination of intellectual, occupational, physical, spiritual, and emotional. I acknowledge Sri Satya Sai Baba for giving me motivation for doing all this. Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning for giving me the laboratory facilities. UGC for the financial support to undertake research activities. My sincere thanks to Allopathic Ayurvedic Physicians Ethical Committee members for approving my work and helping me in the process. The cooperation extended by the patients cannot be ignored, because when subjects are not there, I cannot do the work. I thank the organizers of the conference for giving me an opportunity to share our research findings with you all. And last but not the least, I acknowledge the base that I have received from DFNS, Department of Food and Nutritional Sciences, Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantapur campus. My MSc projects, I have got 50 projects, MPhil and PhDs. Thank you once again.
Dr. Andal, congratulations for the excellent oration.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Andal.
Yes, sir.
Organizers, I'm brother of Dr. Andal. I'm happy to hear this all lectures, which has made us know everything about all unknown things. People like us will be happy to hear these lectures, and I congratulate each and everybody for participating in this program. We are thankful to the very good knowledge is given to us today. Congratulations, especially to my sister, my beloved sister Andal.
Thank you, Anaya.
Thanks to you all.
For love and affection, the base given by the parents for my growth, and the institute, Satya Sai Baba, and the institute for giving me the scope.
Andalu, congratulations for what all your achievements.
Thank you.
For good, very good presentation.
Thank you so much.
Madam.
Yes.
Very good presentation, madam. And now I think that coriander, is it necessary to mix with any other material, or just simple coriander can we take?
Sir, we can sprinkle because of time still I cannot take more and more. So I confined. Coriander we can sprinkle, sir, at the end. In the beginning, we do a lot of cooking. We do the bioactive thermolabile compounds. You are a chemist, you understand that. Thermolabile compounds are denatured. We do not get the benefit. We can make a raw chutney, green chutney like that with chili, salt, lemon, and we can sprinkle on the salads, on the curries and all, rice, like color rice and all, variety rice, like pulao, biryani and all that. We can consume, sir, like that, if you want to get full benefit.
Yeah, one question, madam, finally, one suggestion. Because this is the Indian knowledge and Indian tradition, because you have done a lot of things, and that is useful in a day-to-day life also for everyone. If you can make this work as some patents, and that will be really beneficial to the entire world.
A lot of publications, sir, but only scientific community will see. And my father used to tell, write in Telugu, our language, and publish. Somehow I could not do that, sir, because scientific words, no, translation is very difficult.
Dear Andalu madam,
in a general forum I can speak, sir, anywhere. Madam? Jhansi madam is like my godfather, people say, but godmother like. In the beginning of my career, I was
Good
so
morning,
tense.
ma'am.
Madam was helping me. Moral support she was giving.
I would like to congratulate Dr. Andalu madam. I am Dr. Sumana, Associate Professor in the Food and Nutrition Department. Both Dr. Jhansi madam and Dr. Andalu madam have been my teachers, my mentors and guides. And Andalu madam, Professor Andalu madam is a walking encyclopedia of knowledge, and we are very fortunate to have her as our teacher, faculty member, and she's a living example, an ideal for all of us, because she, with the zeal that which she exuberates, even at this age, she is actively taking participation and sharing her knowledge with everyone. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much for your loving words.
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, you were saying something about some base, some good words from your father, ma'am. Sorry, got interrupted.
No. Tell me, please.
Ma'am, you were saying something about your some statement given by your father.
Yeah, in Telugu, my father told to publish, but I could not do it. Regional language.
Ma'am, this is going to be very insightful, since the new education policy also catered to Indian knowledge system. So this is very contributory, and we all are kind of aware, but now we will adhere to our entire pharmacy that lies in our masala box. This is what Thank you, ma'am. Very insightful.
I will try to bring it to light, non-scientific community also, and various platforms like people, if opportunity is given, of course I can speak in Telugu, because scientific knowledge, this is a scientific forum. I must be speaking like this in this language only, but any people means connected platforms, I can speak in Telugu also. I'm basically from Andhra Pradesh, Telugu speaking person. Thank you.
Good to know, ma'am. Congratulations to you for your achievements.
Thank you so much. Hard work, no, in life. What we are is God's gift to us. What we become is our contribution, our offering to the Lord. I felt bad that morning 2 times I failed to initiate my presentation due to some technical issues. Whatever you say, we may
We were
have knowledge.
fortunate.
Technical
We
issues,
could
na?
hear you.
A bit
We are
may-
fortunate we could hear you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you
Oh,
so much.
ultimately, we have to thank God that we could listen to you. Ultimately.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Yes,
Wonderful
ma'am.
to
That,
hear
that is
from
a
you.
wonderful talk you have been like given to us. So I can see the support for you. So it is a wonderful talk, and thanks for your session in the first place. It was too informative and it is too clear cut in the first place. So I hope all the participants has given a clear cut idea about the topic you have discussed. So let's move on to the session. And before that,
One thing I would like to say for
yes,
the
ma'am.
benefit of young researchers, my mail ID is there on the first slide. They can contact me. I will be rather happy to help them, guide them, whatever way they like. Of course, I'm retired, but working as honorary professor. Just now, my student Sumana spoke. I want to be connected with the subject and with the Satyasai Institute. So still, I'm working. So I
Yes,
would
ma'am. That we
really
wish
help
for
the
that.
students if at all they want any kind of help. They can browse and see, because my name is unique. So in Google, no confusion. Straight away, it will give my findings. Only abstract they can get. Even now, full length paper I cannot download because
Madam,
all
you
are
can
document.
Madam, you can type your mail ID in the chat box so that everyone can know.
Yes, yes, very, very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll do that.
And
I'll do that.
please withdraw your sharing, ma'am, so we could proceed with other things also, please. Please give stop
Can I
sharing
stop
button.
my sharing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. The
Yes,
organizers,
ma'am.
maybe a bit I bothered you all. Thank you.
No, ma'am. It would be our pleasure to have you here in the first place. Yeah. Dear participants, can you please switch on your cameras? Yeah, some new people are joining. Please make sure your environment is clear and all. So yeah, before we go into the session, we would like to see all your faces. So please make sure your video is on.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah,
Ma'am,
we
I'm
are
not
taking
able. I'm not able to.
Okay. Okay, Priyanka. So no problem. Someone is presenting. Can you please close up your presentation, Mr. Kamaldeep? Most of the people have not like switched your video on. Please do it as soon as possible so we can move on to the presentations. People are waiting. Okay. Yeah, thank you for your cooperation. Yes, dear participants, so we are going to start the session for now. So I welcome all the participants to the technical sessions. So let me start with the session chairs. In the first place, there will be 3 halls. For your information, there will be 3 halls: the main hall and the hall A and hall B. And in the main hall, let me introduce the session chairs: Dr. Archana Ainapura, Vice President, Wellness and Nutritional Sciences, Texas School of Mental Health, India; Dr. Manur Ismail Sheikh, Lecturer, Faculty of Fisheries and Food Science, University Malaysia, Terengganu, Malaysia; and Professor Ruchu Kutyala, HOD, School of Sciences, Nutrition and Psychology, Pimpri Chintwad University, India. And in the hall A, there are 2 session chairs: Dr. Murugeshan Sannasi, Associate Professor, Nanju Maruthuvam, which is Siddha Toxicology in Tamil, India; Neetu Yadav, Assistant Professor, Food and Nutrition, Swami Vivekanand, Sabarmati University, India. And in hall B, there are 2 session chairs. Let me introduce them. Dr. Milan Chauhan, Assistant Professor, Foods and Nutrition Department, SM Patel College of Home Science, India; Dr. Jinuk Gupta, Assistant Professor, Food and Nutritional Sciences, Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, India. So I request all the participants and session chairs go to their respective halls. So let me give the instructions about that. So to enter the respective hall, you have to click out the breakout room. So main hall participants, please stay back in the main hall itself, and the hall A and hall B people, you can find respective halls in the breakout room option. And for the mobile, it will be on the top corner. There will be an option called breakout room, and in the laptop, there will be that in the tab bar itself, you will be finding the breakout option. So I'll put it on the comment box also, so you could find it clearly. Please find the instructions in the chat box. So participants are requested to go to their respective halls so we can start the sessions right away. The main hall participants, please stay here. Participants has been requested to go to their designated halls. Please make it really quick so we can start the sessions right away. Let's wait for a couple of minutes for the people to segregate. Okay, participants has been requested to join in the designated halls. It is another announcement. Please do it really quick and we can start the session. And in the main hall, let's move on with the session. And I have introduced our session chairs, Dr. Archana Ainapura and Dr. Manur Ismail Sheikh, Professor Ruchu Kutiala. Please turn on your camera, doctor, so we can start the session right away. Ma'am?
Yes, we are here. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah.
That is great. With your permission, so we can move on to the session. So let me introduce the first presentation. So it is on sensory, textural and nutritional qualities of puppets made from organic rice flours. The author is Kamaldeep Kaur. So Kamaldeep Kaur, you can put on your presentation now. So we can start with the presentation. Please go ahead. And your time is 10 minutes. Please make sure you are finishing appropriately.
Good morning, everybody.
Please turn on your camera.
It's on already.
Yeah, I can see you right. Yes, please go ahead.
My topic of reading lecture is sensory, physical, and nutritional qualities of puppets made from organic rice.
I'm so sorry, Kamaldeep. I guess your voice is not that clear. Could you please check the audio at your end?
Is it audible, ma'am?
Can you hear
Yeah,
her?
now.
I cannot hear her. Kamaldeep?
Hello, ma'am.
Can you? Yeah, now you are better.
Yes,
You can start.
Okay, ma'am. Today I am going to deliver lecture on the sensory, physical, and nutritional qualities of puppets made from organic rice flour. So actually the flour which we use to prepare the puppet are made from the organic flour. As we know that rice is the staple food all over the India and as well as other countries like China and Japan mostly use rice for for making the food. So today I am delivering lecture on the puppets which we made from the rice flour. So which is organic rice. Papad is also known as the papadam or aplam, and it is the traditional Indian food product which is mostly used in the Indian cuisine from the last many centuries. Actually the papad is originated from back to the ancient India, where it was made handmade by many people. Traditionally, the art of making papad was passed on through generations, and nowadays, papad is used as a snack food as well as in the evening time or dinner. Mostly people eat it because of its nutritional value as well as its taste and flavor. Indian papad industry is nowadays significant sector within the country's food market. The market for papad continues to grow. So in order to provide the chemical-free option for these papads, I used organic flour to make the papad. So next is the consumer. What are the consumer perceptions by using this rice product, organic rice product, as compared to conventional rice product? It is mostly used because of the health benefits impact. Organic rice perceives the healthier due to absence of pesticides and the chemicals. As we all know that nowadays most of the crop cultivation use fertilizers and pesticides to yield more crops, but it has many harmful effects on the health. So organic nowadays people are more aware about their health, so they mostly try to use the organic food products so that their health become more healthier and they live more happily. So the other thing is the other thing which we use by using this organic product is that by using the organic rice, it is having a more aroma as well as taste as compared to the conventional rice. There is a noted mistrust towards the green labels and concern about the packaging integrity of organic products, which can having a negative impact on the consumers. In China, now also consumers show a higher willingness to use the organic food products because it is more environment friendly as compared to the conventional crops. The most health benefits of organic rice is that by using this organic rice compared to the conventional rice, it is having largely linked to the absence of bioactive compounds. And as we know that conventional rice is having more harmful chemicals. So in this organic rice, it is having a presence of bioactive compounds. So organic rice having a higher level of beneficial compounds like the iron, gamma aminobutyric acid, and phenolic phenolic content and anthocyanins, which are antioxidants and which helps the health to grow better as compared to the conventional method of growing rice. Organic rice is also less likely to contain pesticide residue, which make it safer option for consumer about the chemical intake. Furthermore, by consuming the organic food, it has been associated with reduced risk of certain health injuries as well as like allergies, various chronic diseases like cancers. And though these benefits are often linked to the lifestyle and dietary habits of organic food consumers rather than the food itself. Different pesticides which are found in the conventional rice are mainly two pesticides are found in the conventional rice, that is acephate and glucophosphate, which is having a very harmful effect on the health as compared to the organic rice. Organic rice is having zero pesticides if we make the difference. So to make the papad, I use 4 rice cultivars, that is the 2 conventional and 2 organic. I compare the both of them. So rice papads, how I make rice papad is by using the ingredients like the rice flour, papad khar, oil, salt, and water, and making the dough of it, and then by using the extruder. And extruder, I make its plating, then drying it by cutting it into the round shape. After cutting the paper, papad was dried in hot air oven at 35 to 40 degrees Celsius to remove the moisture content and to increase its shelf life. So these are the nutritional contents of papads. It is having a more, there is no major difference between the conventional as well as the organic rice cultivars. But as dealing with their nutritional content, both are having the same nutritional contents. But as we know that organic rice is having more health benefits, having more antioxidants. So if we discuss with the color parameters, So the impact of pesticides on the color of final food products can be influenced by several factors like the type of pesticide which are used in the method of application. Pesticides also affect the enzymatic activity and chemical composition of raw material, which leads to the change in color of the papad. For example, in potatoes, as well as herbicides, application affected enzymatic discoloration and phenolic content. As we know that the phenolic content is a kind of antioxidants. So by using these pesticides, it also denature the antioxidants with the variation observed based on the timing and method of application. Similarly, washing solution used to remove pesticide residues from tomatoes altered the quality parameters like acidity and chroma. The thing is the texture of the papad. So if we deal with the texture, the impact of pesticide on the textural properties of food products like papads can be significant as pesticides influences various biochemical and psychological processes in the crops. Continuous application of pesticides affects the texture and productivity of both the plant as well as soil, potentially altering the final food product's texture quality. So we can see in the table that there is a major difference between the texture, having a large difference in conventional as well as organic varieties. So if we deal with the sensory characteristics, I have used the 30 trained panelists and take their observation that what they decide that the 30 trained panelists suggest that the papad made from the organic rice flour were better as compared to the conventional rice.
Amaldeep, I guess your time is up. You need to a little come to your conclusion.
Okay.
Result and
So
conclusion
the
now, please.
last one is the conclusion. So conclusion, organic rice stands out as the superior choice over conventional rice for papad processing due to its various health benefits. Firstly, its cultivation is without the synthetic pesticides and fertilizers. So it is a cleaner and safer product, free from many harmful residues that can affect the taste and health. Secondly, is the organic farming practices promotes more soil health and biodiversity, contributing to the long-term sustainability. Last but not the least, it is having the higher nutritional content as it is having a more antioxidant properties and superior flavor profile, which enhance the quality and taste of the final product. So it is suggested that organic rice-based papad exhibits superior sensory attributes and texture compared to those made from the conventional rice. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, you have any questions in this presentation?
Yeah, so I just have one question to you, Kamaldeep, that you have compared the organic to the conventional.
Yes, ma'am.
So these organic varieties, did you grow them or you got it from somewhere?
Ma'am, I got that from some place which from the PAU Ludhiana, Punjab Agriculture University Ludhiana. It is in Punjab. And the second, I take the organic varieties from Pingalwada, that is located in Amritsar. They grow all the crops as well as fruits and vegetables organically. And we have tested their soil fertility also.
All right. And what was the duration of your study?
It takes 2 years, ma'am.
It took you 2 years. All
Yes.
right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. With your permission, we can move on to next presentation. So yeah, the second presenter, the title of the paper is Kessia-Tora and Alzheimer's, a natural approach to neuroprotection. The author is Shraddha Vyas. It is an oral presentation. Shraddha, can you please present your...
Yeah.
Yeah. Please go ahead and please.
Hope you are able to see my slide.
Yeah, it is visible, and put it on the presentation mode, please. And your time starts now.
I'm just trying to keep it in slideshow. Unable to do it, so. Don't know why. Yes, you are able to see it now.
Yeah.
So good morning, everybody. And I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this platform to express my presentation. This is actually my PhD topic. So I'm a PhD scholar from PK University, Shivpuri, and I'm also a freelance nutritionist. So my interest developed towards neuroprotection and natural approach to neuroprotection, mainly for diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. So today I'm going to talk about Cassia tora, which is one of the common vegetable, which is mostly used in traditional cuisines of Assam and Madhya Pradesh. And also it is a medicinal plant, which is used in a lot of treatment of diseases like skin diseases and digestive diseases. So coming to my topic. So this is my extract. I think I'll minimize this. So I'm working on mainly Alzheimer's disease and how Cassia tora, a leguminous herb, is helping in bringing down the symptoms. So actually, I cannot say that it completely cures, because we know that Alzheimer's is a progressive neurodegenerative disorder, which is characterized by cognitive decline, memory loss, and impaired daily functioning. But this herb has shown to have little effect. I cannot say like totally, but it is able to minimize the symptoms related to Alzheimer's. So I mainly focused on three important constituents of Cassia tora. So this is my initial part of the work which we are doing. So right now we are working upon imodin, but we also have two more bioactive compounds, that is chrysophenol and renin, which exert neuroprotective effects. So mainly this plant is very common, and it is also like a weed, which is very easily available in India. Very easily we can procure this plant, especially in the tribal areas and all. They collect lot of seeds of this plant and leaves of this plant, and they use it very generously to treat a lot of abdominal discomfort diseases and all. So we are focusing now mainly on how this could help and in preventing the symptoms related to accumulation of tau protein and amyloidogenic effects in Alzheimer's. And next step, we would like to extrapolate our research in going for animal models. And then after ethical clearance and everything, we are also having a tie-up with NIMHAMS. So we are planning to have on the human trials, but that is at the fag end of our PhD. So we have seen that Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, these are the two main neurodegenerative diseases which have shown to have a good response towards Cassia tora. So as we know, Alzheimer's, increases by degeneration and dysfunction of neurons, which later leads to gradual decline in cognitive cognitive function in the patients. And at the extreme cases, we see there is a total memory loss, like even the alphabets, the words also are at a stake. So it's very hard to communicate with these patients who are with a long time of Alzheimer's. And there is extreme motor skill impairment. They are totally dependent on their attenders, and they do not have any independent activities, day-to-day activities. Nothing is shown by these patients. So mainly what happens in these diseases is we see there is neuronal dysfunction and loss. Then there is deposit of amyloidogenic beta and alpha synuclein proteins, which are mainly causing lot of aggregates in the brain, which leads to all these decline in motor functions. So coming to the prevalence of Alzheimer's disease, the prevalence of Alzheimer's disease in India has slowly shown an increase due to a lot of factors. Like it is mainly seen in, of course, it's mainly seen in aging population, but the changes in lifestyle and the improved diagnostic methods, we are able to trace the people. Earlier, what happened is there was not that much of awareness about the disease, and that's the reason people would not be reported with these diseases. But now we are able to see that very clearly, and I think that is also one reason we are seeing increased numbers of these patients. So from previous years, it has been estimated to increase from 7 to 10% among individuals aged 60 and above. So let us see what exactly is Alzheimer's disease. So here we see initial cognitive decline, memory loss, behavioral changes, which are mainly associated with buildup of amyloid plaques and tau tangles in the brain, leading to loss of nerve cells and neurotransmitter imbalances. So Alzheimer progressively impairs a person's ability to function independently. As we can see in this figure, actually, this is the figure which I have taken from Journal of Psychiatry, actually, International Journal of Psychiatry, which I have included in the references. So here we can see that what happens is the tau protein starts getting detached from the microtubules in the brain, and it starts getting associated and forming large aggregates. So once this large aggregates start depositing in the brain, that is when all this symptoms start appearing. So here we can see more clearly, actually. So this figure I have taken from Molecular Psychiatry Journal. So we can see the different phases of deposition of amyloid beta in Alzheimer's dementia. So these are the red areas, which are the normal initial phase. Then as it progresses, we can see there is continuous deposition of amyloid beta proteins and aggregates slowly into the brain. And in the last stage, we can see actually the complete brain is being deposited with this amyloid protein. So this is where we are trying to curb. So there are a lot of plants, not only Cassia tora, but we have a lot of plants which are actually involved in minimizing the symptoms related to different neurodegenerative diseases like ginkgo biloba, hibiscus, which I'm not dealing with. So I'm mainly concerned only for Cassia tora. So, and its activity is, it is preventing the amyloid beta aggregation, and it is inhibiting the acetylcholine esterase activity. So you can see this very clearly. It is very common, and in Hindi it is called as chakunda. So generally the young fresh leaves, especially in the flowering season, are collected and they are used as the vegetable. And also the seeds are collected and used as a decoction in many of the tribal recipes. So I'm talking about three main constituents of Cassia tora. So in that we have imodin, which has proven already to be very effective against these all diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, cerebral ischemia, anxiety, schizophrenia, and it has shown to have neuroprotective effect. So imodin we can get from all these.
Sorry for the interruption, Sharda, and you will be having 2 minutes. So please wind it up on time.
Yeah. So imodin actually it comes from a variety of plants, but I'm concentrating only on the imodin which we have extracted from Cassia tora. So here I think you can see the method by which we have extracted. So we have collected the dried seeds in the flowering season, powdered them, then extracted with 90% methanol by 24-hour cold percolation. Then using petroleum ether and potassium hydroxide, again using Congo red layer. So I'm hurrying up with this process. So ultimately we got the imodin extraction. And this imodin has shown to affect three main enzymes, that is aromatic L-amino acid decarboxylase, catechol O-methyl transferase enzyme, and monoamine oxygenase enzyme. All of this will help in bringing the levels of dopamine to an increased extent. The other two components which we will be working later, that is chrysophenol and renin. So my conclusion is this could be a very good option actually of improving the symptoms, like bringing down the debilitating effects of people suffering from Alzheimer's, because there's a huge population in India which is battling with this disease. So this could be a very good option which has lesser of side effects, and also it brings down or elevates the amyloid beta aggregation in the brain. So I think I conclude that with this, and I'm open for questions. Thank you everybody for patient listening.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
So, Shraddha, what are the real objectives of your study? Is it only the extraction, or you wish to do preclinical and clinical, or both, or maybe one? Like how?
We are going to plan for the preclinical, ma'am. Like now we have come to the extraction stage. The next stage will be we are going to use it on the rat models and see how it affects and how it brings down the symptoms in Alzheimer's. And at the last, if it comes out with a successful this thing, then we can, with ethical clearance and all, we can go for the clinical trials, human trials and all, but that is at the very later stage. So right now, even in the animal models, we are planning for extraction and usage of this.
So how many batches in terms of the strength you are going to prepare? Because at the end, it is a medicinal herb. So like you are going to conduct the safety trials, right?
Yes,
Preclinical wise, so as to know that. So how many you are planning to make as in sample size? Dosage strength. 1, 2,
Dosage,
3, like how many?
yeah, we will be having, like, we are starting with the minimal dosage. Then we'll 5 batches we have planned right now, where we are going to increase slowly, and we'll have a control also with it. So we are having a talk with actually in Hyderabad. They have an animal house there, so we are having a tie-up with them where we are going to start. But still, I have to extract the other 2 components also. So all the 3 we can put it together, and then we can start with the this clinical thing.
And
Yeah,
how
but
will you find out, like, whether the Alzheimer disease has decreased in animals? In human beings, yes, there are so many psychosomatic tests which are available from which you can actually conclude. But about animals, how are you planning to do that?
Actually, we have certain activities which are associated with Alzheimer's, ma'am, in a model like mouse model and all, where which are related with the memory and which are also related with the activity, kinetic movements and all. So those kind of tests we are going to run. Yeah, because of course it won't be as clear as in humans, like we have cognitive memory, all those things.
Yeah.
But at least we'll get an idea, we'll get a direction by those tests in the subsequent.
because generally, whenever some preclinical is on related to diabetes, then we induce the alexin in the dosages so that the rats or mice, wherever you are doing, they become diabetic. So what I guess Dr. Archana was asking, and I also second that thought, that how you are going to induce this condition and then see there are changes.
Actually, we have certain proteins which trigger this amyloid. I'm not very sure of the name, but we are into the study. We have certain proteins which trigger this amyloid aggregates in the brain. So that we have to induce in the rat so that these aggregates increase in concentration. Once their aggregates increase in concentration, then we can be sure that they are now developing the Alzheimer's. But again, it will be a very time-consuming process,
Yeah,
ma'am.
it will be very time consuming because it's a very slow
Yes,
degeneration.
yes.
So probably if the objective of your PhD is just the extraction, and then run the certificate of analysis, even that also should be okay, because what you are aiming to do, it's a very long, because
Yes,
Alzheimer's is at the end very slow degeneration, even if it is on a healthy mice or rat. Anyways, good work. Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah.
The main motive for doing this is, ma'am, actually my dad suffered from Parkinson's, and he expired 2 years ago, and I really saw him struggle with these things. So that gave me inspiration to do something in this field, because life becomes hell with this neurodegenerative.
No, you must. You must. So
Thank you.
congratulations and best wishes.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. With your permission, we can move on to next presentation. And it is on nutritional genomics. Swati E. Patel is presenting. So, can you please, Swati? Miss Swati? Yeah, I couldn't see your video, Miss Swati. Miss Swati, can you hear me? Miss Swati, we can view your presentation, but we couldn't see your face or your voice.
Hello. Hello, Swati.
Miss Swati?
Can you open your video and audio both? Yeah.
You can see it now, I guess.
Can you put the presentation in presentation mode? Yes.
Ma'am, can you hear her?
Yeah. No, I couldn't hear her.
Swati, please enable your audio and video.
Swati, you are not audible. You are Swati Kargar. You have named yourself as Swati Kargar. You are not audible.
Yes, ma'am. She might be facing some technical issues. So meanwhile, we can move on to next presentation. So after we resolve it, we can call out for her again.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, ma'am. With your permission. So we are actually moving on to next session. So, Ms. Swati, please take out your presentation mode so we can
Hello.
move forward.
I am audible now?
Yeah, yes, you are.
Yeah, Ms. Swati.
Okay.
Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you and apologize. Okay.
No worries, just continue now. You can
You
put
are-
it on the slide mode immediately and you can start. Swati.
Yes, ma'am. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
I am okay. Is my slides is visible?
Yes.
Please
Okay.
put it on the presentation.
Okay. Now my
Yes, yes.
topic is on nutritional genomics. Is basically is how the nutrition can affect the gene and how the gene expressed towards the nutrition is all is my topic. Basically, it's all start with the nutrients. How much or how much or how like nutrients we take. It's all effects on our DNA. Is the all epigenome process. Epigenome process contains mitosis and meiosis. After that, the transcription RNA will be made from the DNA and the RNA, and the process is a process called transcription. And after the translation, protein will made from the RNA. So it's all become from nutrients. How and which type of nutrients we take, it's all affects on our DNA expression. And not whole genome differ, not whole genome change, but expression of DNA can change uh, if we take a balanced nutrients. After that, the balanced protein make from that RNA, and this protein is we all know the protein is used in different state in our body, like metabolism, in enzyme, in hormone balancing, in all this. If these imbalance, if these nutrients become imbalanced, that these all disease are make, like oxidative stress will be make, metabolic stress, inflammation, neurological stress. And my all study is based in the nutrigenomics. This is the health ratio, this is disease ratio, omics and clinical public health nutrition practice is the found in nutrition environment. This all started with genome, then epigenome, transcriptome. Transcriptome is the process of making RNA from the DNA. Proteome, this is a bunch of protein that make from the RNA. Metabolome, and metabolome is the study of metabolites. The metabolite is the tiny things present in the cells that help in the cells for the basically transfer the fluids and balancing all fluids. This is the preclinical methods for my study. Now I am a student of National Healthcare Academy, and I studied my MSc microbiology. So this is all preclinical studies. Method for studies is all starting with the epigenomic study, DNA, then gene expression, then from the DNA that is converted in the RNA, then translation that RNA is a protein, and all these metagenomics. Metagenomics is the whole study of the DNA and RNA that making of protein. Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Molecular interaction of metabolic. Okay. Is all starting with the nutrients. How we balance our nutrients. In our nutrients, we have to balance some vitamins, proteins, and minerals. So we have to take some saturated fats in that avocado, some oils, some nuts, and omega-3, 6, some proteins basically based upon the meat, some folate and polyphenols come from the variety and colorful vegetables and fruits. And we have to take vitamin D in the balance amount that is source is sunlight, and minor dietary components in that sugar and caffeine and some curd and milk. Okay, so basically it is approved and scientifically approved that these all genes are working differently or expressed differently when we take this all amount in balance. So this will help us to improve lipid profile and reduce inflammation. And in the last conclusion, we prevent the cardiovascular events. Nowadays, the heart attack and the cardiovascular events in majority found in our India. So we have to balance our nutrients in this type, and this is the all clinically proven that these all genes are improved when we take this all in balance. And this is the future artificial intelligence algorithms. Doctor can check your diet, your microbiome. They can take your reports, then laboratory reports, there's thyroid, SGPT, CBC, and all. The doctor can check your physical activity and your wearable sensor. Nowadays, the watch and all belts are now available in India, so they can regulate your or they can check your heartbeats and your blood oxygen level. These all reports are enter in the algorithm intelligent artificial intelligence algorithms, and this is the futuristic project, and some countries are already work on it like Japan, USA, and China. So this artificial intelligence will tell how much in which amount you have to take your personalized nutrition, which amount exercise, how much exercise you have to you have to add in your daily routine activity, and some medicine, because you know the after some age some vitamins cannot produce by our body, so you have to take in the form of some medicine. So this is all the futuristic project of this is and improve our health and personalized nutrition. A personalized nutrition market are in 2022 to 2022 in USD billion. In 2022, it is 11.8 USD billion, and now 15.56, and it can be in 2032 to 48.78 USD billion. It is a huge market for personalized nutrition, and this is our future. So how personalized nutrition is help in body, that advanced genetic testing technique, some bioinformatic tools, some with the help of individual genetic information with dietary recommendation by person to person, and impact of food on the physical and mental status of an individual, and conclusion, individuals meal recommendation based on person genetic profile. So this personalized nutrition is very helpful to solve the person's different disease condition like diabetes, Alzheimer, heart patient, all. And this is tailored nutrition become the norm, and wellness is from individuals. And however, it is important to note that nutrigenomics is still a rapidly evolving field, and further research is needed to fully understand the complex interaction between genetics, nutrition, and health outcomes. This is my reference. Thank you. I'm Swati Patel, a student of National Healthcare Academy, Singapore.
Sorry for the interruption, Swati, and you have 2 minutes more. Please go ahead.
Okay, this is all about my preclinical searching. I am pursuing my study, and I am also my MSc microbiology student, and I have known all the genetics and all related issues because I have run some electrophoresis. My dissertation project is based on to find out the CDR4 that I am consuming bacteria from the soil. So I am very and so I am very frankly for all this knowledge, and in future I will search, and I will go to search in this kind of area. Thank you.
So, Swati, I have two questions for you.
Okay.
That was a nice novel idea generation. That is the future. Personalized nutrition through genes and nutrition counseling coming together. What we say as nutrigenomics, the future.
Nutritional
So,
genomics, yes.
you at the end bested upon that preclinical.
Yes,
So
yes.
that means the clinical studies you didn't study while writing this research article or paper?
No, I didn't study in clinical research, but this is already did in some countries. So
That
my
I understand, but yeah, review. So I'm asking you means you only studied about the preclinical literature, not
yes,
the
I was
clinical.
preclinical or as clinicals. I have reviewed some experiments is done by some scientists or else. So now I am studying this. I am not going in clinical research or
I hope, Swati, you understand the difference in preclinical studies and clinical. That I understood that it's a novel idea. So, anyways, I just urge you to check on what is preclinical and clinical.
okay. Yes,
Perhaps
I
that
will.
would
I
be
will.
a thought for you to ponder upon.
I will.
The second is that have you studied the role of the various environmental factors on the gene expression? Because one
Gene.
gene may
Yes.
behave in a different way. So
Okay. Okay. Yes.
I
In
think
gene,
that has to be,
some
yeah,
oxidative stress, some imbalanced food can also it's a hindrance in gene expression. So not only basically is nutrition is required, but our physical activity, our calm mind, our peacefulness is also required to balance all gene activity.
exactly. So when you will study the clinical data about it, that is a clinical trials review about
Okay.
it, so you will understand the things in a better perspective.
Okay.
That why the gene expression changes or how the gene responds to the various different stimuli, especially related to environment, what you just jot down for me, right?
Okay.
So, best of luck. Thank you so much. So, over to Dr. Archana, if Archana madam wants to ask something.
No, those were the only two questions which I was also
Yeah.
thinking. But
Yeah.
fine.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
We
Thank
can
you.
move on to next participant here.
Yes, ma'am. With your permission, we are actually moving into next participant, and it is Shreya P. Sarathi, and it is an oral presentation. Shreya, can you start presenting your presentation? Miss Shreya? Miss Shreya, are you there? The topic is on mislabeling in Indian health food market survey and analytical. Miss Shreya?
Hello.
See,
I'm
you have
sorry.
to take down your presentation.
Yes, I'm sorry. My laptop is getting hang. I'm extremely sorry.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Please start your presentation.
Just a second.
Ms. Swati, can you please pull out your presentation? Ms. Swati? Ms. Swati, your presentation is on presentation mode. Can you please pull out so we can move forward with the next candidate? Ms. Swati?
I think she's not there.
Okay, ma'am. Let me call her right away.
Yeah.
Ms. Shreya. Yeah, you can start with your presentation. Please go ahead.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. Good
Yes, you are
afternoon.
audible.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today, I, Shreya P. Sarthi, I'm going to present on the topic mislabeling in Indian health food market survey, and the analytical testing of the few selected samples. This was a part of my postgraduate dissertation work done under the guidance of Dr. Jinnu Gupta, and I was co-authored by Lakshmi Taruni, one of my fellow mates, and a research scholar, Amrita Shaw. So the contents I would be leading through is introduction, that is what is mislabeling, a report incidentally on mislabeling of protein supplement and immune booster food supplement, objective, materials and method, results and discussion, and conclusion. So giving a very brief about what is mislabeling, when a label on the packaging does not convey the true characteristic. It can be related to the quality, component, nutritional value, and health advantages. Purposeful mislabeling is done when we need financial advantage, or we are in a profit benefit with the market and we want to supply the market as fast as possible and meet the consumer needs. Whereas the other way around, the inadvertent mislabeling can be done when the manufacturer lacks the awareness of safety regulations and rules and regulation about the label. There are a huge range of food products which have been come under the grip of mislabeling. Unfortunately, the health food, that is the food supplements, are also one of the major food products which are coming under the grip of mislabeling. So giving one liner about what is health food, these are any food that has an extremely health beneficial on one's health, that provides additional nutritional support to us. And as we can see after COVID-19, that is a pandemic era, health food and supplement market has grown drastically. So coming down, we took during this work, we took mainly protein supplement and immune booster food supplement, and giving a brief about both. Protein food supplement nourishes one's body with protein, which helps us to repair tissues, enhances biocatalyst function, gives structural support, etc. Whereas immune booster health supplements are dietary products or substances that are specifically promote and support the functioning of immune systems. Now, one may inquire that immune booster food supplements are available both in drugs and in the format of delivery. But during our study, we mainly focused on the format of delivery, and we took supplements such as powders, gummies, teas, etc., which are basically the food supplements. So coming down to what are the report incidentally on the mislabeling of these two, first to the protein supplements. So approximately 1,300 supplements were tested in FSSAI in 2023, and around about 205 were non-compliant with the food standards, and still 40,000 cases have been registered, which overcame around 2022 to 2023, and which did not propose the same value as the label proposed, and it had a drastic effect on the consumers. So next week we saw one case in London of a 16-year-old boy who suffered a tragic brain damage death due to a rare genetic disease of ornithine transcarbamylase deficiency, and it was observed that he used to consume protein shake. So one of the triggering factor for this disease was claimed to be these continuous non-vigilant protein shake. Because most of the cases we saw was not prescribed by the dietitian or by professionals. Now coming down to immune booster food supplements, so around about 30 products were around about 30 products was tested, wherein 17 products contained inactive ingredients and 13 ingredients were not detected on analysis, and 5 products contained additional component which was not even mentioned on the label. So it is kind of health threatening for a person who is consuming these immune booster health supplements, that additionally they are consuming other micronutrients also. So we formulated a research gap that not much studies are there on this serious food topic of food fraud. Mislabeling is one of major food fraud which is happening apart from adulteration, and there is a lack of awareness amongst the common people about the label and its labels and nutrition label and importance. And this is a serious threat of this is a very serious threat, and it is causing an adverse effect in the public health nutrition. So the objective of the study was jotted down to market survey of the to know whether the proper label regulations are followed for these two selected supplements, and to analyze the commercially available selected commercially available supplements on the protein, carbohydrate, fat content for protein supplements, and for immune booster supplements we analyzed vitamin C, zinc content, and radical scavenging activity. First, coming down to the market survey, common platforms such as Amazon, Flipkart, JioMart were selected. For protein supplement, we chose keywords such as protein supplement, muscle gaining supplements, a supplement for hair growth, etc. And for immune booster supplements, as I mentioned, it was a format of delivery food supplements we took. And basically, we took an immune booster tea, gels, gummies, beverages, drinks, etc. And manually, we screen for the labels, and the categories are as mentioned on the screen. Then coming to the analytical perspective, we took estimation of protein content, estimation of carbohydrate content, estimation of fat content for protein supplements. Whereas for immune booster supplements, we analyzed for vitamin C, zinc content, and radical scavenging activity. Now, procurement of both the samples, first for the protein supplements, the sample was procured after the tabulation of the market survey, and 4 supplements were selected. The basis of selection was based on the popularity, source of the protein, and due to some complaints if the consumer has raised upon the effectiveness of the protein supplements. For to remove any bias for these supplements, we coded the sample as A, B, C, D, and the following table shows the category of the product and the type of the product chosen.
Ms. Shreya, you'll be having 3 minutes more. Okay, please go on with your presentation.
Okay.
Wrap up.
Okay, so further rushing down, we took 5 immune booster supplements, and this is the criteria for selections. So results and discussion, out of 200 supplements to surveyed, 75% for protein supplements and 73% for immune booster food supplements were proposed to have label regulations. And as we can see through both these slides, we saw that 25% and very negligible amount of supplement had diverted them from label regulation. But this took a 360-degree round when we surveyed the actual content of this supplement with the nutrition label. So coming down to the first survey, protein for the protein supplements, sample A had showed a 46% less deviation. That 46% was less protein content was found. That is, in label they have mentioned 50 grams, but on analysis we just got 27 grams. Similarly, for sample B, C, as shown in the table mentioned, the deviation was very less. And when we saw for fat content, fat over sample A was mentioned only 0.82 grams, whereas when on analysis we got 3 grams and it had a huge deviation. And as we see for sample B, only 0.5 grams was mentioned and 10 grams was found on estimation, and it was a huge deviation of 1900%. There was a very drastic change. So people consuming can go to other effects of nutritional diseases also. Then for carbohydrate also, we saw there was a huge increase, like only 17 grams was mentioned, but an increase of 72 grams was seen. And the sample B, C, D also proposed 88, 32, 26% respectively. Now coming down to the immune booster supplements, which helps in boosting our immunity. So we took 5 samples, and we saw for vitamin C for the samples, whereas the vitamin C content for the samples was very low, and as per RDA, 170 to 150 grams of the vitamin C should be there. First of all, the samples, the product did not have any vitamin C content mentioned on the label also. So on testing, we could not assure it whether actually the vitamin C which the company proclaims is true or no. So only we can see a sample E had mentioned 41 grams of 41 mg milligrams of vitamin C, but on analysis we got 80.7 mg of vitamin C in the product. Then for zinc, the daily allowance is 12 to 17 mg, and in this also there was no mention of zinc content what the samples are proposing. But when we tested the analysis, it was more than 20 grams, which was very high according to the daily intake. And high intake of zinc may cause diarrhea, gastrointestinal diseases, etc. Although it is a micronutrient which is efficient for immune boosting, but it is very if taken in a very daily basis and in a very huge amount, it can cause fatal diseases also. Now coming down to the radical scavenging activity. So for what is radical scavenging activity?
Miss
Basically, it
Shreya,
helps.
your time is up. Please wind it up in 2 years and this.
Yes, just a minute more. So the radical scavenging activity for immune boosting supplements, this is one of the most important supplement, and we tested with vitamin C tablet. So on testing also, the radical scavenging activity for all these supplements for coming down to be very poor, and they did not help in boosting immunity as such. So the conclusion, a quick brush up, what I would like to say is the market compliance with label regulation should be more stronger, and FSSAI and other body regulations should be more strongly giving more strong influence on how labels are they a supplement. Second, the nutritional analysis for both the immune booster supplement was a drastic eye opener for most of the people, and what they're consuming, we should give it to the consumer. We should make them more aware and tell them not to take apart from prescription, not to take on their own side. And societal impact, obviously it will help us to reduce public health, more public health diseases, etc., because of the external intake of supplements. So one might think these are the recent uses after I did my work. This is the recent uses which was proposed by ICMR and FSSAI. They have taken initiative in May 12, 2024 and June 29, 2024 respectively, and
Miss
they are
Shreya,
also
sorry for the interruption. Please finish it now.
Yes, ma'am, almost over. They're
No,
also
finish
taking.
it now because other participants are waiting. So we have to make sure they have their own
It's
time. So that is
okay. It's okay, Shreya. I guess you have delivered your message. So, just out of curiosity, I would like to ask first is that your study is very well conducted and a very novel topic, which is also the need of the hour because even dietitians can't do anything if the claims are misleading.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Yes.
secondly, it is like that yes, FSSAI really needs to tighten and they should not be allowing anybody to give the health claims without the proper clinical trials done. Otherwise, a lot of health implications would be there. So, just out of curiosity, that whatever the samples did you have picked up, whether from Amazon, Flipkart, or from any other shelves, were all of them FSSAI licensed, or there were certain who were not?
No, ma'am. Most of the products which we chose had FSSAI label and it had the license in it. So when we tested, it was very drastic change for both the testing and the nutrition label.
Yeah, I'd say then it is quite disturbing because it is all about the composition, as you have shown with the help of your nutritional analysis, that the claim is not true. Whatever they are claiming in the terms of the protein and misleading statements about amount of fat and everything. But anyways,
Yeah,
it's a good
it
study. Yeah,
requires probably a stronger research and
yeah,
or maybe some changes in the policies or
correct.
little ahead than what currently is happening.
Ma'am, if
Or
I just
perhaps perhaps FSSAI who is also certifying a biscuit. Probably some other sister body should be made for such products, because they are just looking for what is safe, as in, even if it is natural, identical flavors, they are giving the license for the same. Yes, Shreya, you were trying to say something?
Yes, ma'am. During the study, we also went through the rules and regulation of FSSAI, and no such particular rules are there for nutrition label for particular health supplements, because health supplements sometimes we just take off our interest and all. So particular regulations also should be maintained. Only this much intake should be there, label warnings and all.
No, I would like to correct you here, Shreya. For functional foods and nutraceuticals, now FSSAI and Gazette of India has been launched for foods of extraordinary nature, where functional nutraceuticals, pro-prebiotics, health supplements, or health supplements with medicinal use. What are food supplements? This has been launched. So probably I urge you to go through it. It was launched in 2016, then it was revised in 2022 or 2021. But the problem is regarding the implementation because FSSAI is same. They are only giving the license. Anyways, it is a good research. Best wishes. Lot of more work can be done there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Shreya. So from here on, I'll be handing over the session to Ms. Sushmita. Ms. Sushmita, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Please take over the session and please introduce yourself to our session chairs. Ma'am, this is Sushmita. And please, session chairs, please take note. She is going to be moderating from now and I'll be joining later. And if you are facing any kind of technical issues also, please let me know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, please take over the session, the fifth presentation.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning, ma'am. I'm Shushmita from Department of Food Technology, Vignans University. From here on, I'll be taking over the session. So, coming to the next participant, the title of the paper is Detection of Reused Cooking Oil Through Micro-Raman Spectroscopy, and the author is Amrita Shah. Amrita Shah, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. You can start your presentation.
Yeah, I'll share my screen.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. I am Amrita Shaw, doctoral research scholar at Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. The topic of my presentation is detection of reused cooking oil through micro-Raman spectroscopy. Before I elaborate on our scientific exploration, I would like to brief about why is this topic important to be addressed. So first and foremost, adulteration. Food adulteration is a pervasive issue affecting various types of food worldwide. From diluted milk to contaminated spices, the spectrum is very broad. So the next, in many cases, we have been found that adulteration majorly affects almost all section of the society. So the after adulteration, we would come to the question why detecting of reused cooking oil so important. So this can be addressed in several perspectives with the help of several perspectives. First and foremost is health and safety. So in health and safety, we can see that there are different kind of health effects which have health effects by consumption of adulterated edible oil. So like dropsy, colon cancer, stomach issues, affected livers, and all these are different type of health effects we find due to consumption of adulterated oil. Now coming to the next perspective is regulatory compliances. So these compliances mainly mainly set the standards based upon how a food industry is dealing with its consumers. When a very fine example for this is recalls. Due to several recalls, these regulatory agencies have to set different kind of standards which will govern how the food product or how the food any food product is being processed or it's being developed. So in the next stage, we can see in the perspective of consumers confidence and trust. So if again the same recall example, we can take the examples for recalls. If a company goes through any recall, the thousands or the amount of consumers blindly believing in those companies, their trust and confidence are broken. So the next one is national economy protection. We can say that national economy protection, how is it impacting, how is it connected to adulteration of any food product. So when any food product is seized, the government has to take care that why like how the food product or the contaminated food product is going to be disposed or dealt with. So for all of these, every section of the society has to pay for this. So it's a national economic loss also in any case. So now we have got to know that why is it important to detect. Let me speak about the existing method for the quality detection. So in the first pie chart is the first pie chart provides a visual summary of the analytical techniques used for detecting cooking oil, and in the second one we can see the current trend, the analytical techniques used in the current trend. What is which technique is governing in the current trend for the development or the advancement of detection detection technique, we can see that spectrometric techniques is mainly governing in the current trend, because in chromatographic technique, many a times we have been found a lot of solvent is wasted. Data interpretation is in many cases is a very challenging process, and instrument itself is a very costly factor in the analysis. So due to all of these drawbacks, spectrometric techniques is more explored in the current trend. Now, we came up to a research gap by following all of these background. After doing a background study, we could find that it is very important to develop a technique that is high throughput, and it will be very quickly it can generate result very quickly. Also, the spectrometric techniques, it's been used mainly in the current trend. So our favorite is Raman spectroscopy technique. The potential of Raman spectroscopy has been found very promising in various fields, as we can see in different studies. And also the remarkable combination of rapidity and relatively simpler approach makes it stand out from the other spectrometric technique. The second part of our study is coupling of this spectrometric technique with Raman, because chromatographic technique with Raman. So what basically chemometric technique, basically chemometric technique, it represents the whole data in a form of in the form of mathematical or statistical formula. So this will help for the in the data interpretation also. And also, if we follow the trend, visualize the data, or the different classes of data, when we try to find visual differences, it's very challenging. So in that place, chemometric will help us to differentiate the data very easily and quickly. So our objective of this study is to develop a non-destructive high throughput screening method for detecting reused cooking oil in food, by coupling chemometric based analysis, that is PCA in our case, with Raman spectrometric data. So for this, in our study, we explored three types of cooking oil: palmolive, sunflower, and vanaspati. They are very popular in all the sections. And also, these oils were subjected to heat treated. For the sample preparation, the oils were subjected to heat treated. They were subjected to, for the heat treatment variation, they were subjected to 9 times heating and cooling cycle. After each cycle, the aliquots of samples were collected. Also, the sample aliquots, fresh oils were also included in the sample aliquots. The next one was spectral analysis. For this data acquisition using for this Raman spectral analysis, Raman microscope system was used by Thermo Scientific, coupled with Omics software was used for data handling. Now, in the next stage for chemometric analysis, data refinement was done, where basically the data was subjected to baseline correction and normalization, followed by the final PCA execution using Unscrambler, a statistical tool. So coming to the result and discussion, the very first and foremost step of any kind of spectral analysis is to assign the peak with their relative functional group. So in our case, we first marked all of the peaks alphabetically, and then we have assigned each of the peak with their relative. For example, in peak in the region A, the peak in the region A is due to stretching of ester. In the region peak B is for cis bond, the stretching or vibration of cis bond. The peak at C is due to scissoring of methylene group, and peak D is due to bending or twisting of methylene group. Peak at E is due to deformation of cis double bond, and peak F is due to stretching of alkane chain. So basically, we can see that the spectras are being stacked based on different heat treatment. The first is pristine oil, followed by the first heat treatment, followed by fifth, and then the last one, that is 9 times heat treated. So we can
Sorry
see.
for the interruption, Miss Samrita. You have only 2 minutes left for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am, I'm almost done, ma'am. So we
Yeah.
can see that visually differentiating these are very challenging. So we conducted a PCA analysis, and now we can see how drastically the classification or the differentiation process has been changed. We can see that the fresh oil is totally in one quadrant and one side of the PCA plot, and the other is in totally other side. So this is a very self-explanatory plot, and which needs a very minimal amount of data interpretation or any further step. So after getting a promising result in sunflower oil, we extended the work to palmolive oil, same kind of assignment, and PCA was conducted. Here also a very self-explanatory trend we can see, followed by VO, Vanaspati. In Vanaspati also the trend was seen. Um, in conclusion, I would like to say that the technique we applied in this study was very promising for segregation of fresh oil from the heated one. Also, this study is just like any other study; it's not devoid of any limitations. So, in this study, we have only explored three generally used cooking oils, which like sunflower, palmolive, and vanaspati, and we are extending it to other types of oil also. And lastly, we mainly the technique used in this study is mainly focusing on qualitative aspect. That means the quality of oil present in the food is being tested. The quantitative aspect is an ongoing study, and the impact of the study is it is very important to develop, as I mentioned earlier, to develop a high throughput screening method. So this optimized method can serve as a basis of developing an automated quality monitoring method also, and which will be sensitive, rapid, and cost effective. That is the need of the hour. And the last point is advanced detection technique enables more stringent quality control throughout the food production and supply chain. So thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Amrita. Ma'am, do you have any questions?
Amrita, why 9? 9 times you just reheated and then cooled. From where this number you have been able to extrapolate?
Yes, ma'am. So we tried it with, we started with 3 times. 3 times, 5 times, and then 7 times and 9 times. So after getting a nine time, like after getting the sample at 9 time heated condition, we could find that changes were seen much more higher, like the exposure, because in what happens in industries, the number of hours they are heated, they are very high, but in our experimental setup we limited it to 195 degrees Celsius. Like we heated the oil at 195 degrees Celsius, and then we kept it for 5 to 10 seconds, and then we reduced. So we want to see the initial changes after heat inducing. So we could see that in sunflower, after 9 times, changes were seen in much more, or like there were higher changes when compared to vanaspati. That means vanaspati is more stable than sunflower oil. So in this 9 times we came up with after a preliminary study, or after optimizing that, okay, after this time heating in experimental setup we can see the change. So objective is to see the changes after reheating. So we could see after 9 times of experimental
No,
setup.
why I ask this, because especially related to Vanaspati, the
Yeah.
whole idea of making Vanaspati is stable. That's how the whole food industry got, this jolted with this, and then trans fat we came to know. Because
Yes,
it
ma'am.
is a hydrogenated fat, right? Which
Yes,
is
ma'am.
done from oil. So it would be definitely stable. That's
Yes,
a
ma'am.
fact we know. So sunflower and the others, definitely when it is compared, the things would be different because they are not hydrogenated. So
Yes.
I was thinking maybe after 3 times of reheating, how the graph goes, and after 6 times how the graph goes, and after 9 times how it goes, the way you selected 9. So that, it's a kind of a message for us as a not only listeners, even as well as to the practitioner people, that this concept of reheating, that, where it should be stopped and it becomes so harmful. So, yeah, your comments on
Ma'am,
this.
FSSAI has already given a limit for reheating. Only 3 times a oil should be reheated, maximum 3 times. And in 3 times, after reheating the oil or after reusing the oils, the total polar compound should be less than 25%. FSSAI has already given a standard for
That's what.
reheating.
That when it is 3, then why did you go till 9?
Ma'am, they have given the standards, but when we see in roadside food stalls, they don't wait till it's only done till 3 times. They wait till the oil is totally inedible. So this 9 times, it's a very minimal, it's a very minimum number. For example, ma'am, I would like to give an example. Domino's, they never switch off their heating machine, like where the oil is getting boiled. So that is much, like in n number of times of 9 multiplied by, we can say that in our case we have done till 9 times, but in their case it's like the multiplication is touching the roof. So now the detection
Exactly,
technique
that's
has to.
what. So
Exactly, that's what she,
yeah. Yeah, that's what you are meaning to say now. I was just as in because every research has to give some kind of a message that why this is done. Like you told the research gap and everything, which was excellent. So now, since I'm asking questions, it is coming from you. So I was just a little expecting that you must have made a graph that 3 is a standard as per given. So when it goes to 6, what happens? We stop till 9 and further beyond also, as you said, inedible like that.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you so much.
Basic survey probably was needed to
Yeah.
check the vendors. Domino's may be one of its kind because it is heated in machine, but there are vendors who switch off their gas, roadside vendors who switch off their gas. Surveys in the households, like whether women reuse the oil after constantly notifying them that it is not good for your health. They may not understand the entire science behind it, but they just understand that it is not good. So do they stop? Some survey should come as a 9, should come and conclude that, okay, 9 is the figure we are going to use for this study. That is
Ma'am,
what
actually, sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Actually, yeah, we thought of this thing, but 9 we stopped because for our exploratory study, we could see that 9 times was like a limit, or we stopped because 9 times was giving a very well classification in our in the PCA plot. So we
Sorry
can.
for the interruption, Miss Samrita. You have only 2 minutes for the discussion as the other contestants are waiting.
Fine,
Okay,
we
ma'am.
can go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you, Ms. Samrita. The next participant is the title of the paper is Gymnema sylvester for the management of storage pathogens, process optimization, comprehensive profiling, in vitro and in silico analysis, and the author is Aditi Kundu. Aditi Kundu, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Can you please turn on your video?
Camera is blurred, ma'am, so I can't.
You're not that audible.
Slides are visible, ma'am?
Ah, yeah, they're visible.
Hello, I am Dr. Aditi Kundu. My topic is the Gymnema sylvester for the management of storage pathogen, process optimization, comprehensive profiling in vitro and in silico analysis. Gymnema sylvester is known as Burman, like is a sugar destroy, and is a native tropical and subtropical region of Africa and South Africa. And plant has been valuable.
Sorry, Aditi, your voice is not very clear to me. Is it me or others are also feeling the same?
Yeah, it's the same. Voice is not very clear.
Yeah. A little more closer to the audio equipment, whatever you are using, whether inbuilt or otherwise.
Hello. Hello.
It's still not clear, Aditi.
Hello?
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 Can you please be more audible?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
It
Hello?
sounds a little better.
Hello?
Yeah, it is
Yes,
better now.
okay.
You can please
Plant,
continue. Yes.
okay. Plant has been valuable as a source of natural product. As over the past 2 decades, there has been a steady increase in the investigation of plant products for their potential using proper protections. Like phytometabolites in like in Gymnema sylvestre offer an alternative to toxic synthetic fungicide by effectively controlling the storage pathogen. So optimization extraction method like ultrasound assisted extraction is crucial for maximizing yield of bioactive compound for antifungal applications. And so first we take Gymnema sylvestre leaves and then clean and thoroughly powder that and extract with the ethanol by the ultrasonic treatment, and then filter the extract and it passing through the anhydrous sodium to remove the excess water and evaporated this extract and analysis through the LC-MS. And so optimization of extraction yield was performed using box recognition design in RSM. And there are the 3-factor with 3-level BBD is used to study the effect of the various independent variables such as time, power, and solvent to solvent ratio of the optimum response scale. RSM optimization have to predict linear, quadratic, and interactive influence of the factor to achieve optimal response. Here are the 3-factor and the 3-level of BBD are used for design of experiment and state of analysis. And here in the total 17 experiments were conducted to compare the yield and corresponding data were fitted in the established regression rate order. And this slide show the fitted polynomial equations for the production is visualized as in this equation. This table show the high F value like 94.91 with high significance at 1% level, suggesting high reliability to the predict polynomial model. Here is the time and the solvent of solid ratio was highly positive even at 1% level of significance. Quadratic interactions of extraction times and solvent to solid ratio had negative influence on the yield at 5% level significance. The extraction efficacy increased with increased irradiation time and solvent content to a certain level, then it is decreased. Here is the surface 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 the surface graph, and 4, 5, and 6 is the complete row of the extraction yield of Gymnema sylvestre leaf. Here first to third are the response surface, and which is describe the influence of any two variable on yield, maintaining constant value of the remaining variables. And elliptical contour plots further suggest the interaction effect among the variables like extraction times and solvent to solute ratio, but significantly at 5% level. Here is the UPLC chromatogram of the extract, and here is the total ion chromatograph, which is UPLC Q top ESI MS total ion chromatograph of ethanolic concentrate of Gymnema sylvestre for tentatively identification of phytochemicals. Here we characterize 51 almost tentatively characterized, which is listed in this list. Here we in this out of these gymnamic acid 1, 2, and 4 and gymnamanol are some major compound. So to confirm the bioefficacy, we take 3 test fungi like Aspergillus flavus, Penicillium expansum, and Aspergillus parasiticus, and with the 5 test concentration like 62.5 to 1000 microgram per ml, and calculated EC50 with the Holo Plus software. And this after this estimations. After this, highest effectiveness was observed against Aspergillus parasiticus, and this table show Aspergillus parasiticus EC50 is 97, and after that we estimated the of cell wall aldosterone content in the targeted tested fungi Like this, first we will cutting of the fungal mycelium plates and then add 50 ml alcoholic KOH solution and sonicated after 30 minutes and added to 20 ml of distilled water and 50 ml of heptane and then vortex for 2 minutes and heptane was taken out and concentrate and dissolved in ECM. Here is the extraction albuterol from pubic fungi using heptane and here is the chromatogram of albuterol analysis by UPLC. And here is the ESI-MS spectrum of fungal albuterol as analyzed by UPLC, QTOF, ESI-MS. Highest albuterol inhibition percentage show in Aspergillus parasiticus. After that, we selected a major Gymnema phytochemicals were checked for determining interaction with the fungal receptor protein like cytochrome P450, strol 1,4, alpha demethylase using molecular docking. In this key factor such as Gibbs free energy for binding and binding affinity and ligand efficiency were mentioned like in this table. For this, consider the above parameter like Gibbs energy and binding affinity and ligand efficiency. The Gymnema node was identified as the most efficient for binding with the protein due to its lowest binding energy. So giving better stability of the ligand protein complex. Here is the silent features like optimization of UAE indicate the maximum yield 365.51 milligram per 2 gram leaves with the extraction time of 17.5 minutes, amplitude and solvent like this. UPLC QTOF MS analyzed show tentatively identification of 51 potential metabolites dominating gymnamic acid 1 to 7, Gymnema node, Gymnema jelly, Gymnema sites C2E and Gymnema site A and so on. Gymnema extract shows the inhibitor on the Aspergillus parasiticus. EC50 was the highest found. Gymnema along with the Gymnema jelly and gymnamic acid analogs has been found highly potential inhibit the cytoplasm P450 strol 1,4 alpha demethylase as the key enzyme for the responsible for the production of membrane acetylcholine in the fungi. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aditi. Ma'am, do you have any questions?
No, not really, but Dr. Aditi, were your major objectives to just, extract the metabolites?
And the efficacy also checked by efficacy.
Okay, all right. Okay, then we can
Yeah.
move on to next. Yeah.
Yeah. So the next participant is Aishwarya R, and the title of the paper is A Study on Anthropometric Characteristics, Health Profile, and the Performance of Female Sportspersons in Kerala. Aishwarya R, are you there?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm there. 1 minute.
Yeah.
Ma'am, is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it is visible. Can you please start?
Okay.
And I request you to complete your presentation within the time limit.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, slideshow is not the. Okay, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Aishwarya R, a research scholar in Food and Nutrition, Government College for Women, Trivandrum, and I am presenting a topic on the title, A Study on Anthropometric Characteristic and Health Profile and Performance of Female Sportsperson in Kerala. So these are the table of content and the background of study. So background of the study, the anthropometry and body composition are crucial aspects in the study of the sportsperson as they provide valuable insight into athlete's physical characteristic and overall health. And certain anthropometric measurement can be indicative of certain athletic performance. For example, limb length can affect the running speed.
Your
And
slides
also,
are not changing, Aishwarya.
it's not changing. 1 second.
Don't panic, but relax and do that. Because what you are saying, if we see that creates a more sync for sight as well.
Is it visible now, ma'am?
No, it's a first slide, and maybe you can go to the fourth option, slides show. What is it exhibited right now?
1 second, ma'am. I'll share once more.
Yeah, you share once again. Do it immediately. No worries.
Okay.
Now we can see objectives.
Now, is it okay, ma'am? Can I show like this, ma'am? Is it okay?
Yeah, that is okay.
Okay.
You show like this if slideshow is not
Thank
okay.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are the background of the study, and different sports often favor specific body type. For example, sports like the basketball, they may benefit from the taller athletes, and also meanwhile, the gymnastic may require more compact build, and body composition refers to the proportion of the fat and non-fat mass in the body, and athletes with the optimal body composition may have an advantage in the terms of strength, power, and agility. And decrease in the body fat percentage may increase the power to weight ratio, for example, cycling, sprinting, etc. And understanding an athlete's anthropometric characteristic and body composition allows coaches and trainers to tailor training program to address and specific needs and optimize performance. And these are the objectives. 1 second. Okay, these are the objectives, and scope of the study is that this study aimed to determine the anthropometric parameters, body composition parameters, and health profile and performance of the selected young female sportsperson in Kerala. And relevance of the study is that an athlete's nutrition status and the performance of a diet should be evaluated in the light of its effectiveness. And the key to controlling the weight and adjusting the body composition safely is to understand how training affects the body composition. So these are the objectives, that is to analyze the socio-demographic profile, sports profile, determining the anthropometric parameters and body composition, evaluating the menstrual health, as assessing the performance test of the young female sportsperson in Kerala. So these are the methodology. The sample size was 127, and these are the age group that has been classified. And the body anthropometric parameters have been taken like BMI, waist ratio, hip ratio, and body composition analysis, body fat percentage, muscle mass. These are the parameters that has been taken into calculation. And one-to-one interview method was done. That is regarding the socio-demographic, sports profile, and menstrual health. And performance tests like 12-meter Cooper test, 30-meter dash test, and vertical jump was taken. And the statistical analysis was mean, standard deviation, and one sample t-test. So these are the results pertaining to socio-demographic profile. That is 53.5% were in the 16 to 20 years category, and 60.3% were had category qualification, and 81.7% of the sportsperson had nuclear type of family, and 68.7% of the sportsperson were living in the rural area, and 53.4% were having the pink ration card for assessing the economic status, which states that they come into priority or BPL card category. And these are the sports profile, which states football was played by 63.9% sportsperson. 32.8% of the sportsperson had level of participation, and 58% haven't attended any sports nutrition class before, and 97.7% of the sportsperson haven't followed any special diet, and 53.43% of the sportsperson had 6 to 8 hours of sleep. So these are the results pertaining to anthropometric parameters. So according to BMI, most of the majority, that is 49.61%, were in the normal category. Were in the normal category, and the waist hip ratio, that is majority was 51, and they were in the excellent category. And in the anthropometric t-test, all the values were significant, which states that all the values were significant as were statistically significant. And in the case of body composition variables, in the body fat percentage, majority, that is 61.06%, were having percentage lower than 21, which states that they are having particularly they were having very good body fat percentage. For the sports person, for normal male and female, that is like they should have 25%. But for the sports person, they should at least have below 15% so that they can enhance the performance. So in the category of muscle mass, 43.51% were in the healthy category, which states that they have a quite good muscle mass. And in the case of bone mass, you can see that majority was, that is 47.32 were having less than 1.7% bone mass, which states that they have to improve their bone mass category. Otherwise, little injuries can happen, which leads to decrease their performance. So in the all the parameters in the body composition states that all the except protein percentage were having statistically significant values. And in the menstrual health profile, you can see like I have asked the questions, 6 questions, like I have menstrual periods regularly, I feel severe menstrual cramps. So these according to the statistical level, the high perception, they were high perception towards the menstrual period regularly, and they were feeling severe menstrual cramps during the periods, and also they performed heavy exercise during the period, and also they had strong food cravings during the period. They had a high perception towards that question, and they had low perception towards the taking medicines during menstrual cramps, and also they missed periods during times of heavy exercise. They were having the low perception for these questions. So in the case of performance test, I have taken 12 minutes Cooper test and 30-meter dash test and vertical jump test. In the case of 12-minute Cooper test, 64.8% were in the good category. These performance tests should be conducted every month to assess their sports level. These are the basic tests which can be tested in these athletes to assess their basic performance level. So in this first one, 64.8% were having good performance. And in the case of 30-meter dash test, 51.6% majority were having poor, because they should be running within 8 seconds. For reaching 30 meter, they should be doing that below 8 seconds. But majority were passing above the 8 seconds. So they should be increasing their strength. So these determine endurance, strength, and strength and stamina, power, etc. So these tests are really important. And in the vertical jump test, you can see that 52% were in the poor category as well. So the conclusion states that the research shows that the anthropometric parameters and body composition profile are statistically significant, and hence the sports person showed a better anthropometric measurement and body composition scores. And in the performance in the sports and activities directly influenced by the body composition and physique, and sports person can use their body composition to determine the optimal competitive body weight, assess their length, assess their health, and monitor their training efforts. In order to maintain a high level of performance, player need to keep an eye on the anthropometric parameters and body composition status. And in the menstrual health of the female, it is also crucial for overall well-being and performance, and proper nutrition, hydration, and sufficient rest, and also awareness should be given to them, and these play a vital role in maintaining their menstrual health. Thank you.
Okay, Aishwarya, there is only one question for me.
Yes, ma'am.
For what purpose this study conducted? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. This is a part of my PhD study, ma'am. I'm doing a PhD study in the influence of nutrition and psychological aspects in the performance, ma'am. And from that, I have taken a paper.
Okay. So you have not mentioned any psychological aspect over here.
For this paper, I haven't mentioned.
For this paper, you have not mentioned.
Yes.
And the nutritional aspect, what you have presented, is already, many times discussed by many researchers with the same conclusion. So it would have been really good if you would have added some psychological aspect over here to give a different flavor to your research. Because whenever you will publish this paper, have you published it anywhere?
Yes, ma'am. I have published.
Yeah. Okay. So it should give another perspective as well, or the mention of that perspective should be there in this paper. That's what I feel.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Aishwarya, I just wish to ask you over here that you picked up 3 tests, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So those 3 tests, have they been related with the BCA, that is a body composition analysis of the athletes, that those who well performed on those tests, their BCA, that is composition, was also better or not? First is that. Second is, who gives that what is the authority, or maybe that which tells that those three tests can actually define the performance?
Okay,
Like
ma'am.
when we say BMI, we come with some, reference that it is, being backed up by WHO, and then ICMR, we follow it, and that is how it's a standard. So are those three tests standard like TMT, the way we say treadmill test, or for maximum heart rate zone or something like that?
Okay, ma'am.
They be
Actually, there are.
validated.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Actually, these three tests are the basic tests, ma'am, which are suggested by the experts, ma'am. So there are many other tests. I have taken these three tests, ma'am, which first test suggests it regarding endurance, and second one is regarding the power, that is 30-meter dash test regarding power, and third one is vertical jump, which states that strength. So I have taken the three parameters, ma'am: endurance, power, and strength. These are the
So
basic
that's what
skills.
my question is, that is it for the beginners, or
Yes,
is
ma'am.
it
Yes, ma'am.
for
No, actually, what my experts told me that these tests should be conducted for the sports person to analyze their performance level, and this can be a basic test to check once in a while they can be tested. So has to check their
my
performance level.
major question was that if I'm not passing these tests, then am I an athlete? And am I right inclusion criteria for your study? Like there are
Actually,
inclusion and exclusion, right, for a
actually,
study. So for
actually the basic thing is that these sports person are like they were playing about 5 to 6 years, but still they were majority were coming under the poor. So what I mean is like they have to improve their nutrition, and also these once in a while these tests has to be conducted, so has to check their skill level. So
all
because
right, no
majority.
worries. No worries. Wish you all the luck. But my question still remains the same. And again, as I say, it is a thought for you to feed your research greed and everything that, for inclusion, like there are some basicalities in terms of either biochemical profile or certain other things that I should be called as an athlete, because you know that in athlete also there are three major another category.
Anyway, they will
So,
be passing these tests and
hmm.
they will be coming under the sports person lab. But still, after this, after 5 or 6 years, they won't be doing this test after. So what I mean is like these tests should be
All
conducted
right.
even.
No worries. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aishwarya. Heading on to the next participant, the title of the paper is Sexual and Reproductive Health Education is an Effective Way to Empower Adolescent Girls, a rapid review, and the author is B.R. Abba Ashri. Abba Ashri, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Can you please turn on your video?
Okay.
Okay.
ma'am.
Can you start your presentation?
Yes. I'll just share my slide. Is my slides are visible?
Yeah, your slides are visible. Can you please turn on the slideshow?
Yeah.
And also, please complete the task within the time limit, okay?
Okay.
Okay, you can start your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, B.R. Abha Aishwi. I'm a research scholar at Ramadevi Women's University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, and my topic is sexual and reproductive health. Education is an effective way in empowering adolescent girls. It is a review paper. So, what are adolescents? Because WHO defined adolescents as the children that is from 10 to 19 years of age, and the adolescent girls accounts over 600 million population in the world today, and there are around 500 million adolescents living in country with low and middle income. and the girls constitute a maximum half of the adolescent population, and the attention given to the specific challenges and faced by adolescent girls. And the adolescent population in India constitute 21% of total population. And so we'll move towards the topic, that is the sexual and reproductive health, which was defined by WHO as the dimension of physical, emotional, mental, and social well-being in relation to the sexuality. Why we need to do this study? Because the measure public health challenges faced by the adolescent girls are basically the early pregnancy, or which we call as teenage pregnancy, and the high rate of maternal and infant mortality rates are due to this teenage and early pregnancy and various maternal complications related to early pregnancy, and sexually transmitted disease, reproductive tract infections, and the sexually transmitted disease, especially the HIV and AIDS, are mostly affected by the women. And around 8 lakh adolescent girls give birth every year in low and middle income countries. And in 2021, World Health Statistics revealed that the average birth rate among 15 to 19 years old is 49 per 1,000 girls globally, and the social taboos that are related to the reproductive and sexual health is also affected mostly by the girls, and the complications that rises due to pregnancy and childbirth constitute the second leading cause of death for 15 to 19 years girls globally, which is next to suicide. And in each year, 3.9 million girls aged 15 to 19 years undergo unsafe abortion, and around 39,000 childbirths happen every day. In the year 2021, about 60 of new HIV infection cases among the group of 15 to 24 years occurred among basically the adolescent girls and young women. And as we know, the adolescence is a period that is characterized by growth and development rapidly. And these girls, having only a limited knowledge regarding the sexual and reproductive health, and which they succumb to various situations that are unhealthy menstrual hygiene practices, unwanted sex, and teenage pregnancy, unsafe abortions, reproductive tract infection, and STDs such as the HIV/AIDS. And these have an adverse effect not only their physical health but also their mental health. Thus, there is a need to inclusion of the sexual reproductive health education and life skill education among the adolescent girls for strengthening their adolescent well-being. So the aim of my study is to explore the knowledge, attitude, and practices regarding the sexually reproductive health among adolescent girls, and the need for inclusion of this sexual reproductive health and life skill education for adolescents in school, strengthening the healthcare programs, and involvement of various NGOs for adolescent well-being. So I have collected the information from various article, publication, and government portals and statistical data and websites from the last 10 years. So the first is the knowledge period to MINARC, which is for good health and well-being is the Sustainable Development Goal 3. So from that, we can see from the graph that most of the girls get the information from the mother and friends, and some of that is 43% of the girls are unable to get the information related to the menstrual cycle previously. So it is a measure factor that will enhance the reproductive and sexual health education among the girls. And then next, the knowledge about the menstrual is about why the blood comes from stomach, or it is unhealthy, or a pain is there, or any harmful cause, that most of the girls get the information from that is the harmful to run and dance, and that is a misconception that occurs among the adolescent girls without the lacking in proper education. And the measure health issues among adolescent girls are the teenage pregnancy, which is a major challenge among the adolescent girls, and it is most likely to occur in the marginalized and the marginalized communities, which having lack of education and poverty and lack of employment. Then next is the reasons why the adolescent girls are not using sanitary napkins, and because most are unaware, that is the 35%, and the 30%.
Sorry for the interruption, Ms. Abhayashri. You
Okay.
have only 3 minutes left.
Okay. So the reasons for the not using is basically mostly they were unaware, and they are costly, and also 30% the market is far away in the remote places. So the next is the beliefs and the practices that have been done regarding the menstrual cycle, that is that 7, mostly in India, there are various restrictions during menstrual cycles or menstruation. That is bathing, and bathing is done in 72.5% girls, and mostly food restrictions are there, and routine household activities are restricted. Religious restriction is high among the adolescent girls during menstruation, and playing outside or playing with boys are highly affected, and the school absenteeism or school dropouts are more during the menstruation. Then basically the information regarding the sexual and reproductive health teenage girls get from their friends, families, and mostly from their mothers and internet and websites. So this is the data I have taken from the I have given the source here. Then the hygiene practices during menstruation, the maximum girls are using still after a lot of program awareness campaigns, the girls are still using old cloth or as the absorbent, and they're still reusing the cloths and absorbent during menstruation, which is very unhygienic, and it will affect their reproductive health. So we can see that old cloth and sanitary pads are mostly used during menstruation, and the hygiene practices are very poor among the adolescent girls. So from the data, we can conclude that these have an adverse effects on their mental as well as physical health. So the adolescent girls as constitute a vulnerable group in the society, and they face many issues regarding their sexual and reproductive health in day-to-day life. They usually unaware about the menstruation process, and menstrual hygiene practices are very poor, which may lead them to school dropouts. So, and as still there are some of the schools that lack proper toilet facilities, which affects their menstrual hygiene. And there also exists higher rate of teenage pregnancy, unsafe abortions, at the reproductive tract infections, sexual transmitted infections, and unsafe sex practices leading to reproductive health issues in the future. However, the sexual reproductive health education is not being implemented in most schools, but its acceptance is really very poor, and that is even banned in some states of the country. So there is a need of primary care physicians who can take up an active role in training the school teachers and frontline health workers on sexual and reproductive health, thereby increasing the outreach of the sexual and reproductive health education. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abashri. Ma'am, do you have any questions?
Not really, because I guess she has portrayed one situation which we know from such a long period of time that it really exists. But probably sometime next time you can also portray some community education program or nutrition education program relative to this, so that you know how we can help further with this existing problem. This is existence of certain thing.
Yes,
So yeah,
yes, madam.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I think.
and
Yeah.
can suggest some policies regarding this which can be implemented in urban, rural, and in between tier 2 cities, because everywhere the situation is different. You cannot say
ma'am.
that situation is same in private schools, in government schools, or in Jilla Parishad schools, and in the rural areas, in the urban areas, and so it has to be bifurcated further, coming up with some policies for every region.
Yes, madam. Yes,
And
madam.
also wanted to correct you, Abha, that you said that the doctors have to come with the education. I think it's all about the volunteers in some other fields as well, like the
Yes,
field
madam,
of
means
nutritionist and
doctor.
public health. Yeah.
Yes, health. The people working in health and nutrition area all can collaborate and do the work.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
One
Thank you.
suggestion
Next,
from
please.
me. Excuse
Yeah.
me. One suggestion from me. So, as a researcher, you have done a good job by reviewing all the things. But as a scientist, you need to give some conclusion from your
Correct.
reviews. Yeah, you need
That's
to give
what.
because as per your study, you have done for so far 10 years. 10 years literature you've gone through excellently is good. So as a researcher, as a scientist, you need to be simplify what's the methods previously they practice and which method more successful. Especially like Indian country, we have to target area is the rural area, like villages, right? So maybe
Yes.
your conclusion, you can be explain which method and what's the technology we can be helpful for rural people, especially because we need to bring bottom, right? Our concept
Yes,
bottom and the people.
actually, basically the education still I'm saying in our area or in our country state Odisha, in tribal areas, in spite of a lot of programs have been introduced, still the tribal girls, I have studied maximum papers from the tribal. They are still lacking in a measure important this menstrual hygiene practices and education. So, and in the Anganwadi, in the through ICDS projects or Anganwadi in Anganwadi centers, they are imparting education, but the person who are imparting, they need to be trained in that specific area so that they can
Oh,
impart
exactly, Abha.
education.
Yeah, exactly, Abha. We are just meaning to say that you have portrayed a problem and you have
Yes.
studied some of the research papers, which is a great job. But then, at the end of it, what is the solution in any of the form, whether policies or whether health education? And the another is probably a real case-based scenario of a particular tribal area could also be taken in the future. Because this is
Yes.
something you are a little generalizing, which has to be bifurcated. Anyways,
madam.
but great job. Research
Yes,
is always like it never stops. There are so many aspects which could be done. So
Yes,
thank you
ma'am.
so much. We can move on to next participant. Thank
you.
you.
So thank you, Ms. Sabha. And coming to the next participant, the title of the paper is Finger Millet, a potential crop to alleviate the calcium deficiency in astronauts and the author is Akanksha Singh. From now on, I request all the participants to complete your presentation within the time limit, that is 10 minutes. And with the permission of the session chairpersons, I request all the participants to discuss your topic within 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you all. Ms. Akanksha Singh, you there?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my slide visible?
Yeah, your slides are visible. Can you turn on the slideshow?
Yes, ma'am.
I just
I
want to
think
make
to,
a small announcement with
yeah,
the permission of other panelists. So you have to highlight your research objects and what you've done. You don't need to be waste your time with your introduction part.
Exactly. I totally agree with you. You please skip the introduction, come directly to the objectives, your hypothesis, and then, a little bit about methodology and results. That would really save the time. I totally agree with Dr. Malur. Yes. Akanksha,
Ma'am,
go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and everyone. So my topic for review today is finger millet, potential for crop to elevate calcium deficiency in astronauts. So as we all know, that finger millet, which is scientifically known as Elysium caricona, is an ancient crop, and it is cultivated in many parts of Asia and Africa. It is a very hardy and drought-resistant crop that has gained attention for its exceptional nutritional profile, particularly its high calcium content. This Asian crop has been cultivated for thousands of years and is a staple food in parts of Africa and Asia, and is known for its exceptional nutritional profile and its ability to thrive in very harsh environmental conditions. It is highly nutritious and a resilient cereal crop, which can elevate the calcium deficiency in astronauts. So this presentation of mine explores the promising potentials of finger millet, a nutrient-dense cereal crop to provide the necessary calcium and other essential nutrients to support the astronauts' health and also for the mission success. Addressing the critical issues of calcium deficiency in astronauts during space mission is a key priority of many space agencies. Okay, now let me introduce about calcium deficiency in space. Now, importance of calcium for bone. As we know that calcium is crucial for maintaining the bone density and structural integrity. Bone acts as a reservoir for calcium, which is vital for various bodily functions, and calcium deficiency can lead to weakened bones and increased fracture risk. So there are challenges in space like microgravity, where bone experiences reduced mechanical loading, causing them to lose their minerals very fast and faster than they can be replaced here. So astronauts can lose up to 1 to 2% of their bone density per month in space, leading to increased susceptibility to fractures. Now, current countermeasures and their limitations. The exercise regime, the calcium supplements, and the dietary adjustments have limited effect in completely preventing the bone loss in astronauts. But natural food and food-based sources of calcium can provide a better bioavailability and overall nutritional benefits to them. Now, here is an overview of finger millet. We know the scientific name of finger millet, as I've already told you, is Elysium caricona, and it is commonly known as ragi in India, nachini also, Kurakan in Sri Lanka, and Bambi in East Africa. It has originated, now let's see the historical background. Finger millet originated in East Africa around 5,000 years ago, and was first domesticated in Ethiopia and Uganda, and it later spread to many parts of India, say around 3,000 years ago, and is now widely cultivated in parts of South Africa and South Asia. Adaptability and growth characteristics. Finger millet can thrive into very harsh conditions and climates from tropical to subtropical, and it can grow in poor soils and degraded soils with minimum inputs. It is highly resilient and drought tolerant and are very resistant to pests and diseases. Next slide is, let's see the nutritional profile of finger millet. It has got high calcium content. Like finger millet has got around 344 milligram of calcium per 100
Hansha,
grams.
you can skip this, please. Skip
Okay.
it. Please
Okay.
go to the objectives immediately. Please skip
Ma'am,
it.
this is a review article because I'm a research scholar, so I'm working on it. So this is my review article.
All right, but then what are your objectives even
Yes,
for this review article?
Yes, ma'am. I'm working to develop products using finger millet, and I'm also testing their nutritional profile. And also I'm testing the microbiological, the shelf life of the product which I'm going to make. Because since it is my, like, I've just started it, my project is still going on. I'm in 3rd semester of my PhD. So that is why. Ma'am, can I proceed?
Yeah, proceed then.
Okay. So, and other essential nutrients in finger millet are like iron, calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus, and it has got various vitamins also. So the health benefits of it are, it has got high calcium content, low glycemic index, and antioxidant property of finger millet is very beneficial for bone health, which is very crucial for the astronauts in space. Now, as we know that finger millet can survive in any kind of environment and in very harsh environment also. So so it can be grown in the outer space very easily. Like finger millet is highly adaptable in many climates and poor soils. So, and its short growth of 3 to 4 months of cycle allows it to harvest per year, and which is very well suited for the confined spaces of this space. Also, we can do hydroponic cultivation in this space. That is, like, finger millet can be grown using the hydroponic technology also, and adaptability to space conditions. And since finger millet is a natural resilient crop and has potential for genetic optimization, it can be well suited for the challenging conditions of the space farming. And also now let's see the hydroponic cultivation space. Like I have told you that hydroponic cultivation can be done in space. Like hydroponic, as we know, it requires recirculated water. So hydroponic system can be used for its cultivation with precise control of nutrients, which can be formulated for its growth. And we can see that faster growth can also be seen outer space of the finger millet, because finger millet, which typically grows faster in hydroponic system due to its optimal nutrient availability and environmental conditions, resulting in shorter growth cycles and more frequent harvests. Now, addressing the calcium deficiency. Now we see that the calcium in finger millet is highly bioavailable, meaning it is readily absorbed and utilized by the body, making it more effective than systematic calcium supplements. So dietary integration in space missions. Finger millet can be incorporated into various space-friendly recipes such as porridges, breads, and energy bars, providing a convenient and nutritious source of calcium for the astronauts. Comparative benefits over other supplements. Unlike synthetic supplements, finger millet provides calcium along with other essential nutrients, supporting overall health and nutritional balance in the astronauts. So ongoing research and developments. Researchers are actively exploring many ways of incorporating it into the astronaut diet to address the calcium deficiency. Experiments are being conducted to test the feasibility of growing finger millet in controlled environments such as space habitats and the lunar and Martian colonies. Additionally, scientists are investigating methods to enhance the bioavailability of calcium in finger millet, potential for processing of fortification techniques. This could further improve the calcium absorption for astronauts consuming the crop. Now, collaboration and long-term vision. We can see that partnership with various space agencies like NASA, ESA, European Space Agency, Roscosmos, and other space agencies to incorporate finger millet in astronaut diets, and participants and participate in space missions and experiments can be done. And also involvement of academic and research institutions can be done, that collaborating with different institutions can be done here. Also, private sector engagement, like partnership with private space companies to integrate the finger millet in commercial space missions and explore its role in future space tourism and colonization efforts can be done. Now, conclusion. The summary of the key events here is that since we know that finger millet has got very high calcium content and its nutrition profile is also good, so it can be and the suitability for space farming is also good. So it makes it a promising crop to address the calcium deficiency and support the health and performance of astronauts during the long duration space missions. The potential impact on space missions. Incorporating finger millet into astronaut diets can enhance bone health and muscle functions and overall well-being by promoting sustainable and self-sufficient space. Speed, promote collaboration, support the practical implementation of finger millet in space missions to Ma'am, I'm done. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Akanksha. Ma'am, do you have any questions for Ms. Akanksha?
More than questions, I have few suggestions for Akanksha.
Yes.
Since you are a PhD scholar and you are aiming to work on it, I would like to say it sounded to me more like a PPT generating a idea, that finger millet is important. However, the review article or the review paper presentation is entirely a little different, Akanksha.
Okay.
And it's like that we have to study, a lot of papers where already finger millet has been used. Or if not finger millet, they use something else for these, the sample, that is the space station workers, and then you identified a gap that rather than this could be used, and then the next comes into picture that how it can be incorporated, looking at their conditions related to atmosphere
Yes.
and everything, which product would be much more stable. So it's just my suggestion to you, and plus also the tenure, that past 10 years papers you have studied, or maybe
Yes.
5 years recent research you have studied, and whether the clinical trials have been performed with the finger millet, and what were the changes in the biochemical parameters, especially related to serum calcium then. And not only that, even the phosphorus and the other which can also come into the picture related to the bone health. So wish you all the luck.
Thank you.
So yeah, so for me it was more of an idea into a PPT format, so which I just urged that if you can work on it next time in a better the way of a review one.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, best wishes to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So moving on to the next participant, it is Tabitha Ramona Christine. Tabitha, you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Yeah, can you please?
Yes, one second. Can you see my slide now?
Yes, Tabitha. You can head on.
Yeah. So very good afternoon to one and all. I'm Tabitha Ramona Christian, a research scholar of food science and nutrition, Best IU. I'm also a faculty in the Department of Nutrition at St. Francis College for Women, Hyderabad. So the title of my paper today that I'm presenting is, Impact of Different Cooking Methods on the Nutritive Value and Sensory Palatability of Microgreens. So this is an overview of the content that I'll be presenting today in my presentation. So what are microgreens? Well, they are young and tender leaf of a plant. They are called as superfoods because they are highly nutritious and they can be harvested less than a week. They grow almost 1 to 3 inches tall and they can be harvested after the first true leaf appears. These microgreens are usually rich in vitamins, minerals, fiber, phytochemicals, especially antioxidants, and that's why they can be used as a culinary ingredient for the intense flavor and vibrant colors and nutritional benefits. So this is a literature review. So the studies have shown that these are called superfoods, and they're also rich in most of the nutrients, and even in a small amount can help in prevention of various chronic diseases. So coming to the aim of my study, the purpose of this study is to investigate how different cooking techniques affect the nutritional content and sensory appeal of microgreens. So coming to the methodology, the microgreens were procured from the market and different cooking methods were used like steaming, pressure cooking, shallow fry, deep fry, and dehydrated products. The various recipes that were developed using these methods of cooking were for steaming, idli and dokla, for pressure cooking, rice and dal, for shallow fry, omelette and cutlet, for deep fry, vada and puri, and for dehydrated products, chutney powder and murukku. Then sensory analysis was done using the 9-point hedonic scale. And also the recipes were sent for proximate analysis, and statistical analysis was done to check for any significant difference. So these are the various recipes that were developed using the different methods of cooking. Coming to the proximates were analyzed using the standard AOAC methods, like moisture was done by Hwater-Awan, protein by Geldahl method, fat by Soxhlet, dietary fiber by the enzymatic digestion, and ash by Muffle-Furnace. And for sensory evaluation, a group of semi-trained panel were given all the samples in 3 different variations, and a 9-point hedonic scale was given to them to analyze it. So this is the 9-point hedonic scale based on which the panel members were advised to rate each of the sample. So all the analysis was expressed in mean and standard deviation, and a one-way ANOVA test was done to check for any significant difference. Coming to the sensory palatability of the microgreens, as you can see in this graph, there was no significant difference among all the recipes, except that the odor of the vada was highest, and even the color and the taste was highest for dokla. Coming to the nutritive value of the microgreens, as again you can see in this graph, the value of carbohydrates was highest for pressure cooking and steaming method, which is, these are the moist heat methods. And also the fat content was highest in the dehydrated products. Even you can observe and see that the moisture content was highest for the moist heat methods like pressure cooking and steaming. And the protein also was highest in these moist heat methods. Coming to the conclusion, the results and discussion, steaming and pressure cooking are considered as the healthiest cooking methods as they can preserve most of the water-soluble vitamins. And these methods, they retain not only moisture, but also important nutrients like fiber, protein, ash, and carbohydrates. Deep frying and shallow frying degrade the nutrients, and they also cause a significant moisture loss that may be mainly because of the high cooking temperatures and lengthy cooking times. And dehydrated products have low moisture content, but still they contain good amount of fiber, ash, and carbohydrates, although water-soluble vitamins may be lost. So in conclusion, the present study was done to compare the nutritive value and sensory palatability among different cooking methods of microgreens. And from this study, it was concluded that steaming and pressure cooking are the best methods as they preserve most of the nutrients and also the delicate flavors. Some sort of light cooking is always needed, which will help in easy digestion, especially for people who cannot consume raw foods. And high temperature or prolonged cooking might lead to significant reduction in their nutrient content. The dehydrated microgreens can be stored for a longer period of time. Hence, microgreens are a versatile and nutrient-dense ingredients that can significantly enhance the flavor, texture, and nutritional profile of wide range of dishes. So in conclusion, I would like to say that microgreens offer a simple and yet effective way to elevate everyday meals and support overall health and well-being. So these are the references that I've used for my study. And thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Tabitha. Ma'am, do you have any questions for Ms. Tabitha?
Not from me.
For me, Tabitha, is it like that you also compared that how, like which method is better, and it was a comparison, that is correct?
Yes.
But suppose with that method, if we are cooking a supposed dhokla without microgreens and the one sample with microgreens, how is the palatability? Because at the end, it is all about acceptability, right? That people should be incorporating microgreens in their diet, and then it comes definitely later which method is better. Because right now, I feel we are struggling as a nutritionist and dietitians that people should be incorporating and they should be aware about the microgreens. So if I'm
Yes,
having a vada or a dhokla idli without microgreen and with, then how the palatability stands. And if it is a little less, then how we can, a little increase as well.
Sure, ma'am. I mean, this study which I done was only incorporating microgreens in
I
various
understand.
recipes, but I
Correct,
will
correct.
surely take your suggestion and maybe in the next future
And
studies I
second
can
is
see.
also, I would like to recommend over here, even when we follow the 9-point hedonic scale,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
the parameters we are deciding, you also need to decide that which parameter has more percentage in acceptance. For
Okay.
example, if you are making a diabetic product, then the sweetness may not be a parameter for me. Even if
Yes.
somebody gives me a feedback, it is not very sweet, I don't like it because of this reason, then I have to ignore that point because that was not my major objective in
Sure.
that study.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just suggesting,
Sure, ma'am.
like those parameters out of 100, you must give them some certain percentage.
Sure.
That which has more, which has less, so that, whatever the feedback comes, it can help you to only take those things which are important.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your suggestion, ma'am. I will surely
Thank
keep it. Thank you, ma'am.
So moving on to the next participant, it is Sakilam Vaishnavi. Vaishnavi?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. I'm trying to share
Yeah.
my screen.
Can you please be more audible?
Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yeah, but a bit low.
Speak loudly or closer
Yeah,
to the device.
Is it clear now, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, I'm Sakilam Vaishnavi, pursuing my graduation in Bachelor of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences. So, today I am presenting on this topic, naturopathic diet and its implications on maternal and child health. And
Sorry for the interruption, Vaishnavi. Can you please be more louder?
I'm so sorry for the problem, ma'am. I hope my voice is more clear now.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. So yes, I am presenting on this topic, naturopathic diet and its implications on maternal and child health. Today, here through this platform, I would like to honor the timeless traditions of nurturing generations with optimal health and vitality. I think this is a much needed concept to be delivered to the society right now, maybe due to the emerging lifestyle changes, dietary habits, weaker genetic compositions, or it may be due to the increased incidence of adult diseases due to fetal origin. And this study is done under the guidance of Dr. A. Malti Samala, who is Chief Medical Officer working at our Gandhi Naturopathic Medical College, Begumpet in Hyderabad. So moving on to the introduction part, what is maternal health? Maternal health is the health of a woman in physical, mental, and emotional planes during the periods of pre-pregnancy, pregnancy, childbirth, and also postpartum. Maintenance of this health is important for reducing most of the complications of pregnancy in perspective of both mother and child. It may be infertility, high-risk pregnancies, maternal mortality, intrauterine growth retardation, postpartum hemorrhage, premature and preterm deliveries. Coming to child health, it refers to the physical, mental, and emotional planes of health of a child right from infancy to adolescence. To this presentation, I am rather concerned on the interrelation of maternal and child health, how maternal health is influencing child health through maternal nutrition rather than maternal and child health individually. So this slide shows the influencing periods of maternal life on child health are broadly classified into 3 periods, that is preconception, period of pregnancy, and a period of lactation. So during the period of preconception, the nutritional status, the gynecological status of woman and her epigenetics and mental health affect during this period. And during period of pregnancy, diet, nutrition, and mental health of the woman affect both maternal and child health. And during period of lactation, 6 months of exclusive breastfeeding and 6 months of transition diet should be considered for the study. So here, my study is a review study, not a research study. So here is the primary article that I have reviewed. It is by my guide herself, Dr. Malti Samala. The title of the article was Role of Naturopathic Diet in a Prenatal Period. And the result of the publication was Holistic Diet helps in sustaining the overall growth, easy parturition, and health of mother and baby. As explained in Vedas, that a diet right from the soil to cooking and consuming with positive attitudes develop the positive physical and mental health, and shows that even during pregnancy, consuming sattvic diet results in intellectual offsprings. Apart from literature review, I have also considered some scriptural references for my study. One of it is from Bhagavad Gita, from the chapter 6, verse 5. This particular sloka of Bhagavad Gita explains that when we eat food, it divides itself into 3 parts. The grossest of it becomes the excreta, and the less grosser becomes our flesh, and the finest part becomes our mind. And one more reference that I have considered is from Chandogya Upanishad. And this particular sloka from Chandogya Upanishad says that the foods that prolong life and increase purity, vigor, health, cheerfulness, and happiness are those that are delicious, soothing, substantial, and agreeable. Those are loved by the pure. So these are the aims and objectives for my study. So the study should be done to understand the profound connection between maternal and child health impacted by maternal nutrition, explore how maternal nutrition affects the metabolic and cognitive development of infants, considering long-term implications such as the onset of non-communicable diseases like obesity, PCOD, hypertension, and diabetes mellitus, etc. This review aims to bridge ancient dietary wisdom with modern scientific inquiry, exploring how traditional practices can inform contemporary approaches to maternal and child health. So before getting into the main part, I would like to say talk about naturopathy. So naturopathy, it is a holistic healthcare approach. It mainly utilizes 5 great elements of nature, that is air, water, fire, earth, and space. These 5 great elements are also present in our body, and naturopathy focuses on balancing these elements in the body with the nature. It supports the body's self-healing abilities. It emphasizes prevention and treats underlying causes of illness. So here is naturopathic understanding of my current topic. Unhealthy diet and lifestyle factors lead to negative effects on the organs. So that lead to digestive imbalance, which causes disturbed mental health. Finally, there is impact on endocrine secretions, which lead to metabolic conditions. That is mainly due to accumulation of morbid matter. In naturopathy, we consider these 3 principles of primary cause of disease as lowered vitality, accumulation of morbid matter, and abnormal composition of blood and lymph that eventually lead to maternal and child ill health. So here is the main part of my study, the naturopathic diet. Naturopathic diet has been renowned since Vedic era. There are some references in Atharva Veda for treating ailments and diseases. It emphasizes natural, whole, unprocessed foods while avoiding excessive sugars and unhealthy fats. So it mainly follows 3 principles, that is Yuktahara, Mitahara, and Nirnitahara. Yuktahara focuses on having a balanced diet, a whole diet. Mitahara focus on having optimum amount of food, that is avoiding overeating. And Nirnitahara is to have food precisely, that is consuming only what has been decided to have. And this slide shows a broad classification of naturopathic diet. that is eliminative diet, soothing diet, and constructive diet. Raw diet in particular is not another category, but is a part of any other diet mentioned here. So a raw diet, which means a consumption of food in natural forms as such they are available. There may be raw fruits, raw vegetables, or juices, which are not processed. And then next, eliminative diet. It mainly focuses on a detoxification. It is mainly it is of liquid type that helps in detoxification and cleanse our systems. It includes foods such as citric juices, lemon water, tender coconut water, and thin buttermilk. Soothing diet is slightly more filling compared to eliminative diet, and it is preferred during the period of recovery from diseased conditions. And foods included in this diet would be boiled vegetables, soups, buttermilk, semi-solid alkaline porridges. Alkaline foods are more preferred according to
Sorry for the interruption, Vaishnavi. You have only 2 minutes left for your presentation.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay, I'll try to finish it in 2 minutes. And a constructive diet is more focused on giving whole nutrition for rejuvenation. So antenatal diet, it is very important for a proper fetal growth, nourishment of mother's body to withstand labor, and for production of breast milk. So antenatal diet is divided into three parts: first trimester, second trimester, and third trimester. First trimester is considered from period of conception to end of 12th week of pregnancy. During this period, we can see embryogenesis, formation of fetal brain, heart, spinal cord, differentiation of head, legs, and hands of the fetus. So naturopathic diet should be a mainly liquid and soothing diet. Liquid diet because they usually have vomiting and they don't have the time gap to digest food. So liquid diet and soothing diet are more preferred. And there are some specific conditions for which diet is mentioned here. For morning sickness, they can have foods rich in vitamin B6 like potatoes, wheat, banana, soybean. For nausea and vomiting, they can have ginger decoction, water sipping, cold water sipping. For low backache, they can have milk products, soybean, till is sesame seeds, green leafy vegetables, and ragi preparations. And for anemia, they can have folate-rich foods and iron-rich foods. For the second trimester, it is from 13th week to completion of 26th week of pregnancy. The main part is organogenesis. Most of the fetal mass is formed during this period, and the naturopathic diet that we suggest is a soothing and constructive diet. Diet for specific conditions would be the food rich in omega-3 fatty acids for fetal brain development, for bone strength, calcium and vitamin D rich foods, for cell protection and tissue repair, sprouts, millets, leafy vegetables rich in antioxidants. For constipation, we would suggest whole grain preparations, fiber-rich fruits and vegetables, plenty of water. For pedal anemia, we would give barley water. That is only given under supervision because barley water is a natural diuretic and the patient may end up in a fluid loss and dehydration. And for third trimester,
Miss Vaishnavi, your time is up. So kindly please wind it up as soon as possible.
yes, ma'am. In a minute, I'll try to conclude that session, ma'am. And for third trimester, for constipation, we mainly focus on giving ghee and jaggery preparations. For mineral and vitamin deficiency, we prefer seasonal and locally grown fruits and vegetables. And for heartburn, we give fruits like watermelon, coconut water, buttermilk, cold milk frequently. And postnatal diet, it is divided into immediate, early, and remote types. For immediate period, we prefer only liquid diet because their body is so sore for digestion. And then next in early period, we focus on giving soothing diet. We mainly give this garlic powder. The garlic powder is it helps in production of breast milk. And next, to prevent clots, blood clots and infections, we give turmeric water. For indigestion, we give dry ginger powder mixed with ghee on empty stomach. And for the 6 weeks, that is remote period, we give soothing and constructive diets. And also we give dried dates, raisins, and dried figs that are soaked overnight and given early in the morning. So what are the foods to be avoided during antenatal or postnatal period are junk food.
Vaishnavi, directly go to the conclusion.
This is the last slide, ma'am. Yeah, sure. So I would like to conclude this session with the prospects. So why is this important to know about naturopathic diet for maternal and child health is to understand the holistic healthcare advocacy, culturally sensitive education, psychological benefits, exploration of psychological benefits, and also long-term health impact study, how sattvic diets influence child's long-term cognitive development and metabolic health. And these are the references that I have considered for my review study. And thank you for listening with patience.
Thank you for your presentation, Vaishnavi. Ma'am, do you have any questions?
Not really, looking at the time.
Okay, ma'am. So, yeah, with your permission, we can move on to next presentation. It is Dr. Shyamjit N. So, Ayurvedic Ahar and Affirmative Ancient Artifact. Dr. Shyamjit, you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Shyam? Yeah, please go ahead with your presentation. Wait a second.
Dr. Shyam, kindly, just give two-liners about introduction and then immediately go to the objectives, please. Okay?
Good afternoon, all. I'm Dr. Shyamjit, Ayurveda dietitian student, All India Institute of Ayurveda. Ma'am, here my topic is Ayurveda Ahar and Affirmative Ancient Aspects. Here I done a comparative study that mentioned in Ayurveda PP that mainly three, Charaka Samhita, Suswa Samhita, and Vagpada Samhita. Here,
Dr. Shyam, your PPT, it is not in presentation mode. Please put it in our presentation mode.
Is that okay, ma'am?
No, it is not visible. Share the window. Just share the PPT window. Open the PPT and share the window and put it on the present. And please try to wrap up as soon as possible.
Is that okay, ma'am?
No, your PPT is not visible. When you are sharing the PPT, just give the window itself. That is fine.
Is that okay, ma'am?
Yeah. Now it is visible.
Okay.
Please go ahead, please.
So, yeah, Ayurveda Ahar. So I done a comparative study in the three treatises in Ayurveda. So this presentation includes the concept of Ayurveda Ahar and concept of wholesome food or pathya that mentioned in Ayurveda, nutraceuticals that mentioned in Ayurveda, and certain dietetic rules that we should follow that is mentioned in Ayurveda that I will explain. So Ayurveda is a basic manual that designed from ancient times for all mankind. So it explains all aspects of how to live a life in a fullest with happy mind and body. So there are three factors that affecting our health, that is diet, sleep, and celibacy, or proper usage of our sense organs. This is explained under the concept of Trayobastamba, three sub-pillars of life. Among these three sub-pillars, Ayurveda Ahar or diet plays a major role. So Ayurveda emphasizes the effect of a good health, good food that provide a proper formation of dhatus. Dhatus are the 7 structural tissues essentially in Ayurveda and the mind. So it is not a ahara or the food. It is not merely a food substance that we are ingesting through mouth for getting a nutritional benefit. It explains as it is design, the key factor to design our body and mind. So that is why Ayurveda mentioned it as a Mahabhaishya. If we are using the food in a proper way, that will become a superior medicine for us. We can heal the diseased person also. When we look at our body is formed of different kind of numerous macro and micro channels. These channels are having the function to carry liquids, solids, and gaseous products for the metabolic activity. Any of these products accumulated in a certain channel, a certain pathway, or improper movement through that pathway, or overflow to the that pathway, that will lead to different kind of complication, or the normalcy of the channel will lose. So that is the base for all disease. Ayurveda says Srotodushti. This is the concept under the Srotas. Srotas are the channels. So if it is vitiated, that is the basic for all diseases. So how we need to introduce a food? So there is the term patya. Patya means the suitable for the channel. The food should be suitable for our channels. So Ayurveda explains as a patya kalpana. Nowadays, we are more familiar with the term nutraceuticals or functional food, or this is a food or part of food that having a medicinal property can be utilized for the treatment purpose. So this is explained under the concept of Rasayana and Patya Kalpana. Rasayana or regenerative therapy or wholesome foods. There is Patya Kalpana that includes a certain dietetic preparations called Ahara Kalpana, or the Manda, Peya, Village, Yavagu, Krishara, Yusha, or different type of soups, meat soup. These are some examples of dietetic preparations. Among these when we look at that deeply, is a calculated measurement of carbohydrate, protein, and fat in a proper form. So and also the vitamin and mineral. So this is a balanced food that is balanced food for a healthy person and also a diseased person. So when we come to the dietetic rules that mentioned in Ayurveda, we need to think like what to eat, when to eat, and how to eat. So what to eat? Ayurveda says ahara, or the food which is predominant of rasa or the taste, and the medicine is predominant of potency. So if we are choosing a food, you should include all 6 tastes. There are 6 tastes mentioned. That is sweet, sour, salty, pungent, kadu, pungent, bitter, and astringent. These having a specific role in or functions in our body. For example, in sweet is a nourishing in action. It is a more all carbohydrate rich food are coming under the sweet category. So it is nutritive or energy giving action if we are choosing that food. And certain taste like the salty taste should not be taken more. So that will also, if we are taking this taste in a improper manner, that is also impair our channels or the sources. And that these are the some examples of each taste predominant foods. And when the season change or the movement of sun or moon, that affect our body in a drastic manner. So for example, in summer season, our body is very dry, and internally our digestive fire, that metabolic fire, is very low. So during that time, we should adopt the food which is easily digestible and easily comfortable. So that liquid predominant food should be adopted during the summer season or Grishma Ritu. So similarly, there are 6 ritus are mentioned. So seasonal, based on the season, we should take the food properly. And when we choose a food, it should be hot, fresh and unctuous in nature. And when we are taking large quantity of dry or hard food or highly roasted food, that will lead to increase in gas production, that is increase of vada. So that will also not suitable for our proper digestion. And certain combination of food is also not acceptable. Like for a curd and fish is not ideal combination for intake. If we are consuming in a period of time, that may be the cause for most of the skin diseases. And milk and savory fruits also incompatible food. This is coming under the concept of Viruddha Ahara in Ayurveda. And the proper quantity of food is also important to mention, because the quantity, if we are taking very less or if we are taking very large quantity, that will also affect our digestion process. So the quantity is based on our digestive fire. So when to eat, I mentioned the digestive fire.
Mr. Shamjit, could you please conclude actually?
Okay.
This is okay that Ayurveda says all this, we understand, but then could you please conclude what is the major thing you want to prove in your scientific writing, please?
Okay. So, ma'am, yeah, this is a comparative study that each treatise are explained in different manner. Charaka is explained Astahara in a different manner. So concising this into a normal protocol, I created this kind of presentation. So when we come to when to eat, we should eat based on our digestive fire, and food should be eaten after digestion of previous meal. And food should be taken before the sunset, half an hour before the sunset. And food that we should take only our sense organs are in a pleasant state. If we have a tendency to evacuate flatulence, urine, and stool, that will affect only after evacuating these, then only we should take the food. And some signs that implicate our digestion is in a normal. If we are feeling having proper digestion, we will feel lightness of our body and proper secretions in mind and proper secretions in mouth, and there is a proper desire for taking food. And method of taking, how to take the food is also important. If we are taking fast eating or slow eating, that is also not good to practice. And during food timing, we should not laugh, we should not talk. That is also should be avoided. And mindful eating and the selection of place for food take is also an important factor. So, ma'am, concluding that, ma'am, Ayurveda that emphasize a personalized nutrition based on their individual constitution, that is dosha-based constitution, and the digestive fire and their imbalance. So it can be balanced by using these 6 kind of tastes. That is that mentioned Shadvyusayukta Ahara or sweet, sour, salty. Predominant food can be adopted, and seasonal variation can be checked, that can be adopted proper food regimens according to the Vegetarian that mentioned in Ayurveda. And mindful eating and proper food combination is also an important part for designing a selection of a food. So when a person is aligned to these dietary rules, they can.
Dr. Sham, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, your time is up, so please make it for the discussion. Please do it.
Yes, ma'am. So when we are aligned to these dietary choices, we can avoid most of the metabolic disorder that happening nowadays. So thank you.
Thanks for your presentation, Dr. Sham. So, ma'am, with your permission, can we move on to the next presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, it is Kantlakunta Sumana Monia. So, can you please, excuse me, Miss Maunia?
Yes, ma'am. I'm there.
Yeah. Please put on your presentation and please make sure to finish it on
Yeah.
time.
Shall I share the screen now?
Yeah, please do it right away.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kantlakunta Sumana Maunia. Ma'am, I hope it is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Today I'm going to present my topic on nutritional characterization and application of cocoa mucilage for low-cost microbial culture media. I am from Geetham University in Visakhapatnam. I'm a research scholar. So coming to the major problem of my this one is different types of fruits generally generate different type of wastage. So here we can see a few examples of that. Whereas apple gives 22%, grape gives around this one. And coming to cocoa fruit, this is giving around 72% of the wastage from cocoa pod has cocoa mucilage and cocoa bean shell. So today I'll be discussing about the cocoa mucilage, different types of usages we can do with it. And in generally, if we see chocolate is utilized in various types of industries, where in cosmetic industries, they utilize in body fragrances and all. In pharmaceuticals, the theobromine, which is in chocolate, is used as an anti-depressant drug. And in food and beverage industry, we know about the common utilizations of chocolate. So having these many applications, these many important things, still cocoa fruit is having 72% of wastage. So one such waste is generated is cocoa mucilage, where if we see here, the cocoa pod is being broken and the beans are separated for the chocolate industries, where the cocoa honey and cocoa mucilage are byproducts during the time of fermentation. So I have characterized cocoa mucilage based on these parameters. After the chemical characterization, we got to know that cocoa mucilage is rich in sugars, carbohydrates, and proteins, which are generally utilized for the growth of microorganisms, for which we thought of isolating bacteria and fungus first, and then we thought of incorporating these bacterial strains into the cocoa mucilage, coming to the isolation. Initially, with the help of nutrient agar, we have inoculated by spread plate method and serial dilution method, and the identification was done by the morphological characteristics, cultural and biochemical characteristics. Similar, so by seeing these are various morphological characteristics, and from this we know that the bacteria which was obtained is of Lactobacillus, Enterococci, and E. coli. Following, even the isolation of fungus was also done from spoiled apple and spoiled cheese, where the identification was done using Sabadra or dextrose agar medium, and they were solidified and further incubated, and they were tested for the spores in that. Coming to cocoa mucilage agar, the main thing we have done is we extracted the cocoa mucilage from separating the beans, and then they are carried forward to homogenization and pasteurization, after which we have taken this 5 grams of cocoa mucilage and added 100 ml of distilled water and the 3 grams of agar, and further this is sterilized and solidified and inoculated. This cocoa mucilage agar media, whichever was prepared, was characterized, and it is compared with the nutrient agar for various reasons. And these were the results obtained, where if we see that in the visual test, cocoa mucilage agar is slightly darker than the nutrient agar plate. Also, for the nutrient agar plate, it took around 8 minutes for the solidification, which is standard, whereas cocoa mucilage took around 11 minutes for standard. Also, when we kept both the plates in the atmosphere to check the cracks, we found that nutrient agar had cracks in their surface, but cocoa mucilage agar did not have any crack on the surface, for which we thought that this can be utilized for the bacterial growth medium, for which we have thought about the adaptation studies. The major concept of this adaptation studies is, if we see here, before the adaptation, after 96 hours, this was the bacterial growth on the cocoa media plate. But after the adaptation study, we saw that the bacterial growth was seen around 48 hours. Similarly, even in the fungal medium, this was the spores at 9 days of study before the adaptation. But this was the growth which was higher when we studied for 5 days. So this is the basic reason why we took the adaptation studies. So the adaptation studies was carried out in 5 cycles, where in each cycle cocoa mucilage percentage was increased and nutrient broth percentage was decreased. These are the two cocoa mucilage and nutrient broth, where the media is prepared according to these concentrations. They are sterilized, inoculated, and we took them readings at 600 nanometer. Similarly, even for fungal growth, we have incubated and identified the organisms. Going to the results and discussions, these were the various characteristics of cocoa mucilage, where we can see that it is rich in sugars, protein, fat, carbohydrates, and these are the basic things for the microbacteria to grow. This is the adaptation studies, where you observe that in the 5 cycles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 1, 2, 3 cycles, the growth was almost near to nutrient agar media for the cocoa mucilage, after which in 4th and 5th cycle, it got decreased. This may be due to higher amount of cocoa mucilage agar and low amount of nutrient agar for the bacteria to grow. So coming to the various growth of Candida species, we can see that even at the 100% of only cocoa mucilage agar, we saw the growth observed, after which the adaptation studies really favored a lot. Similarly, in case of Aspergillus also, these were the various combinations, SDA, Sabdrot, dextrose agar. So thus I conclude this objective by saying that the inherent substance present in cocoa mucilage served as a source of nutrients that are essential to support the growth of microorganisms without addition of any supplement. So this adaptation worked as a positive strategy to enhance non-preferred substrate utilization, thereby improving their ability for survival, growth, and reproduction. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for your presentation, Ms. Maulya. So, ma'am, do you have any questions on that?
Not really.
Okay, ma'am.
But as we know that such mucilages, which are good in nutrient content, are very good sources of nutrient for growth of microorganisms. So I have actually conducted this study.
Yeah. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maulya. And let's move on to the next presenter, ma'am. And it is Harini M. Harini?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Yeah, please, thank you. And please go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Can you see my slides?
No, not yet, Ms. Harini. No, let's wait for a second.
Sorry. Yeah, is it visible now?
Yeah, now it is visible. Please put it on the presentation mode.
Yeah. Is it fine now?
Yes, it is great. Go ahead.
Hello all. Hello all. Sorry for the interruption. I'm Harini, research scholar from JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research from India. My title is nutritional evaluation of black rice, which is known as forbidden rice of different regions of India as an emerging superfood. So rice, we all know that rice is a staple food of many Asian countries, and black rice is known as forbidden rice. And this rice, as we all know that there are different types of rice depending upon their color, like red rice, brown rice, parboiled rice, and the same way there comes a black rice. So the origin of the black rice is from the ancient China. And nowadays, for recent days, the China and India are the major producers of black rice, followed by Thailand and Bangladesh and Indonesia. So black rice, I would say that in recent days, it has gained the global recognition as a superfood. And the objective of my study is to study the physical characteristics of black rice grain and to determine the macro and micronutrient composition of black rice. So materials and methods are as followed, like approximate analysis is done by AOSE method, and micro and macronutrients are done on HPLC method. And the standards and reagents are like acetonitrile with a HPLC grade and glacial acetic acid and TFA. And the ultra pure HPLC grade water is used throughout the protocol. And so here comes the result and results and discussions. As per the parameter, the physical appearance of the black rice grain are uniform. Like actually, I have selected three regions, 3 states of India, mainly the South India. It is like Telangana, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka. So all the 3 different regions, I wanted to study the physical appearance and micro and macronutrients present in the black rice. So Telangana rice and Tamil Nadu rice and Karnataka rice has grains as uniform size and distinct black color. And shape and color is like it is a long grain. And then comes other physical parameters are length and breadth and split, broken and damaged grains. Obviously, when we buy or purchase or grow the black rice or any other rice, we'll have the damaged and discolored grain in it. So here, black rice as well, we have the same thing. So by the study, we have got to know that the length of the black rice is longer when compared to the other colored rice. And it is 5.5 to 5.57 mm length, and breadth is 2 something like that. And then comes, I have kept this 1000 kernel weight as a separate parameter. It is because here we can see Telangana has higher 1000 kernel weight. This indicates the crop establishment of that particular black rice. Here, Telangana has high 1000 kernel weight. So here, then it will be high yield potential. It has high yield potential. Then followed with the Karnataka black rice and then with the Tamil Nadu black rice. Then here with a proximate analysis, here Karnataka has higher protein and higher energy also, and followed with the Telangana rice. Telangana rice has a good amount of protein, fiber and energy. So then comes our Tamil Nadu rice. And I would like to focus on fat-soluble vitamins, where this black rice has vitamin E and vitamin K, where vitamin A and D are not detected. This vitamin E acts as a good antioxidant, powerful antioxidants. And vitamin K, which is present in black rice, helps. Obviously, we know vitamin K helps in wound healing. And here comes water-soluble vitamins. Here we have thiamine, riboflavin, and niacin is rich in Telangana rice, and pyridoxine and folic acid is rich in Karnataka rice, and ascorbic acid as well. So thiamine, riboflavin, and niacin helps in to boost the immune system, and pyridoxine and folic acid helps to it also helps to boost an immune system and helps in increase in RBC count. And then comes micronutrient. I have kept iron and calcium as a separate parameter. It is because obviously we know in India and all over the world, anemia is a very big threat now. So in black rice, on consuming black rice, we have good amount of iron in a black rice when compared to other colored rice, like not other colored rice when compared to white rice. So we have good amount of calcium also, like 90s when on putting together Karnataka, Telangana and Tamil Nadu, from 96 to it is 137 mg per kg has the calcium amount in black rice. So here comes other sodium nutrient, like micronutrients, like sodium, magnesium, potassium, manganese, and copper. So magnesium and potassium is the main thing which we are focusing on. Like potassium obviously helps in muscle function, and magnesium, as we all know that it helps in reducing migraine as such. And then comes total plate count. So it is done because to know the viable microorganisms present in the black rice or the food sample, any of the food sample. So the normal range of total plate count will be like 25 colonies to 250 colonies. So here we go with our black rice is 20 and 20 colony in the Telangana rice, and 30 colony in the Tamil Nadu rice, and 20 colony in our Karnataka rice. So putting all together, the summary of my research study is like black rice as a physical parameter. Black rice is long grained and healthier, and black rice grown in Telangana has high yield potential. And since we got to know from the research, rich in fiber, good for overall health, well-being, and supports all bodily function. And since it has good amount of vitamin E in it, it is a rich source of antioxidant. And rich amount of vitamins, it is packed up with a nutrient density. It helps in increasing the immune system. Thank you, one and all.
Yeah, thank you, Harini. Your
Yes, ma'am.
study was a good study.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, but my only question is like these values which you have taken out, they are there available in the nutritional value booklets and all.
Ma'am, actually, we only put the nutritional value of the Manipur. As I know, the Manipur black rice from in India, the main nutritional value has put in the book is of Manipur black rice. So I just, this is my study is a comparison study where I wanted to compare my 3 different regions of the black rice to the Manipur rice. Where on comparing, actually, Manipur rice has good amount of more protein and more fiber, ma'am.
Yeah, but basically black rice as a variety has got good protein and more fiber.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Than white rice.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
if you check the recent ICMR booklet, which has released currently, has got, I mean, when they do it, when they publish it, they conduct the study all over, and
Yeah.
then the value is published over there.
Yes.
So, was your value similar to Manipur rice or it wasn't?
It was not similar to Manipur because since
Manipur in the sense it wasn't similar to what is published in ICMR booklet?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Actually, I have to say this, it is little bit lesser than the ICMR booklet. Because the rice rice has been brought from the Manipur, and then they have sowed here, and then it has been grown. And all the different varieties have different types of like nutritional value.
So you want to take it towards the genetics? Or
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
That
Harini.
means you wanted to
Sorry, ma'am.
actually
Pardon.
tell that which is grown in different geographic.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Now it is clear. Please go ahead with the question, ma'am.
Now I'm audible.
Ma'am, it's breaking, ma'am. Actually.
It's breaking, ma'am.
And then the virtual of time. It's okay. Say that later because we have very less time. Please, we'll move on. No worries.
Thank you,
Okay,
ma'am. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Harini, for your presentation. And with your permission, we are going to move on to the next presenter, Dr. Sangeeta. Are you here, ma'am?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Please go ahead with your presentation, ma'am, and
Yeah, thank
please
you.
switch on your video also. Thank you, ma'am.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Your video only
Yes,
visible.
is it visible, ma'am? Hello?
No, it's
Very
not
good.
actually. Only
It's
your
not
video is visible.
Okay. Now is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is. But can you please go with the slideshow?
Yeah. Yes, sure. Now is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it is. You can head on with the presentation.
Yeah, thank you. So, very good afternoon, all of you, and thanks for providing us such a opportunity to present my paper. My topic is today's presentation is alternative proteins, which is really a sustainable and healthy asset for the vegan diet. As we all know, alternative protein is a really very healthy asset because the people are taking protein from the animal. It is producing a lot of problems like health related problem, infectious disease and zoonotic disease and other digestive and gut health issues. So first I would like to introduce what is protein. Protein, yes.
Yeah,
Protein.
your voice.
Yes, ma'am. My voice is not clear.
Sushmita, your network is not good, I guess.
Okay. So I would like to introduce in very short. What is protein? Protein are essential component of living organism, including humans. They are a complex molecule made up of a smaller unit called amino acids. As we all know that animal protein is good and contains all essential amino acids, whereas plant protein few are less in few amino acids are not present in all plant sources, but it is good for the health. At coming days, so protein diverse function such as supporting growth and repair tissues, regulators, and protein are involved in various yes. Protein are involved in various biological processes, including enzyme activity, immune responses, cell signaling. Without protein, a body cannot perform vital function and for necessary for life. So, as we know, chemically, protein are polymer chain made up of amino acid links with together by peptide bonds. During the human digestion, protein are broken down into the smaller unit inside the stomach. So this is the picture which present the structure of primary protein, where polypeptide bonds and peptide bonds are actually linked together, and secondary and tertiary proteins structure amino acids we can see here. And now I would like to present here about the types of protein. There are 7 types of protein which acts in an important important function in our body, like antibodies. It defends body against antigen or foreign invaders inside, like infectious virus and bacteria. And contraceptive proteins, they are responsible for the muscles contraction and muscles building, and for the enzymes which are very important, very crucial for the digestion process and oxidation. So enzyme are proteins that facilitate the speed up biochemical reactions. And hormonal proteins are messenger protein that help coordinate certain bodily
Dr.
functions.
Sangeeta, Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
Sangeeta, with due respect, please, could you skip this? Because I'm very sure we all are
So
from
I
nutrition.
yeah,
Could you go
definitely.
to
So
the
I
major
would
part
like to
of it, please?
tell, just want to present in this picture what are the sources of plant-based proteins. So we all know about it that plant source proteins are a best protein. So go with the good source of proteins from the plants. I'm just running these pictures for the Indian diet. We add in a diet from the plant sources. So here I would like to take few minutes. Protein sources, and here amino acids contain present kitna hai, and as a legume, lysine amino acid 64, and threonine 30, and tryptophan is 12 and 25, as we can see the table, and go with the cereal and whole grain, as we are nowadays we are working, and the last 23 was known as the millets, year of millets. So now we are again adding whole millets and in our diet, and going through the traditional Indian diet foods like bajra millets and finger millets and all the things we are adding, which we are already leave. So this is the nutritional value, nuts and seeds and fruits. And animal protein are basically good, but not acceptable for the all people. So this is the walnut, almonds, and chia seeds, pumpkin seeds, we are amount and the protein. So what is the benefits of the plant protein? Why we are focusing on the plant protein? We should at a better asset as a plant protein. So because it improves digestion, definitely animal proteins are good, but some people add for the taste, we add lots of spices and oil in it during the cooking, which creates a lot of gut and health problem in digestion also. But the plant protein is a very easy to take, very simple cooking method without adding a lot of spices and oil. And cardiovascular health because of, as I told, cholesterol and oil. So less added hormones and antibiotics in it. Because animals eat whatever we are producing in a agriculture land, like we are using a lot of chemicals as a fertilizer. They eat that grass and all the things, and it comes in their milk and body. So we eat if them that really affect our body and digestion. It plant protein also improve metabolism and good for earth. Good for earth, what I want to say that this is good for the environment, because if you're harming animals, it is really harming environment. And plant protein definitely rich in minerals and vitamins. So now here I would like to again like summarize in a plant protein benefits. They are rich in nutrients, good for health, and help weight management. Today's issue is obesity because we eat a lot of junk foods and fat and simple sugars, which creates weight gain. And also plant protein acid adds blood sugar control. Blood sugar for the diabetic patient, it is good for the diabetic patient, because if we add plant protein in a diet, it minimize their glucose level, and it prevent chronic disease, improve gut microbiota, our gut health, lower cancer risk, and reduce inflammation also. Alternative protein can help next pandemic. Pandemic as a very soon time passed in 2020. We cannot forget year 2019 as a pandemic. Corona was passed. And
sorry for the
millions-
interruption, Dr. Sangeeta. You have only 2 minutes left for your presentation.
Okay. I would like to. So this is the alternative protein combat the threats of antibiotic resistance. This is the main part of the alternative protein, because now we are well known that antibiotic resistance is very threatening problem creating nowadays, and this is just like a super bad. So alternative protein do not require antibiotic for their health protection, and therefore will not contribute to the proliferation and of antibiotic resistant microorganism. This is critically important to public health. And worldwide, as the CDC 2019 reported, according to that, the millions of people died because of this resistance. So we can compare animal protein versus a plant protein, definitely this is a very good because I'm jumping on my methodology and objectives. This we can see yes, challenges and advantages. What are the challenges and advantages in plant-based proteins? There are some negative outcomes of plant protein also, but it is overall it is good. It is sustainable for the food system because if you're again taking animal protein for the diet in coming years, definitely there will be the ecosystem problem and environmental problem, and the health also will be affected from the animal protein. So now this is objective of my study is to find out the role of alternative protein for vegan diet and its health benefits. What is the health benefit of the plant protein? What was the sampling technique that I used in this study? 200 women for the study. 100 was sampling technique was used, stratified sampling, and from which I taken out 200 women, and 100 were veg diet and 100 were non-veg diet. So this is the result of my study. When I take the data of the vegetarian diet and those
Dr. Sangeeta, your time is over. Can you please wind it up as soon as possible, please?
Yeah, just talking about the result. Alternative protein, their health and digestion process, digestion were very good. That's what around 47% was good, and 69% was good in digestion. But sometimes some people have allergy and indigestion problem, and those who were non-vegetarian and taking animal protein, their health was good, and but infections and allergy and other gut-related problem, indigestion-related problem was very high in them. Okay.
So, Dr. Sangeeta, how you arrived at this? How you arrived at this particular slide? Like, what was the tool you used to get this data?
Ma'am, this was just assessment what diet, which type dietary pattern they are using in a vegetarian diet.
How can you generalize that infection and allergy because of a non-vegetarian? It's a very heavy claim to say.
Yeah, just symptomatic, ma'am. It's not any test, not any pathological test.
Yeah, but then it could be, Dr. Sangeeta, just happened to be that those who were eating non-vegetarian diet, and that too in non-vegetarian, whether fish and crab, those things were also there or not, or it was just about the bird's meat or, the animal meat as in terms of goat. And it happened to be maybe they have other communicable or maybe non-communicable, maybe NCDs like diabetes or so on, due to which the infection. So that's a very heavy claim to say. Anyways, there is a lot which has to be done here. So anyways, thank you so much. Can we move on to next, please?
Yeah,
Yes,
we
ma'am,
can.
for sure. So coming to the next participant, it is Archana Anand. Archana Anand, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Yeah. Are you ready with your presentation?
Is my PPT is visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Archana, if you wouldn't mind, can you skip the introductory part? Come to your study. What was your study and what was your result?
Okay.
Yeah, you totally skip even the importance of that millet also, ragi and kudu. We know that. Immediately come to what you did, what were your findings, or maybe any kind of shortfalls or SWOT analysis. Yeah, that is better. Please come to materials and method. That would be better. I hope that is okay with Dr. Munar as well. If you are there in the meeting, sir. No worries, Archana, you continue. From materials and methods, straightforward, please.
Yeah, I'm also in my meeting. Continue.
Research work has completed in the laboratory of PG Department of Home Science, Magad University, Bodh Gaya. To prepare energy bar, important food items have been selected from local market and online medium, Flipkart. The names of some items are ragi, kodo, paneer, dates, walnut, black sesame seeds, pumpkin seeds, chia seeds, jaggery, cashew nuts, etc. For sensory evaluation, I used a 5-point hedonic scale.
Your slides is not moving.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I used 5-point hedonic scale. Sensory evaluation done on the basis of taste, flavor, texture, appearance, and smell overall. The result shows that there is mistype. 2% of respondents extremely liked it the most based on taste and flavor. And 1 minute. Yeah. 72 30% respondent liked energy bar based on taste and flavor. 8% of the respondent liked it moderately. On the basis of texture, 58% respondent extremely liked it based on texture in mouthful. 20% liked it and 22% liked it moderately. On the basis of a smell, 48% respondent extremely liked it. On the basis of smell, 32% liked it and 20% respondent liked it moderately. Overall, 32% respondent extremely liked it, 40% liked it, and 28% moderately liked it. Conclusion: it was concluded that all the ingredients used in energy bar developed by the researcher are a high source of calcium and iron, which are highest source of calcium and iron to college going college and school girls. The energy bar formulated by the researcher was very successful, and its presentation was also done well. The energy bar prepared by the researcher took less time and cost less to make and did not face any problem. The demographic background of families selected to conduct the sensory evaluation clearly shows that they were educated and sensory evaluation was conducted by them with utmost honesty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Archana. Ma'am, do you have any questions for Ms. Archana?
Not really.
Actually, I have one thing. Whenever you are going to develop a food product, right? So this is the basic thing you need to be mentioned the ingredients, means formulation for your product. So this is the minimum as a first step in the methodology. So you're supposed to be explained first what is the formulation for your food product. Seems it's missing from your slides and your presentations, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are totally clueless about what product you actually developed from Kudo as well as the Ragi.
It is just energy bar which is rich in iron and calcium mineral.
That is okay. You know that because probably you have been working on it for a long time. But then for us, it is not that obvious, Archana. We would like to see it as in terms of what you used in that. You have just written the word energy bar. There are so many energy bars which are available, but we come to know about ingredients, then we can pick choose. Yeah.
Yeah, the ingredients are ragi, kodo, paneer, dates, walnut, sesame seeds, black sesame seeds, pumpkin seeds, chia seeds, cashew nut, walnut, jaggery.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We can, I guess, move on to next person, please. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So the next person is Shaisal Matthew.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Shaisal Matthew?
Yeah, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yeah, ma'am. 1 minute. I'm sharing the screen.
Yeah, okay.
Is it visible, ma'am, now?
Yes, it is visible. Please go on with the slideshow.
Yeah. All right. Yes.
Yes, it is. Head on with your presentation.
Yeah. Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Dr. Shaisal Matthew from Father Muller College of Nursing, Mangalore, Karnataka, from India. Moving to the title of the study, Enhancing Lifestyle Practices in Overweight and Obese Adolescents through a Parent-Involved Multi-Component Intervention Program. Madam, moving to the aim of the study. Aim of the study was to determine the parent-involved multi-component intervention program in improving the lifestyle practices of overweight and obese adolescents. Objectives are to identify the lifestyle practices of overweight and obese adolescents. Second, to find out the effectiveness of parent-involved multi-component intervention program in terms of changing post-text lifestyle practices of overweight and obese adolescents in the intervention group 1. Second, to compare the post-text lifestyle practice of overweight and obese adolescents in the study group. I had 3 groups, group 1, group 2, and group 3. Moving to the hypothesis. Hypothesis 1, there is a significant difference between the mean pre-test and post-test lifestyle practice scores among overweight and obese adolescents participating in the intervention group 1. Second, there is a significant difference between the mean post-test lifestyle practice scores of overweight and obese adolescents in the study group. Methodology, a quantitative research approach with a quasi-experimental repeated measures design was adopted. Study was conducted from urban English medium high schools, Karnataka, that is from India. Overweight and obese adolescents between the age group of 13 to 15 years was adopted as target population and along with the parents. Sample size was 155 and a simple random sample selection of a school was done for the intervention. Sampling criteria for the included adolescents who are having BMI equal to and above 23 to 24.9 kg per meter square, and adolescents who stay at home with their parents and who is physically and mentally fit to do the exercise program. And exclusion criteria, adolescents whose weight is increased or decreased more than 3 kg from pre-test and who are already diagnosed and are on treatment of lifestyle-related disorders and who are not willing to perform a minimum of 3 days of exercise program weekly. This is the study flow chart. Parent-involved multi-component intervention program was introduced to the group number 1, which includes group health education to the overweight and obese adolescents regarding prevention and control of overweight and obesity, and physical activity workout training program, which was developed by the researcher and which is handed over to the physical educator of the concerned school and which is carried out by the physical educator for 1 month in the school premises. Thereafter, the parents will be supervised. And also the parents training program was given to the overweight and obese adults parents. For them, it is included how to prevent overweight and obesity among children, and also the diet need to be planned and to be given and how to provide for them and to motivate them. And then additional reinforcement, a continuous reinforcement that is up to 6 months for the intervention group 1. Whereas for the group 2, it was only multi-component intervention program, that is only group health education to the overweight and obese adolescents on prevention and control of overweight and obesity, and physical activity workout training only 1 month by the physical educator, and thereafter ask them to continue for the future. And for the group 3, there was no intervention. Posters 1 at 3 months, at the end of the 3 months have conducted, and the posters 2 was conducted at the end of the 6 months. The instruments used for the study was demographic performa of overweight and obese adolescents, and second tool, self-reported lifestyle practice rating scale, which was developed by the researcher, which can consist of 3 major domains: interactive practices, physical activity, and sleep pattern. And the two anthropometric measurements of BMI classification are given by the WHO for the Asian population based on the revised consent formula. Moving to the results, table number one shows that distribution of adolescents according to their demographic characteristics. Majority of them belongs to the age group of 13 years in all the 3 groups, and gender in terms of all the 3 groups, females, most of them were. And also the type of family, in all the 3 groups, the overweight and obese adolescents belongs to the nuclear family. And also the number of siblings for the group 1 and group 2 had 1 siblings, and group 3 had a 2 and above number of siblings. In terms of type of diet consumed, all the 3 group consumes mixed diet, and group 1 and group 1 and group 3 had family history of overweight and obesity, whereas group 2 did not had any family history of overweight and obesity. This table also shows that the homogeneity between the study groups. And table number 2 shows that the physical activity at their school setting. Physical education activity in all the schools was performed in all the 3 groups, and that for the 2 periods in a week. And also majority of the overweight and obese adolescents were involved in their sports and games activity, which is conducted by the school. Moving to the table number 3, pre-test lifestyle practices among overweight and obese adolescents. The median mean score indicates that standard deviation indicates that all the 3 groups practice poor lifestyle practices according to the total lifestyle practice scores based on the self-reported lifestyle practice rating scale, that is maximum score of 141. Moving to the effectiveness of parent-involved multi-component intervention program on lifestyle practice of overweight and obese adolescents in the intervention group 1, a repeated measures ANOVA was computed, which shows that there is a significant difference in before and after the intervention in the intervention group 1, that is P is equal to 0.1. And also further post hoc analysis was conducted with using a Bonnefoy test, which also shows that at different time points, the parent-involved multi-component intervention was effective in terms of improving the lifestyle practices of overweight and obese adolescents in the intervention group 1. Moving to the next section, intergroup comparison of a mean post-test lifestyle practice scores of overweight and obese adolescents who participate in the study groups, which here table number 6 shows that intergroup comparison, that is between the group there is a significant difference after the intervention with the different time points, that is P is equal to 0.1. And that was 2-factor repeated measures ANOVA was computed for the same. Whereas further the post-hoc analysis also was computed to see the effectiveness between the group and within the group with the different varieties of intervention. Group 1 versus and group 2, when compared in all the different time points, we can see that there is a significant difference. That is, group 1 is more effective compared to the group 2, and group 1 is more effective than group 3, and group 2 versus and group 3, we can see group 2 is more effective. From this table, we can also understand that there is a significant difference in that at different times of observation within the group of a study. Moving to the discussion, study practices of overweight and obese adolescents in the particular outcome variable. The study research shows that there is a significant difference within and between the group. That is, P is less than 0.05 level, significant. The same study, similar study was conducted by Baby et al. And Nayak et al. In the year of 2016 from South Karnataka only, also shown that there was a significant difference, that is P is equal to 0.009 with the only 2 groups they have conducted. Conclusion and the summary of the study. The intervention group has more effectiveness after the parent-involved intervention group with the reinforcement when compared to the intervention group 2 and the and intervention group has more effectiveness compared to the control group. When compared to the adolescent without parent engagement in multi-component intervention program, this study helps to establish a parent-involved multi-component intervention program was a valid intervention for use in obesity reduction goal, especially among the adolescents. Further, also highlighted that effective method for continued reinforcement can be used to modify adolescents' behavior very easily. I wish to acknowledge my PhD guides and also my study participants. These are some of my references. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Shaisal Matthew. Ma'am, do you have any questions for Shaisal Matthew?
No, it was a good study. She can, actually put some other external factors which are contributors towards obesity, such as, state of mind, mental health, etc., into the similar study and strengthen the results. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
What I liked about your study session is very clearly it was a scientific writing, at least.
Thank you, ma'am.
You
Thank
know,
you so much.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the opportunity. All the best. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Moving on to the next participant, it is Ranjana Sinha. Shaisal Matthew, can you please pull out your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ranjana Sinha?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah.
I share the screen, ma'am.
Yes, your screen is visible. Please.
Visible, ma'am? Screen is visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Please proceed
Yes,
with your presentation.
yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, all of you. I, Ranjana Sinha, research scholar, PG Department of Home Science, Magad University, Bodh Gaya. Today, my topic is Ayurvedic kitchen essential ingredients and their medicinal uses. Introduction of Ayurveda. What is Ayurveda? Ancient Indian system of medicine. Ayurveda, which translates to science of life, is a holistic healing system that originated in India over 5,000 years ago. It is one of the world's oldest comprehensive healthcare system. Ayurveda aims to balance the body, mind, and spirit through natural means, including diet, herbs, and lifestyle practices. Emphasize diet in sustaining health and preventing illness. Central of Ayurveda is the belief that food is medicine. Diet and nutrition are considered vital in maintaining health, preventing disease, and managing health conditions. According to Ayurvedic principles, eating the right food in the right combinations and at the right time help balance the body's energies and promotes overall well-being. Ayurvedic nutrition principles. Core principles of Ayurvedic nutrition. Importance of balancing the three dosa: Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Importance. Ayurveda classifies the body's physiological function into the three dosa: Vata, air and ether; Pitta, fire and water; and Kapha, water and earth. Each person has a unique combination of these dosa, which governs their physical and mental characteristics. Balancing these dosa through diet and lifestyle is crucial to maintaining health. Effects of bodily function and dosa equilibrium. The balance of these tastes in the diet helps maintain the equilibrium of the dosa, promoting overall health and well-being. Imbalance in dosa can lead to various health issues, and adjusting dietary choice based on the 6 tastes can help restore balance. Ayurvedic nutrition principles. 4 principles of Ayurvedic nutrition. 6 tastes: sweet, sour, salty, bitter, spicy, astringent. Ayurvedic nutrition emphasis incorporating the 6 tastes in daily meals. Each taste has specific effects on the body and the dosha. Sweet nourishes the build tissues, calming. Salty improve taste and digestion. Spicy pungent stimulate digestion and circulation. Sour stimulates digestion and metabolism. Bitter detoxifies that lightens the body. Astringent absorbed water, tighten tissues and has a cooling effects. Ayurvedic nutrition principles. 6 tastes. Key Ayurvedic ingredients. Essential Ayurvedic ingredients like turmeric, known of its anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties. It aids to digestion and support immune function. Ginger help with digestion, reduce nausea, and has anti-inflammatory effects. Garlic supports heart health and antibacterial properties and boosts the immune system. Cumin aids in digestion, improve immunity, and has antioxidant properties. Coriander supports digestion, helps detoxification, and has anti-inflammatory properties. Key Ayurvedic ingredients like fenugreek. Fenugreek helps regulate blood sugar levels, supports digestion, and has anti-inflammatory effects. Tulsi, holy basil, known for its adaptogenic properties, it helps reduce stress and boost immunity. Ashwagandha, an adaptogen that helps reduce stress, boost energy level, and supports immune function. Amla, Indian gooseberries, rich in vitamin C. It boosts immunity, supports digestion, and has antioxidant properties. Ghee clarifies butter and supports digestion. Digestion, enhance nutrient absorption, and promote overall health.
So, Madam Ranjana, sorry to intervene you over here, but is that you have come up with some new findings? Because these things regarding the Ayurvedic ingredients and the herbs, these are the proven facts. So, is it like there was something new which you have been able to find either through your review or maybe via the experiment?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Firstly, ma'am, we find in the pandemic COVID-19, the turmeric, the golden milk is very popular in the world. It is the Ayurvedic elements. Ayurvedic turmeric is the most
Correct, but
has
curcumin, yeah. So this, in what quantity were you able to find which quantity would be really helpful? Because generally in
ma'am.
every households we use turmeric, but when it comes to COVID and you want to claim that, so
Okay,
what
ma'am.
quantity?
When I use a golden milk, so when I 150 ml milk, and then have half teaspoon of turmeric powder to in boiling milk to milk it, and then I take it.
Yeah, that is fine, but then it is like
150.
when you have taken it, did you take some sample size to prove it?
No,
Minimum of
ma'am.
at least 30
ये
or 40.
recommended by Ayush Mantralaya. This is recommended by Ayush Mantralaya. It is not my measurement.
Exactly, but have you studied anything regarding this? The quantity,
Yes,
how
ma'am.
much should it be taken? Because Ayush Mantralaya has given how much quantity has to be taken.
Yes,
Have
ma'am.
you
Yes,
done
ma'am.
an important study on that particular fact that whatever is proven by Ayush Mantralaya is either proved by you or not? Like you are taking it by yourself, but have you studied it on a particular sample size? Did you take out what is the result of it? Did you control the other factors for showing the effect of turmeric alone, etc.? Have you done that kind of a study?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
But
so
I
can
can't.
we go to that? Because properties of ingredients, etc., we all are aware. But whatever study you have done, we are interested in that.
Okay, ma'am.
And also, Miss Ranjana, you have only 2 minutes left for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, primary focus of the article is one of the core principles of Ayurvedic nutrition, importance of balancing three dosa through the dietary choices and the medicinal uses of key Ayurvedic ingredients. And
can we conclude? Can you go up to conclusion, results, discussion, and conclusion?
Ayurveda offers, ma'am, Ayurveda offers a comprehensive approach to health by integrating traditional wisdom with contemporary scientific insight. This fusion enhances modern dietary patterns, promoting a balanced and healthy lifestyle.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Ranjana. Ma'am, do you have any questions?
Not really. Can you
please,
can we
could you?
move forward?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So coming to the next participant, it is Abhishek Rathore.
Hello. Audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Miss Ranjana, can you please pull out your presentation?
So good
Abhishek
afternoon, everyone
Rathore.
all present here. My name is Abhishek Rathore. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. Please proceed with
Hello.
slideshow.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abhishek Rathore, and my field of study was formulation of tortilla chips from kodo and finger millet under the guide Vinayak H. Patel. I have conducted this study in Sardar Patel University, Vallabh Anand, Gujarat. So just a second. So the main objective of my study was to avoid the use of to- basically of fried tortilla, fried snack food, and to incorporate kodo and finger millets in my field of study, and to produce a tortilla chips which is away from frying and is made while baking. So the main focus was to transform the traditional tortilla chips by incorporating your millets, and also address the concerns associated with it in the conventional tortilla chips. That is, they are basically fried. And my focus was to reduce the content of maize flour and to increase the content of kodo and finger millet. Also, to provide a healthier snack, to provide a healthier snack alternative than the traditional potato chips, and to avoid the high fat content of the chips. Just a second. The study basically endeavors to, revolutionize the tortilla chips by, incorporating the millets, and to also increase the protein content of all the protein content of the tortilla chips. So these I had made 3 samples with different contents of kodo and finger millets. So the first one, as you can see, is A control. Then we have the second one B, experimental 1, experimental 2, and experimental 3. So experimental 1, 2, and 3 have different contents of kodo and finger millets. That is, it has approximately 12.5, 18, and 22% of kodo and finger millet each. That is 12.5 and 12.5 kodo and finger millet. Similarly, 18 and 18% of kodo and finger millet, and 22 and 22% of kodo and finger millet. The main ingredients for me was kodo millet, finger millet, maize flour, refined flour, and the basic spices. So these were proportionated in 100K ratio, and the millets were basically first grinded, then they were blended, and a dough was created by adding hot water into it so that the cells may swell up, and the dough gets softened, and tortilla chips can be eaten properly. So the preparation was basically we have blended all the ingredients. I've made a dough and I've rolled and cut them into triangular shapes, and I've baked them at 180 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes. So the analysis for my product was done for protein estimation, that is Yaldar method, crude fiber, methionine estimation, fat estimation, sensory analysis, and calcium estimation. So as you can see, for the protein content, it was exhibited that experimental 3, which has the highest amount of kodo and finger millet, had approximately 11.1 to 5 gram percentage of protein in them. Similarly, the fat content also was highest in experimental 3, that was approximately 2.19 gram percent, and the methionine concentration for the experimental 3 was highest than for experimental 2, and then for experimental 1, and then control. Basically the control was whole maize flour and refined flour. So crude fiber analysis, calcium analysis, and sensory evaluation was also conducted for the same. So crude fiber content was also highest for the experimental 3, which has 22% of kodo and finger millet. And the calcium content was also highest for experimental 3, that was approximately 16.32% of mg% of calcium content for 100 gram of sample. When the sensory analysis for the same was conducted, it was seen that the overall acceptability for the control was highest, which was whole maize flour and refined flour tortilla chips. And then for experimental 2, which has approximately 12.5% of ratio of kodo and finger millet, and then for experimental 3, and then for experimental 2, and then for experimental 3. I'm so sorry. So next is discussion and conclusion. So the study basically focused on developing tortilla chips with kodo and finger millet as a nutritional alternative to widely consumed less healthy options like potato chips in India. It also focused on increasing protein and essential amino acids, and also showed enhanced levels of calcium. Basically, this study was done so that people could opt for a healthier snacking option than for potato chips, so that it gets easily, and the main target audience for me were children, because it is basically their favorite food. So my focus was to transfer them to tortilla chips, which are certainly healthy, and they are not made wholly of maize flour. Notably, differences also were found for methionine. In experimental 3, it was indicated that highest amount of protein content and antioxidants were found. The experimental 3 also showed that increased protein and essential amino acids and notable calcium levels were also found to provide a potential health benefits. The future research could also explore additional underutilized grains, refine formulations, and assess commercial viability. This study sets the groundwork for future initiatives aiming to expand nutrient-dense snacking options. So these are my references. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, Abhishek, the study itself was, the topic itself is good. You are trying to, cut down the food which is called a junk food or potato chips, which are fried, and you are trying to introduce tortilla chips because these are popular amongst the adolescents in our country currently. And yeah, all the best for that.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. So yeah, in the middle of that, I would like to take an important announcement to the attendees. So the certificates will be issued to your registered email ID within 1 week. And if you have any further queries, kindly contact Ms. Gopika, and her contact number will be given in the chat box. Okay. And apart from that, please skip the introductory slides as our session chairs mentioned, and go for the like the materials and methods used and the discussion and for the results. Please make it really quick, and it will be like really helpful for the upcoming participants also.
So coming to the next participant, it is Arjun S. Krishna.
Hello.
Uh,
Hello. Hello.
Arjun S. Krishna.
Yes, I'm audible.
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay.
Mr. Abhishek, can you please pull out your presentation? Abhishek, you there? Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Arjun?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you
share
can
it.
proceed. Mr. Arjun, you can start with your presentation. Arjun?
Hello.
Yes, Arjun, you there?
Yes, yes.
Yes, can you please proceed with your presentation as time is ticking?
Hello. Can you see my screen?
No, it's not audible yet.
Okay, okay. Wait a minute.
Sorry.
Now it's visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay.
Please proceed with your presentation.
Okay, okay. Now it's okay.
Yeah, it is okay. Please skip the intro and go to the further methodology and discussions.
Okay, I will be fast. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity. I am Arjunas Krishna. I am a student of Amala School of Business. Our study is about household preference for organic agriculture products, a study in the urban context. So, as an introduction, as our study looks at people who live in cities prefer organic food, as we want to make them choose why they choose organic products like health benefits or caring environment, taste, price, or etc. By surveying 200 response in Trivandrum, Ernakulam, and Malappuram, this is states in Kerala. We hope that business and food makes better than the city folks. What makes it in organic foods? So all of you know what is organic foods, the foods which is chemical free, and the benefits and challenges of organic foods. That's a health benefits, environment benefits, as it reduces pesticides and higher amount of nutrition content and potential benefits for immunity and overall health. So this environmental benefit, that's improved soil health, reduces pesticide use and pollutions, and enhance biodiversity and ecosystem services. So the challenges they face is higher production cost and an excess the availability of certain region and concern about the affordability of the customers. So the challenges faced by this. So our study's background and significance. Our study is important because it helps to understand why people in cities prefer organic food By looking at these factors like health benefit, environmental concerns, taste, price, and accessibility, we can learn what influences their choice. And next, understanding the motivation behind urban consumers, choice of organic food help in business, offering the environment preference of the city residents. And this information is valuable for businesses and food producers to meet the needs and city residents who are increasingly interested in organic products. And methodology, we are use a structured questionnaire to collect data from 200 city residents in places like urban places like Trivandrum, Ernakulam, and Malappuram. And this questionnaire was tested with 32 organic food buyers to ensure it was easy to understand for everyone. And through this, we have done a regression analysis, and we examined how factors like health consciousness and knowledge of organic foods, subjective norms, preserve price, and availability impact of customers included. Our goal was to understand what influence urban customers' attitude towards actual buying behavior toward organic foods. So as I put some graphs, we have found that the findings at the household size and gender and age. The household size, we can see here that the two members in the household is getting high in the graphs. So it is resulted in the every 2 persons in a house is increasing buying in the organic products rather than 4 members. So in comes to a gender, like we can see that female is better higher than males who prefer to buy organic foods. And the age category, it is about 26 to 33 is the persons who buy more organic foods in that age category. So in the regression, last score value we got is at 0.68, pretty much good, I think. As explained, approximately 68.9 variance of the outcome. As a regression analysis, we can do inside the complex interplay of factors influencing Indian customers to buy towards organic food products. So, and discussion and interpretation. The results suggest that these factors not only influence consumer attitude but also impact the purchase intentions, with attitude playing a mediate role in the relationship. This highlights the significance of addressing these key factors in the marketing strategies aimed by promoting organic food products. So by understanding these leverages and these drivers, business can improve the preference of city residents and enhance the acceptance and adoption of organic agriculture products. So as a conclusion and the future work, in conclusion, we have concluded that many of the people are depending not only prices or not only the quality, they are they're giving importance to the health, so they're purchasing more organic products, as we have find in our study like that. So by continuing to this research area, we can help the other organic business in the urban areas to help to make more business strategies or marketing strategies to get the organic products through the market while knowing these strategies and this study. So our study's intention was that, and we are planning to move to more more cities, so we can elaborate more the customer preference, we can know about it. And that's all about my study, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajan. Ma'am, do you have any questions for Mr. Rajan?
No, I think we can move on.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. So coming to the next participant, it is Keshvi Pandya.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Should I share my screen?
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. Can you please proceed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so today I would be presenting a review presentation on understanding hedonic hunger, psychological and behavioral implications. So I would not emphasize on the introduction as you've instructed. So I will directly move on to my objectives. So objectives of my today's review is to understand the concept of hedonic hunger and its correlation with emotional eating. Another objective is to understand the tools used to evaluate hedonic hunger and to understand the effect of hedonic hunger on our eating behavior. So first we would be understanding hedonic hunger. So it is crucial to emphasize, like the conventional definition of hunger, the word hedonic hunger refers to a subjective condition rather than an actual food consumption. It has been demonstrated to be linked to a number of detrimental health outcomes such as obesity, maladaptive eating behaviors, as well as increased response in brain snacking regions responsible for neural and perceptual responses to cues of palatable foods. Hedonic hunger could therefore be a crucial psychological intermediary phenotype linked to eating and weight issues. Although there may be significant health implications for studying hedonic hunger, little is known about the mechanisms that lead to development of hedonic hunger. Now, we often see homeostatic hunger, which is our natural hunger, and hedonic hunger. So how they are different from each other? So hedonic hunger may influence eating behaviors even in situations where physiological energy requirements are satisfied, as evidenced by studies showing that appetizing meals can elicit hunger responses even in the absence of energy deficiencies. This divergence has significant consequences, especially when considering eating control and obesity. So research indicates that decrease in food consumption do not adequately offset variation in calorie intake caused by food characteristics such as portion size and palatability. Moreover, research on humans and animals highlight the behavioral and physiological distinction between hedonic and homeostatic hunger. For example, even in absence of crucial energy deficit, exposure to appetizing meal can increase appetites and desire to eat. This behavior pattern casts doubt on the conventional wisdom that homeostatic regulation firmly controls food intake. So here we can see that what is homeostatic hunger? It is when you are hungry, naturally hungry for a long period of time, like 12 hours or 8 hours. So then your body is in calorie deficit. That's why you feel hungry. But hedonic hunger is then even if you have had a full meal or something you have had, and then also if you are exposed to anything like a vision, smell, presentation of a palatable food, you may have an urge to consume that food. That is your hedonic hunger. Now we will understand emotions and hedonic hunger. So the effect and signs of emotional disorders on hedonic hunger, a psychological concept linked to obesity and eating disorders, especially in middle of adolescence. Results show that negative urgency and variations in negative urgency predict higher hedonic hunger, pointing to a possible connection between maladaptive eating patterns and mental health issues. Furthermore, we review that elevated hedonic hunger is predicted by baseline levels of general anxiety and obsessive-compulsive symptoms, as well as by changes in these symptoms. This emphasizes how eating pattern can be influenced by anxiety-related occurrences and obsessive thoughts, which may be fueled by food as a coping mechanism. So how would we measure this hedonic hunger? So there is a scale that is developed that we call as a power of food scale, which focuses on appetitive responsiveness in well-nourished nations with adequate food supply, is presented as a useful instrument for evaluating individual differences in hedonic hunger. So based on a preliminary set of data gathered from obese women taking part in weight loss research, the completed version consists of 21 items with 5-point Likert rating system. Statements like I find myself thinking about food even when I am not physically hungry, and I find intense anticipation right before I taste a favorite food are examples of sample items. According to validation studies, the PFS shows temporal stability and internal consistency over 4-month period for a variety of participant groups, the majority of whom are overweight or normal weight and are participating in weight management programs. The unidimensional structure of scale is validated by the factor analysis, indicating its usefulness in assessing a generalized inclination towards food obsession in situations unrelated to current energy deficiencies. Additional validation is also provided by clinical and experimental studies, which shows that people with binge eating disorders score far higher on the PFS scale than participants in control group who are obese and of a normal weight. Furthermore, baseline PFS scores predict both self-reported chocolate cravings and actual intake in experimental scenarios where participants were given chocolate to hold on but not to consume for 48 hours. So in research and clinical context, the PFS is a reliable tool for evaluating hedonic hunger features, understanding appetitive responses and its possible implications for comprehending eating habits and obesity is facilitated by this information. Future research may improve our understanding of how hedonic hunger interacts with environmental factors to affect eating behavior by combining with the power of food scale with exposure to food signals. To conclude, the physical and physiological accessibility of food has changed in society, introducing eating motivations never seen in whole populations. This change includes both psychological availability of food as defined by cultural norms and expectations guiding eating behaviors, as well as physical accessibility of food at any time. So the ubiquitous appeal of food is greatly enhanced by these permissive norms, which not only make frequent unrestrained eating convenient, but also socially acceptable. A distinct situation is created when abundance of really appetizing food coexist with cultural norms that support unfettered access to these items. Both the epidemic of obesity and the pervasive hedonic hunger are probably fostered by this scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, Keshri. Ma'am, do you have any questions for Keshri?
No, not really. She has done it well. Few things she could have improved in this, but maybe she can connect with me since I work with mental health and obesity. Maybe later on I can guide her if she wants to.
Okay, sure, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. So thank you, everybody. From now on, the session will be handed over to Miss Megha.
So yeah, with your permission, ma'am. So can we move to the next participant?
Yes.
Yes. The next is Anshul Dhawan. So Anshul Dhawan. Hello. Are you here?
Can you hear me?
Hi, sir. Hi, sir. Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
So I'll like to continue with my presentation. This is a part of my research, comparative study of efficiency of pulse light treatment and microwave treatment on decontamination and enzyme inactivation of whole white button mushrooms. So basically, I would like to brief about pulse light. Pulse light involves polychromatic bursts of light, which also includes parts of UV and parts of IR. But UV is the main, which is responsible for the microcidal action, UVC, and visible light and IR. So microwave, as you all know, it's a domestic instrument with the help of phase. It causes heating of water molecules which are bound into the sample or bound into the food matrix, which causes the heating, polarization at a very high frequency leads to collision of water molecules, leading to increase in temperature. So this is methodology. Like I took white button mushrooms, washed it under tap water so that to remove any extra dirt or debris, treated it under pulse light, which involved high intensity bursts of pulse light, and then packaged. In microwave, we used a continuous microwave system, as seen in this figure. So there were two megatrons of 1 kilowatt capacity each in parallel. So one was on the one side, as the food enters through the belt on one side, it passes under the magnetron through a set power rate. And we can adjust the RPM of the conveyor belt to adjust the treatment time. So in pulse light microbial inactivation, I achieved 6 log cycle reduction, which is considered as microbial safety limit at a pulse light frequency, at an effective fluence of 0.75 joules per centimeter square. So this is the frequency I tested from 0.13 to 1.11. At 0.75, I achieved microbial safety with a 6 log cycle reduction in both E. coli, Listeria monocytogenes, Aspergillus niger-spores, as well as natural flora, that is aerobic mesophile and yeast mold count. So E. coli, Listeria monocytogenes, and Aspergillus nigers were inoculated on the surface of the mushroom before treatment, and the initial cell population was 10⁸ or 8 log cycles. As can be seen from the graph, sorry, as can be seen from the graph, at 0.75, a minimum of a 6 log cycle reduction was achieved in all the 5 microorganisms being considered here. So during result evaluation, Aspergillus niger spores, they showed the maximum resistivity or resistance to the pulse light inactivation, while E. coli cells, they were the most sensitive. That is, at a lower fluence, they showed high inactivation, while Aspergillus niger spores, they needed a maximum of 0.75 joules per second per centimeter square to cause 6 log cycle reduction. The mechanism was also studied with the help of SEM images. The SEM images revealed that pulse light action caused cell permeation. The cellular membrane of the microbial cells, they were ruptured. In case of Aspergillus niger spores also, the spores were ruptured, that is the cell membrane or the walls, it collapsed. Enzymatic inactivation was also studied, like in case of button mushrooms, white button mushrooms, since it is high in water activity and moisture content, the water activity of white button mushrooms is around 0.9, and while the moisture content is 0.94%. So enzymatic inactivation, enzymatic spoilage is also main concern for white button mushrooms. The browning caused in the surface of mushrooms is mainly due to polyphenol oxidase and POD, which causes off smell. So consumers' perception of value of mushroom depends on it. So enzymatic inactivation is also a main concern, like while doing value addition or processing white button mushrooms. So because of pulse light, enzymatic inactivation of both polyphenol oxidase and peroxidase was achieved up to 90% with a pulse light effective fluence of 1.1 joule per centimeter square. That is at voltage of 2.4 and burst shots of pulse light of 180 pulses. So that was equivalent to 1.1 joule per centimeter square. A 90% inactivation of both peroxide and polyphenol oxidase was achieved. So POD, that is peroxidase, showed more resistance to inactivation compared to polyphenol oxidase. So in case of mechanism being considered for inactivation of enzymes, so pulse light, which has UVC as the main component in it, so it causes denaturation of protein, that is the organized structure that is present in enzymes as alpha helix and beta sheets. It gets denatured, or it gets straightened and converts to random coils and like denatured proteins. So which leads to which causes the enzymes to lose their functionality. So in case of microwave, in microbial safety levels, that is 6 log cycle reductions, were achieved at microbial energy levels of 750 joules, which like the 750 joules were at 2 kilowatt megatron power and 25 minutes of treatment. So in case of microwave also, E. coli showed the maximum sensitivity, that is E. coli were easily inactivated as compared to Aspergillus niger spores, which showed the maximum resistance to decontamination. Microwave also led to, so the mechanism behind this inactivation is micro explosions in cell walls. That is, the water gets so charged up, it gets so high on temperature that it leads to bursting of vacuoles as well as cell membrane, causing leakage from cellular membrane. Also, since microwave is responsible for increasing the temperature of the substance, so it also leads to the shrinkage of cell membrane, which also causes the cells to lose its capacity to replicate or to divide. Now, in case of enzyme inactivation, the main enzymes considered were POD and PPO, that is peroxidase and polyphenol oxidase. So again, the 90% level of enzyme inactivation that is considered safe or desirable was achieved at 750 joules of like microwave treatment. So again, peroxidase showed more resistance as compared to PPO. Microwave led to denaturation of these proteins due to increase in temperature. So the difference when we compare both this pulse light and microwave, pulse light is the surface treatment and it's non-thermal. That is, it doesn't lead to increase in the temperature of the sample. So it inactivates the microbes or microbial flora that is present on the surface of the mushrooms and doesn't affect the bulk of the mushroom. So since the microbial spoilage starts from the surface and then seeps into the mushroom, so considering microbial spoilage, the pulse light treatment was more effective or desirable as it led to less change in color. While in case of microwave treatment, when microbial inactivation is considered, microwave did lead to microbial inactivation, but it also caused visible changes on the surface of mushrooms because it caused bulk heating, that is raise of temperature throughout the bulk of the mushrooms, which also led to undesirable changes in the texture. Like the texture of the mushrooms became very soft. So considering that point, microbial inactivation, microwave treatment has a slight disadvantage, while in case of enzymatic
Mr. Anshul, your time has taken too long. Can you please finish it as soon as possible?
Yeah, sure. So in case of enzymatic inactivation, microwave was more effective in inactivating the enzymes. That is 90% inactivation, more than 90% was achieved very easily. While in case of pulse light, since it is only on the surface, the enzymatic activity throughout the bulk was not inhibited. So that is it for my study. This is a part of my research, not the whole research. So this is the comparison between microbial decontamination and enzyme inactivation of pulse light treatment, which is a non-thermal technique, and microwave treatment, which is a advanced thermal technique. Any questions, please?
So you are only doing it on mushrooms, right? The pulse light treatment, what you are doing. Am I audible
Yes,
to you, Anshul?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes. So I was, yes. So you are doing this pulse light treatment only on mushrooms.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, right.
So you have not explored any other? Okay.
No,
Just mushroom, right?
Yeah, I have taken my sample as mushrooms, like. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Can we
All
move on to
right.
the next one?
We can go to the another listener.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for this opportunity to present my work. Thank you, Dennis.
Thanks, Mr. Anshul. Yeah, the next participant is Shubham.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Mr. Shubham, please go ahead with your presentation as soon as possible and finish it as soon as possible.
Vision, madam.
No, it is not visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Shubham. Now I am a postdoctoral research fellowship in
Dr. Shubham, your presentation is not visible. Can you please present it? Do the slide test. Share screen.
Vision, madam.
No, it is not visible. Sir, please do the screen share in the Zoom itself, so it will be sharing.
Vision, madam.
Yeah, it is visible right now. Please put onto the presentation mode.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Shubham, and now I am a postdoctoral research fellowship in Care University in Tamil Nadu, and my supervisor is Dr. B.S. Beshabil, is professor from Department of Biotechnology, and co-supervisor Dr. Abhishek Mathur, senior scientist, Jivaji University, Gwalior. And my topic is isolations and productions to the sorbic acid, and its salt is used as food preservative. Now the chemical properties of the sorbic acid and potassium sorbate. The chemical formula of the sorbic acid is C6H8O2. And the melting point of the sorbic acid 135 degrees centigrade, or in case of the boiling point of the sorbic acid is 230 degrees centigrade. Then we compare to the solubility of the sorbic acid and potassium sorbate. In case of the sorbic acid, it is a very steadily soluble in water, means it is a not properly soluble in the water. In case of the potassium sorbate, it is a free soluble in the water. Next, glucose productions. From the productions of the sorbic acid and glucose as to the A substrate, and the glucose is the produced by the calculated by the using to the method by the Pelagian hydrolysis, reduction sugar RS, Miss-Failing method, and total reduction sugar and dextrose equivalent to the D percentage. This is a material and method. We have the further to the more chemical we have the used for high media, and we have the raw material is used as Pratishtha, and we have finally we have used to the HPLC is Sumarzo I series LC 2030, and we have using to the software for lab solutions. First, hydrolysis. In case of the hydrolysis, we actually two the enzyme we have the used. First is E enzyme. This is the thermostable alpha amylase. Second is E2 enzyme is glucosamine enzyme. First, the procedure for the E1 enzyme. Take 9 liters of the distilled water in the vessel and 1330 grams of the wheat powder, and it is a boiling about 80 degrees centigrades. Then we have the 5 ml to the E1 enzyme. Then it is stable for the 80 to 90 degrees centigrades. Then finally is the produce is the dextrin. In the other to the E2 enzyme, and that's to the temperature reached about 90 degrees centigrades. Then we check to the starch is gram. In case of the starch, we check to the should be the negative. Then we take to the A sample and in the test tube and the few drops to the iodine. If the color is not changed, then it is the object that it is a negative results. Then we have the adjust to the pH about 4.338 with the acids, again heat and broth to the 60 degrees centigrades. Add to the enzyme E2 for the 5 ml. It will be the stable for 60 degrees centigrades. Then means it is the dextrose. Media preparation. In case of the media preparation A for the lactobacillus species, we have the study for the 4 different lactobacillus species. Then we have the content to the yeast water 30 gram, glucose 50 gram, and KH2PO4 5 gram, and potassium KH2PO4 10 gram, calcium hydroxide 10 gram, and the finally we have the makeup to the finally we have the pH about 6.3 to 6.5 in case of the lactobacillus acidophilus. In case of the Saccharomyces cerevisiae, they have the pH is the maintained to the 5.3 to 5.5. The microorganisms are used from the study from the Lactobacillus cerevisiae, Lactobacillus asparaginus, and Lactobacillus acidophilus. We have the media composition A. Then we have the 4 is to the different flux to the especially, and the flux will be the incubator are 35 to 37 degrees centigrades. For the 7 to 10 days is rotatory shaker at 110 to 125 for the rotation per minute RPM. In case of the media formulation A, they have the 4 to the 900 of the media. Then we have to the 110 to 125 for the RPM. Every initial 24, 48, we check to the reduction sugars, pH, and microscopy for the analysis. Suppose the RS is reach equal then to the 1. Then we have maintained to the pH to the 20% of the QH. Suppose the pH is decreases, then we have used to the 20% of KH. Suppose pH increase, then we have used to the 0.1 SCL. Then if the RS reach is less than the equal of the 1, sample is harvested for 90 to 95 degrees centigrades from the 90 minutes. We have used, we have harvesting because we have the kill of the microorganisms present in the media, then sample to the double filtrate from the 70 degrees centigrades, then it can be taken to the HPLC analysis. Results. The results can be observed to study are recorded as follows. They have the 3 of the lactobacillus species. We have the strain from the microscope. Then this is the process is comes to gram staining. In case of the color is shows to purple color, that is it is a gram positive bacteria. In case the bacteria is shows to the pink color, it shows to the gram negative bacteria. This is a show for the 3 lactobacillus or lactobacillus asparaginus, and third is lactobacillus acidophilus. Same study from the Saccharomyces cerevisiae, but we have the different. In case of the Saccharomyces cerevisiae, we have add only crystal violet. We have the direct to the use, but we had add only crystal violet. In case of the lactobacillus, we have add to the in case of the lactobacillus, we have add to the crystal violet, iodine, and 95% of
Dr.
asthma.
Shubham, sorry for the interruption. So you only have 2.5 minutes more. Can you please wind it up as soon as possible?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, please wind it up as soon as possible. We only have 2.5 minutes left.
And this is the productions to the sorbic acid. We can determine by the HPLC technique. This is all to the parameters. We have column using from the C18 and the RT about 4 minutes. This is the first from the media formulation A, the RT about 2.4. And this is the productions to the LBS. This is the productions to the LBD. And in case of this is a potassium sorbate standard. And it is a RT sort similar that to the 2.334. Now the conclusion, the demand of the potassium sorbate as a parasitic from the market in the generally from the increases. From the present study, the method of the productions of the sorbic acids and its salts from the potassium sorbate is formed to the different media from the formulated, and 2 different included had been done. From the productions of the sorbic media is LBD, LBA, and LBS, and then with the present study, the sorbic acid is produced in high concentrations is media formulation B as comparison to the media formulation A from the 1.66%. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Shubham. Dear chairs, do you have any kind of questions for Dr. Shubham?
No.
Yeah, let's move on to the next presentation. And it is Ms. Meenakshi Sharma.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Shubham. You can pull out your PPT. Ms. Meenakshi Sharma, are you here? Ms. Meenakshi? Okay. With your permission, session chairs, we can move on to the next presentation. Mr. Maulik Mehta.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah, you are there, right? So you can
Can I
continue with your
start?
presentation. Yeah, sure. And please make it quick. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it is visible. Please put it on the presentation mode.
Is it okay now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Maulik Mehta, and the title for my today's presentation is A Study on Hygiene Status and Food Handling Practices Among Street Food Vendors from Vadodara City, Gujarat. So, what is street food? So, FAO has defined street food as ready-to-eat foods and beverages prepared and sold by vendors or hawkers, especially in the street and other similar places. In 2009, FAO has stated that approximately 2.5 billion individuals consume street food on a global scale daily. So, several studies conducted around the world have concluded that major concerns with street food are related to food safety and sanitation problems, including inadequate hygiene during preparation and insufficient food safety knowledge among vendors. So, despite their popularity, street food are often associated with food safety and sanitation problems. And given the scale of street food consumption and the potential health hazards involved, These issues pose substantial risk to the consumers. In Vadodara, there is a significant gap in the understanding of the hygiene status and food handling practices of the street food vendors. So with this base, the study was aimed to assess the hygiene status and food handling practices of street food vendors in Vadodara city, Gujarat. Methodology of the study. So basically this study was a cross-sectional study, and initially top 10 popular street food areas of Vadodara city were selected. After that, vendors who provided informed consent were included in the study, with maximum 15 vendors taken from any single area, making the sample size 146. After that, data on food handling practices and hygiene status of vendors was collected using an observational checklist, and data was then subjected to appropriate statistical analysis. Moving forward to the results, this slide shows the socio-demographic characteristics of the vendors. So out of 146 vendors, 88.4% were males and 51.4% fell in the age range of 21 to 40 years. Educational attainment revealed that more than half were educated up to middle school or less, with 4.1% of them having no schooling. Talking about the hygiene status of the vendor, observations revealed that more than half of the vendors, precisely 50.7%, were seen smoking and 34.2% were chewing tobacco while preparing food, raising serious concern about the standard of the hygiene. Moreover, only a small fraction of vendors, that is about 8.9%, were wearing gloves and 33.6% were observed wearing aprons. Also, 87.7% of the vendors were handling money without washing their hands in between, and this practice can lead to severe contamination of food. Additionally, less than half of the vendors had short nails and clean nails, and 8.2% of the vendors were observed to have cold while preparing the food. And both of these factors further contribute to the risk of foodborne illnesses. Looking at the food handling practices, it was found that around 85% of the vendors had cloth for drying their hands. However, only 34.9% of them had a separate cloth for drying the utensils, indicating a gap in maintaining utensil hygiene. Furthermore, 82.2% of the vendors had adequate cutlery on their stalls, but concerningly, only half of the cutlery was clean. Also, 50.7% of the stalls had utensils containing food directly placed on the pavement, raising concerns about the contamination from the ground. On a positive note, more than 65% of the vendors kept their food covered and warm, which helps in the maintaining food safety and quality. Moving forward to the conclusion, the observations indicate widespread issues with personal and food handling hygiene. Many vendors were seen engaging in activities like smoking and chewing tobacco while preparing food, which can significantly compromise the food safety. Also, there was a low adherence to using protective measures such as gloves and aprons, which increases the likelihood of food contamination. Also, a high risk of contamination was observed due to vendors handling money without washing their hands, and the personal hygiene of vendors was found to be inadequate, with issues such as poor nail hygiene and vendors preparing food while they were ill. These conditions further elevate the risk of foodborne illnesses. Also, there was an inadequate use of separate clothes for drying utensils, and the cleanliness of cutlery was inconsistent. While many vendors had adequate cutlery, cleanliness of cutlery was inconsistent, only half of it was clean, indicating a better need for the utensil hygiene practices. In summary, the study highlights the urgent need for targeted interventions to improve hygiene practices among street food vendors in Vadodara. By addressing these gaps, we can enhance food safety and food handling practices among vendors. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malik.
Maulik, yeah, so Maulik, according to you, uh, uh, which interventions you would like to suggest? Because you have portrayed one problem that hygiene practices are not there. So can you give me at least
Yes.
one intervention from your side?
Yes, ma'am. We can educate them on related to gathering them and educating them about the food handling practices and better cooking methods. Like one of the action was taken by government. So they have collected vendors and they have given them education about it. So we can educate and tell them about the better ways of practicing hygiene while preparing their food.
I really urge maybe in the next share your views that what were the shortfalls you actually come across, because yes, we can educate them, but implementation, we really need to check how it would go.
Ma'am.
Need, but how it would be implemented.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, okay, Ms. Malik, thank you for your presentation. Let's
Thank you
move
so
on.
much.
Let's move on to the next presenter, Himanshu Joshi.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Ms. Himanshu, you are audible. Please go on with your presentation and please switch on your camera.
Just a second.
Yeah, you are visible.
Is the screen visible? Hello.
Yeah. Wait a second. Let it load. Yeah, it is visible. Put it on the presentation mode. And please make sure you are finishing it really quick. Please take 6 to 8 minutes, please, because of the
Sure.
time constraints.
Good afternoon to one and all. Okay. Good afternoon to one and all present here. The topic of my presentation is glycemic index and lipemic response of Foxford Flour incorporated recipes.
Just one quick query to the organizers. Dr. Shonima's name is mentioned. So should it be changed to Himani Joshi? Would
I
Shonima
think
be
it's a
not
combined study.
participating in the presentation?
Ruchu, madam, this looks
Ma'am,
like a
Yeah.
combined study.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. All right. Okay.
This study was guided under the guidance of Dr. Shanima Venugopal. Functional foods play a role in mental because of the nutrient and phytochemical content. Various studies have shown that functional foods are effective in lowering levels in humans. The evidence that is currently available supports their inclusion in the diet.
Ms. Himanshi,
Not
your
much
voice
data
is
available
breaking.
for the glucose studies. Hello.
Yeah, your voice is breaking. Please make sure you
Hello.
have good internet connection.
Am I audible now? Is it clear?
Yeah, now it is audible. Please continue.
Okay. The evidence that is currently available to support their inclusion in the diet is scanty. As there is not much data available for the glucose-reducing properties of foxnut, it is important to study its potential advantages in reducing the glycemic index of foods that may aid in management of type 2 diabetes. So the objective of this study was to determine the glycemic index of foxnut flour incorporated recipes, and these were the methods and tools used in the study. Study design: 11 healthy subjects were enrolled. Each subject was asked to make 11 study visits, each lasting approximately 130 minutes. On 3 of the study visits, the subjects were asked to consume a reference food, which is 50 grams of glucose. On the other study visits, the subjects were asked to consume standard recipe, which is Foxnut Flour Incorporation, or the test recipe with Foxnut Flour Incorporation, both of which contain 50 grams of available carbohydrate and were tested on separate days. The subjects were asked to consume a specified portion of the reference or test food within 15 minutes. A finger prick blood sample was collected at 0, 15, 30, 45, 60, 90, and 120 minutes. A venous sample for triglyceride estimation was drawn twice, fasting in 120 minutes by a trained technician. Moving on to the results. Result of the present study indicated that all the standard recipes, that is recipe without Foxnut Flour incorporation, biscuit elicited the lowest glycemic response, which is 45.5, while Khichu elicited the highest glycemic response, which is 76.8. When the glycemic index of standard recipes were compared, a statistical significant difference was found between them. The glycemic index of ravioli was significantly lower than the glycemic index of Khichu, and the glycemic index of higher. For test recipes, Foxnut Flour incorporation did not bring up significant changes in the glycemic indices of the recipe. So based on the classification of glycemic index, biscuit and ravioli fall under the categories. Hybrid fall under medium GI category and Khichu falls in the high GI category. for recipes with Fox-sulfur incorporation. According to the classification, biscuit and thali pit continue to remain in the low and medium GI category, respectively. Ravioli shifted to medium GI category, and upon incorporation of Fox flour, recipe khichu shifted to medium GI category from high GI category. So this is the blood glucose response of various recipes compared with glucose. The mean blood glucose values with different standard and test recipes were relatively lower when compared to blood glucose level after administration of the reference food, which is glucose, at all time intervals of blood glucose estimation as depicted in the graphs. Moving on to the lipemic response. For standard recipe, which is without Fox-sulfur incorporation, there was rise in the triglyceride level for ravioli. Inclusion of Fox-sulfur in it showed notable effects on lipemic responses. After incorporation of Fox-sulfur in ravioli, there was a fall in triglyceride levels of 3.9% as opposed to the rise in the standard recipe. Similarly, for biscuit, the standard recipe exhibited elevated TG levels. Incorporation of Fox-sulfur in biscuit led to a reduction in the percent increase from 33.7% to 19.1%. However, for thalipid and khichu, the incorporation of Fox-sulfur led to a reduction in a percent fall in triglyceride levels that was seen in the standard recipe. Summary and conclusion. Biscuit had the lowest glycemic response for both standard and test recipes. Biscuit and ravioli without Fox-sulfur were classified as low GI, thalipid as medium GI, khichu as high. Incorporating Fox-sulfur shifted khichu and ravioli to medium GI and reduced triglyceride levels in ravioli by 3.9% and in biscuit by reducing the percent increase from 33.7% to 19.1%. Incorporation of Fox-sulfur can impact post-prandial glycemic and lipemic responses, potentially lowering the triglyceride levels. Its nutrient-rich composition suggests potential therapeutic use in managing type 2 diabetes, mellitus, and related complications. Thank you.
Thank you, Himanshi, for your presentation.
Yeah, we will, Ruchu, madam, if she has any question, otherwise we can move further.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, we can go to next one. Yeah, I just want to ask her, did you do sensory evaluation as well? You did only the
Yes, ma'am.
glycemic, Himanshi.
No, ma'am. I also conducted sensory evaluation. This is just a part of my post-graduation research program. So I've also done the sensory evaluation and glycemic and lipemic both. Thank you.
Oh, yes, dear chairs. Only few more presentations are there. So the next presentation is Rekha Kumari.
I suppose this is the last one.
No, ma'am. The two more are there.
Okay.
So that is why. Let's try to finish it as soon as possible. Rekha Kumari, are you here? Miss Rekha Kumari? Okay. Session chairs, with your permission, I'm moving on to the next candidate, Fishiway Holfe.
Hi.
Fishiway.
So can I
Hi.
first, hi. So can I get an
Hello, miss.
indication that I'm audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're more clear.
Okay.
Yeah, please do your presentation.
Okay. Right. Right. Can you see my screen?
No, not yet.
Right.
Yeah, it is visible right now.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you so much. Good day, everyone. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for having me. So I will be presenting on a scoping review I conducted together with my supervisor entitled Towards Sustainable Agricultural Development in Developing Countries, a Scoping Review and Research Agenda. So quickly, by ways of introduction, my name is Fishiway Holfe. I'm an industrial engineer, and I'm also a postgraduate student at Stellenbosch University. So my research is on the use of advanced rural innovations to develop the agriculture sector in South Africa. So we first began by conducting a scoping review to get an understanding of what exactly has been done in this topic in the developing country context, and not only South Africa. So the purpose of the scoping review was to map out the extent of available literature on this topic, identify key concepts, as well as research gaps that inform the research agenda that was used to plan and commission future research. So now let's lay the foundation right. So firstly, why agriculture? Well, because agriculture is a cornerstone of the economies of many developing countries, and we recognize that it accounts for about 50% of employment in sub-Saharan Africa alone and 45% in South Asia. And we also recognize that it contributes to about 25% of the GDP in low-income countries. So we do really see that it is a pivotal sector. However, it faces challenges in regards to so many issues in terms of climate change, resource constraints, and technological gaps. And we recognize that AFIs can breach the technological and research gaps, which is why we think that it's important that they are actually pursued in terms of research, as they can offer more cost-effective solutions. So let's get an understanding of the type of innovation that we're looking at in this research. So this research looks at a type of innovation called inclusive innovation, or innovation for inclusive development. So this type of innovation aims to improve the living conditions of marginalized communities by providing employment opportunities that foster the creation of new products, services, and business models that target the bottom of the pyramid societies, which are typically characterized by high levels of resource constraints. And this is a typical characteristics of many of the societies in developing countries and developing contexts. Now, there are many alternative forms of inclusive innovation, but of importance to the study are frugal innovations, FIs in short, and advanced frugal innovations, AFIs in short. Now, inherent to all of these innovation systems, including the grassroots and the social innovations, are four interconnected structural components: the actors, who are the drivers of the innovation itself, the institutions, which are the organizations that facilitate the research and development of the innovations, and the interactions, which are the dynamics between the actors and the institutions. So now let's define frugal innovations and advanced frugal innovations. So FIs aim to reduce costs by significantly decreasing resource consumption during product development. And they do this by focusing on the core functionality of a product and therefore eliminating any unnecessary features. So FIs address the needs of less affluent customers, and they are as a result of a resource constraint on the innovators' capabilities, as well as a constraint on the end customers' purchasing abilities. So there are three main aims: one, to substantially reduce costs by providing products that are cheaper alternatives to existing products; two, they concentrate on the core functionalities by focusing on the core aim and eliminating any unnecessary features; and lastly, to optimize performance level through product architecture and the ideal coordination of all components. And what are advanced frugal innovations? Well, these are also based on frugal design principles, but then they also emphasize sophisticated technology and research and development, as well as rigorous design. So with AFIs, the development process is systematic, which is as opposed to the trial and error, which can be seen with other traditional innovation types. So AFIs intentionally set constraints on the amount of resources that are consumed when fabricating a product. And because of this artificial constraint in manufacturing products, they result in the formation of products that are much lighter, and owing to the lower resource use, result in products that also emit lower greenhouse gases. And so because they also use modern manufacturing techniques, they result in products that are more cheaper, scalable, sustainable, and reproducible. And as a result, they are competitive in all markets and in all geographies, and not only exclusive to bottom of the pyramid societies. And therefore, they must be explored to maximize their potential and, of course, drive innovation in diverse contexts. Now, this scoping review was carried out by following the Joanna Briggs Institute methodology for scoping reviews, and the aim was to investigate AFIs developed in and for the agricultural sector in developing countries, the factors that facilitate or inhibit them, and they are scaling beyond the regions where they're initially developed. So this aim was then used to formulate the following research questions. One, what is AFI and how does it differ from other innovation types? Two, what are some examples of AFIs in agriculture in developing countries? Three, what are some factors that lead to developing and scaling of these technologies in developing countries? Four, what hinders their developments? And lastly, what is the connection between AFIs and sustainability? Now, these research questions were then used to inform the search terms, which were then used to search for peer-reviewed articles on databases such as Scopus, Science Direct, Web of Science, Google Scholar, and the Stellenbosch University Library. And from the search, 2,000 plus records were obtained, of which only 30 met the eligibility criteria and were then involved in the study. So let's discuss the results that we obtained. So the People-Metric software program was used to facilitate statistical analysis and visualization, and it mapped out the extent of literature that was involved in the study, which was essentially the purpose of the scoping review. So now bibliometrics allowed us to obtain some visualizations. The graph shown depicts the number of articles published over time by authors from various countries included in the study's bibliometric database, and it highlights a significant disparity between authors from developed countries and developing countries. This next graph also shows a similar disparity in the number of citations per country. And this map shows country collaborations from the sampled literature included in the study. And India is a significant contributor among developing countries, evidenced by its deep shading. Now, what are the takeaways from this bibliometric analysis? Well, we recognize that there's a stark imbalance in global research contributions between developed countries and developing countries, with most publications from developed countries and developing countries only being represented by South Africa, India, and Brazil. And to address this disparity, we propose an investment in research infrastructure and capacity building in these countries, encouraging collaborations between institutions from the different hemispheres, policy support from governments, as well as funding. Now, this scoping review then also highlighted stark differences between AFIs and traditional AFIs, and this would be used to then map out cases when they are being studied as to what constitutes as an agricultural AFI and what constitutes rather as a traditional FI. The scoping reviews then also discuss cases of agriculture AFIs in developing countries, and it was discovered that they can generally be categorized into 4 basic types based on their purpose. Smart farming solutions introduce precision agriculture using technologies like sensors, drones, and Internet of Things. Agro-advisory extensions facilitate dissemination of information between actors and across various institutions. Climate resilience tools provide strategies, practices, and technologies that are designed to help agricultural systems withstand the impacts of climate change. And of course, market access platform involve the development of digital platforms that allow farmers to connect better with their buyers. Now, the scoping reviews then also highlighted factors that facilitate the development and scaling of agricultural AFIs in developing countries. And these were found to be regional conditions that highlights a shortage and evoke the need of using AFI, the availability of skills and also technical requirements, a conducive innovation ecosystems, a connected economy, and of course, a common vision amongst the actors, technology development, user-centered design. AFIs must be developed by using informed input and direct input from the end users, and as well as market perception. And in terms of how AFIs
sorry for the
contribute to
interruption, Ms.
sustainability,
Fisewe. You only have 3 minutes left. Yeah, please go ahead and please wrap up accordingly.
All right, thank you so much. So in terms of contribution to AFIs and sustainability, they contribute in regards to resource efficiency, cost effectiveness, environmental protection, as well as social sustainability through advanced technologies, and also adding to the research and development infrastructure in research institutions. Now, all of these learnings from the scoping review were then used to inform a research agenda that was then going to be commissioned in order to inform future research post the scoping review. So we'd look at the innovation system components, looking at actor and infrastructure requirements and capabilities, the environment and how it impacts the environment, as well as the market perception, as well as social sustainability. Now, this would be looked at in relation to the cases of the categorization that were identified in terms of the 4 categorization of cases that ever happened with relation to AFIs in agricultural platforms. And of course, the research questions would revolve around skills and requirements, regional disparities performed across dichotomy. I'm looking at cases from different fields, and looking at cases from different levels of the product development lifecycle, as well as collaborative approaches and market acceptance. And all of this would be used to inform research on AFIs and their development and how they would be used better in South Africa and, of course, other developing country contexts. Thank you so much, and I will take any questions if you do have.
Thank you, Ms. Fisewe, for your presentation. And dear participants, if in session chairs, do you have any questions for her?
No, it's a great initiative, especially when the world is talking about sustainability. So, great initiative. Next one, please.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Fisewe. It is a wonderful presentation. So, yeah, Dr. S. Kanimuri, the next presenter, Dr. S. Kanimuri. Dr. S. Kanimuri. Are you there, ma'am? Dr. S. Kanimuri? Okay, moving on to the next presenter, Ms. Meenakshi, who has been haven't responded. Ms. Meenakshi is there, isn't it? Ms. Meenakshi, are you there? or is Miss Rekha Kumari? Are you there? So this might be your last call. So Miss Meenakshi, Miss Himanshi, and Dr. S. Kanimuri. So anyone of you is there, please come forward so we can have your presentation. So we are only actually waiting for your presentation. Yeah, 3 of them is not there. So dear session chairs, I think the presentation is over. So those 3 are not here. So the presentation is over. Please, we can move forward. That is it, ma'am. So the presentation is over.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
Thank
we
you.
will be then exiting from the meeting, as
Yes,
it
ma'am.
has been really a long day, especially for me. I started at almost 8:30 for keynote address, and
Yes, ma'am.
so yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. And an important announcement to the attendees, the certificates will be issued for a registered email ID within 1 week. And if you have any further queries, kindly contact Ms. Kopika, and the contact number is in the chat box. And let's proceed with the vote of thanks. And on behalf of Universal Society of Food and Nutrition. Wait for a second. Dear chairs, I'm afraid the people who are in the hall B haven't finished yet. So we have to wait for them to join us. So it will be taking around like 5 to 6 minutes. So meanwhile, if we can have a discussion, that would be really great. So according to the session, and there were so many interesting topics were there. So if we could discuss about it, that would be really great.
So from my side, I genuinely feel even my fellow chairperson, they would also agree that it's a humble request that while you are actually selecting, the abstracts, please make a note of it that they have to be scientific.
Understood,
There is
ma'am.
no harm in, asking the candidates, those who are applying, that the similar things which are already proven, because research is all about either something new or else at least a new solution to an existing problem or maybe any particular. Few topics were really good. I would really like to appreciate, however, cannot name them because there were quite a few of them. But at the same time, I'm very sure that we all can realize that there were few topics which were more like an idea into a PPT form and it was just a readout. So, this somewhere sets up a very different kind of a message, especially at such an international platform.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That is
There is
quite
no harm
understood.
in guiding them. We all learn. We all have learned, in a period of time. It's a very, very slow process, and that is how we practice and we come to this level. But it's just that they have to be guided. That's what I mean to say.
Understood,
And maybe
ma'am.
next time, if some presentations are not in scientific manner, then if possible, then chairperson should also get the right to disqualify
Yes, ma'am.
those candidates in order to maintain that much of the quality of this kind of a platform. Because me and I'm sure Dr. Archana, we both have been to 6, you know, conferences. So just yeah. Otherwise, really congratulations to everybody and a lot of hard work from the organizers as well. So thank you so much for having me over here. Looking forward maybe for whatever the next conference you would be planning. So congratulations to all participants and the future winners, whosoever would be. Thank you. That's
Yeah.
from my side. Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Rachana,
Yeah,
yes,
whatever
yes.
Ms. Ritu Kutiala said, I agree with her, like this is a huge international platform, which is shrinking down right from the start of it, When we started this platform, the presentations which were made by participants were quite scientific and, there was fun in evaluating them as well. But now what I can see that the only criteria while accepting the abstracts was the plagiarism. So instead of that, the authentic studies would be more appreciated from the organizers. And in that, chairpersons can help you we can learn from each other's mistakes and carry forward the authentic platform in an authentic way so that it will be really a good thing to happen. So congratulations, everybody. All of you have done very well. Yeah, so we are waiting for others to come. In the meanwhile, I just want to let organizers know that you pronounced my name as Archana Ainapura, which is Archana Ainapure. So I hope
That
you
is
will
such a
correct
sweet
me.
name, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. So we'll take a note of it, and in our upcoming meetings, we'll be making sure that we will be
Yeah.
pronouncing it correctly and boldly.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for your insights, RDS session chairs, because it is so valuable to us. Because when it comes to sessions, we actually look forward to the feedback, because that will be like helpful for us to like give the quality sessions in the upcoming thing.
Correct.
So when it
Exactly.
comes to students, we actually have to give give them their chances to take and then upskill themselves in their respective way, because they are so
Yeah.
interested. So yeah,
Yeah.
we will make sure it will be like quality, like will be the quality session to be the platform to learn and to teach and all. So that would be really a good thing, really a good thing. So we'll take a note of it, and we will be making sure everything from forward itself, it will be like a quality thing. So we'll make sure of it. Okay, ma'am. So yeah, please wait for a second. Like we have been waiting for those hall B people to complete. Dr. Manur is there?
Yes.
Dr. Manur?
Yes,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
here.
We'll be happy if you could share your feedback also, sir.
Thank you for inviting me to share the feedback regarding this event. So it's well organized. We appreciate first organizers to having these events. So last year also I attended as a chairperson for the same event. This year also I'm continuing. So I'm happy first of all for your invitation. Then regarding the presenters, I'm accepting with my fellow session chairs, what they mentioned exactly right. As a organizers, you need to take care about the selection of abstracts. It means selection of topics. If you find anything, our suggestion, you ask, so that's why I'm open for the suggestion. So if you feel that there is a lacking the scientific information, maybe you can be ask the presenter to shift from oral to poster. It's better way. This is the another way, because maybe sometimes we have to be accept the presenter also. I can understand that one, but you can give the preference to be, they can choose the poster instead of oral presentations. Another thing, another suggestion is maybe you can have the one day before a trial run with all the presenters. So sometimes they will feel the technical issues which may be drag the session. So that's why
Actually,
I say,
we actually did, sir. So we
okay.
couldn't help it in the presentation. So we actually helped people who actually don't know to present and all. So we
Sometimes
actually did,
technical
and
issues.
we are actually open for it, and we would love to spend time to make things clear and also. So that is not a problem. Yeah, this is the even thing, and we couldn't help it, and the time permits. So, yeah, this is the thing, sir. And yeah, please go ahead, sir. You were saying
Yeah,
something.
many presentations are very impressive. Many presenters, they presented very well also, but some their work is nice, but they don't know how to manage the time. That's why initially I mentioned they can skip the introduction part, because the majority of the participants, presenters, they spend a lot of time in their introduction part. Actually, their goal is to explain their results, and also meanwhile they have to be explained how they done the research, how they bring the conclusion for their problem. So mostly you need maybe give the instructions for upcoming events. So they're supposed to be limited the slides for introduction part. They can be
Yes, sir.
extend the slides towards the material methods and followed by results and discussion. They
Yes,
can be
sir.
limited the introduction part. So it will be helpful for other researchers also, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
there's
So,
a few things inside.
just to second the thought of Dr. Manur, I would just like to add he rightly said that if possible, next time you can generate a template. So when you
Yes,
generate a
sir. Yes,
template,
ma'am.
that these are the headings under which they have to write. So such kind of PPTs where we just saw as if the speaker was just delivering a talk on that topic.
Yes, ma'am.
It would be a kind of a jolting for them that what I would be writing under this heading. So probably by this
Ma'am, your video has been passed.
I think
the
so.
work would be
Yeah. Connection error.
everybody.
Yes. Ma'am, your audio is also
It seems some network issue.
network issue is there, I guess.
Now is it better? I just stop. Yeah. Yeah. Is it a little better now?
Yes, ma'am. Now it is clear. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Is it a little better?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I was just, yes. So I was just methodology.
Ma'am, you are not audible. It is breaking.
Template is
Yeah, she is not audible. So basically, she probably wants to say that if a template is generated, then a person knows what exactly is expected out of these presentations. And this is how we learn and teach each other.
Yes, ma'am.
right. Is it okay now? I'm so sorry for the technical glitch.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is clear, ma'am.
Okay. So yeah, as per I was just saying, that's what Madam has also said, Dr. Archana, that if template is there, they know what is to be done. So that, just by reading the PPTs like a, article, at least that would not happen.
Yes, ma'am. That is quite understandable.
Yeah. So just take it as a constructive feedback. Yeah.
Is anyone from the presenters who want to add up anything, or you can give your share your experience, give your feedbacks, whatever you can do. Anyone? Okay, and people from the hall B are joining us, it seems. Yeah, they have joined us. So let's move on. Let's conclude our big day here with a vote of thanks. So on behalf of Universal Society of Food and Nutrition and BioLeaks, I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers for their presence and contribution to making this conference a more informative and interesting session, and also the participants to take out time from their busy schedule to grace the event. It's been a pleasure being all with you. Thank you for all your patience. I wish you all very good evening, and it would be my pleasure to be present in here, and we are signing off, and we are more looking forward to the upcoming events with the more upgraded information. Thank you people, and thank you speakers, and thank you everyone. Thank you, ma'am. And the
Thank you, ma'am.
certificates will be provided. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presence.
Are we gonna have something like a group kind of a photograph on the screen?
Yes, ma'am. We have, or else we can take one now.
Yeah, that would be better.
Yes, ma'am. So let's take one. Let me take the view. Everyone, please switch on your cameras. Everyone, please switch on your cameras. I couldn't see your face. And some people haven't like switched on their camera. Can you please on your camera so we can take a picture? Wait a second, it is not loading. Wait a second. Yeah, thank you for the photograph, people. It is our pleasure. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.